It's normally good.
Perfect.
Yeah, I cleaned a gun one time in chat, and I just kind of half-assed it or whatever. So it's like I got all these comments of like, "Oh my God, dude, that was so fast!" Blah blah. I'm like, well, I just pull a snake through the bore a little bit, and then just like wipe the bolt down and shit, and call it a day. It's like I just kind of clean up a little bit. If I miss stuff, who cares? I'll get it next time. So I don't know. Are you just doing like a kind of basic one, or are you taking like all the shit apart?
Yeah, I'm just going to do a quick strip down and swab of this. I put 5 magazines through it. They each had 5 rounds in them, so just like half a box worth. Yeah, but you're right. Most of the cleaning comes with that bore snake, and then whatever is in the slide is just some incidental carbon fouling.
Right. And I mean, I wipe down all that stuff, and whatever.
Yeah,
But I
there was
don't
some
go.
discussion about cleaning the mags every time. And I know Heavy B was saying he cleans his mags every time he goes to the range. I don't bother cleaning my mags anymore. So they don't, I mean, I'm not even dropping these on the dirt most of the time, so they're not even getting dirty at all. And if there's some carbon fouling on the inside, it's just like graphite. It's just going to make them work more smoothly until they get completely fouled. Then if they start malfunctioning, I'll strip them and clean them. But I don't bother. These magazines are too difficult to disassemble. Okay. Got this nice little pack at the gun show. Got the Molly, both sides. It's just a cheap little $20 pack, but it fits all my cleaning supplies really compactly. Pull this out.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. I All my cleaning supplies are just in like I have a little like cabinet in my gun room, and I just like throw it in there with a bunch of other crap. And then in my
Well,
range bag, I have a range bag. It's just like got like the one strap, like you kind of toss it over your shoulder or whatever, but it's got like four mag pouches on each side on the outside. And I dedicate like one of those mag pouches for like a rag and a boar snake and like a bottle of CLP. Just if I have to do something like, a lot of times I shoot up north. So it's not necessarily even if I'm like at the range, but if I'm up north for the whole weekend, if I need to clean my gun Saturday night or something to be able to go shooting on Sunday, I could. Like if I was having problems or something. So that's like my little to-go kit is just like that one mag pouch in my range bag.
this would make a good Instagram photo right here.
It would. You should do it, man.
See if I can do this while I'm on air.
Especially with the Gun Channels logo, you'll get reposted for sure.
Yeah, my last one got over 1,000 likes on gun channels. And Marco reposted it.
Yeah. So some of that kind of, I don't know if it's, I don't want to say bugs me is the right word, but it's like all those people like it, and then I look at my page and I have like 7 likes, and I'm like,
Yeah,
really? Obviously, it's a good picture. How come I don't have as many people? Actually, I know why I don't have as many people. I barely post, but
I seem to always pick up at least one follower for every gun channel's repost.
I don't even know how many I have now. Just under 300.
Woohoo!
Oh, screw you.
What?
You are not welcome here, motherfucker.
What did I do?
I finally have a chance. It's an email thing. Only 5 people took the time to email in, and you won?
That's because Dano randomized the 5 winners.
Must because you've been going over to Dano's house late at night and
I ain't going to Chicago. Are you crazy?
yeah.
I like to keep the blood on the inside of my body, thanks.
Been working out your pads recently, I guess. Jeez.
Hey, maybe my check cleared, right?
That was kind of cool though to see. Like when I looked up the answer, that city they started in is the city that my parents live in. So that's kind of cool. It's like, wow, I know where that is.
So that raised your hopes to win, and then it was dashed by Dano's randomizer.
Yeah. Which I mean, come on, you don't do a randomizer on air. I don't buy it.
That makes the victory so much sweeter.
You're a bastard.
Yeah, well, I'm being punished right now. I'm doing menial tasks just to keep busy at work today.
It makes me feel a little better.
Yeah. Sucks. Yeah, that cult question kind of irked me a little bit. I might be wrong, though. I mean, it's just... I saw the answer that Tony gave, and I think I see the source where he might have got that answer. And I read further into that article, and I'm like, wait a minute, that's when he got accepted into Amherst College, and he got kicked out the same year at 16. So, I don't know. You know how some people on YouTube are, where they'll drop comments, they're like, how are you going to do these if you don't even give us the right answers? There's always some douche that'll, like, you know, look for something to call people out on. So.
Yeah, and
we got sick Bob on them for sucking it up.
Well, but it sounds like right now you're being that douche that's calling them out on something.
I just want the answers to be correct. I don't have to be the one that gets them.
Well, that's all right. In my haste, because I saw all these numbers flying in,
Yeah.
I don't know. I was listening on my phone on YouTube, but I was using the chat on my computer. So I don't know if I was delayed or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But so I'm hearing the question. I'm seeing numbers fly. So I'm like, oh, crap. Like, I'm behind. So I jump on. I type in whatever, fucking, like, Colt design age or whatever. And
Yeah.
I was reading the sentence, and I read, Samuel at the age of 6. So I'm like, bam, 6. Well, that's pretty young to design a gun. That's good for him. And then, they keep reading stuff, and then I look back at the page, because it was one of those, like, I just read the summary on Google. I didn't even, like, click on the website or anything. Well, I read back, and, like, I don't know if it was his mom or whatever. It's like some name died of tuberculosis when Samuel was 6.
Mm.
And I'm like, well, I don't think that's the answer then. But I was going to give him mad props for, designing the thing so young.
In mourning his loss of his family, he designs the most, greatest invention of the 19th century.
Yeah. So it was one of those things. As I'm typing it, I'm like, this can't be right, but whatever. I mean, back then, I don't know. I guess there were like little kid blacksmiths that like did crap. It's like it's not like they were in school and stuff. They would always just like work on
apprentices
the
and whatnot. Yeah.
I mean, how old was that guy? Crap, never mind. I was trying to remember that there's some book, Johnny Tremaine or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
He was some like blacksmith dude, and he got silver poured on his hand. It's some book you gotta read, like when you're in high school or something. I don't even know what the hell it is. It's like Revolutionary Times or whatever.
Hey, so Dead Horse was talking about oddball caliber AR uppers, and now I'm like really hot and bothered to find that 454 one. I'm down, man. I want that shit.
Haven't they had that for a while?
I don't know. I mean, it was like the first I ever heard of it.
454. Oh, Casull.
Yeah.
Oh, I was thinking of 450 Beowulf or SOCOM or whatever the fuck is the auto caliber.
Yeah, 458 SOCOM's pretty badass too. I think Dead Horse built one not too long ago. Or he bought a radical upper for it. That's the new Reloader's Wet Dream cartridge too. It's just like 4570, but for an AR platform. You can tune the you can tune the powder charges on there to do just about anything you can imagine. You can subsonic them, you can supersonic them, you can knock over a Velociraptor if you want with one of those.
Yeah, I did some research into ballistics when I was reviewing hunting regulations that said you needed for rifle hunting, you needed a center fire cartridge that would achieve 1,000 foot-pounds of energy at 100 yards. So I was researching all the different calibers that would achieve that. And yeah, it's interesting. There's some different thresholds that you cross over as you go from 223 to 556 to 762 by 39, 300 blackout.
My old man got really annoyed at the last gun show we went to because this guy kept telling him that no, you can't go bird hunting with the new DP12. He was like, "Come on, man! It only fires 2 shots per pull," and he's like, "You still can't use it." He's like, "That's bullshit."
Why is that?
I don't know. It's like they said that it's not. You can't use it for duck hunting. It's not fair.
Well, I'd say duck hunting. I know you have to, at least in Michigan, you have to plug the magazine so it only holds 3 rounds.
Mhm.
But you should be able to put 3 rounds in it, and I guess
Yeah.
what, it shoots twice at a time. I don't know what you're talking about, but
It's a pump action double barrel shotgun, right? It's got like a combat foregrip, and you pump it once, but you
I
pull
saw
the
that
trigger
on
twice.
Demolition Ranch.
Yeah, it's pretty sweet. It's a pretty neat idea. It's just it takes a little getting used to, having to pull the trigger twice.
That's other than the magazine capacity. There's no reason why you wouldn't be able to like plug one magazine completely and plug the other magazine to hold 1 round. Because I forget if it's 3 in the tube or 3 total. I've never been duck hunting.
Probably 3 total. I wouldn't doubt it.
I think it's 3 in the mag, so I think it's 4 total. So you could plug it so you could have 1.
4
Now,
shots. Yeah.
I'm thinking about my shotgun came plugged for duck hunting, and I'm trying to remember like the first couple years when I went deer hunting, I just didn't bother to take the plug out because I'm like, yeah, whatever. And I'm pretty sure I put 1 in the chamber, and then I was able to load 3.
I mean, I sort of get
Maybe
why
not.
they say that.
I can go look in
because
a
it's
minute.
like, they don't want you to, mow down an entire flock and slaughter the whole population or whatever. But then again, if you're hunting for meat and you mow down part of a flock, you could be in and out of that lodge in, 2 hours instead of sitting there all day.
Yeah, well, is there a tag limit? Because that'd be the other thing. If you reach your tag limit on the first flock, then you go home.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. It's a little mix of both. Because fuck it, dude. I'd go, you're duck hunting with an AA-12. Just get the shit over with.
Well, maybe it's because that'd be a little more indiscriminate, and don't you have to like, either only hit males or females or whatever?
I don't know. I don't duck hunt.
I don't either. I remember I've read through the entire hunting handbook a few times, like a few different years, see if there's anything new. And so I read about the duck hunting regulations and stuff, but it didn't really stick 'cause I didn't really care that much. But I thought I remembered like it has to be a certain type. Maybe it's a certain type of duck though that they were talking about.
I mean, I can just imagine some guy pulls in with like a U-Haul truck and it's got like 30 dogs in it. He just uses one 8A12 and all the dogs just spread out and bring them all back.
Well, that's like the just go back to the old school days. Use the punt gun.
Exactly. Oh yeah, that's the one that they like made a certain bird extinct, right?
I don't know about that, but I know they'd wait from all the land, and they had like the one dude was resting the barrel on his shoulder, and the other guy pulled the trigger, and it would just spread out like over the whole lake.
Nice. That's like modern age hunting. It's like that episode of Top Gear where they drove to the North Pole. He's like, "This is exploring." Hell yeah. Well, we can take it to the absurd, you know. I went deer hunting with a drone.
Yeah, no, there's already no hunting with any type of robotic system.
Yeah. And besides, the noise would spook them anyway. Oh.
Right, but we always joked about because like my dad, like he goes up hunting and everything, but he's always like the first one back in the morning. It's like, no, I got cold. I was tired. I came in. You know, we'll go out for the morning. We'll come back for lunch and then go back out in the afternoon. And he's the type that, like, I don't know, whenever the sun goes down, let's say like, 6 o'clock or whatever, he'll go out at like 5 in the evening or whatever. Like, he only wants to be there for a little bit. He goes out early in the morning. He comes back by like, 8:30, 9 o'clock. So we've always joked with him, like, you do more hunting from inside the house. So why don't you set up like a little, tripod with a camera and a remote control, and you can just sit in the house and use like a PlayStation controller.
Hey, you joke about that, but didn't I tell you about that story where my dad went hunting up in Vanderbilt with his family? Like 3 of his cousins were Detroit PD, and they kind of dragged him up there his first hunt. He was really reluctant to go. Like he just had other things to do. And he grabbed I think it was a 270 Weatherby. And he was standing there while they were all talking about where they were going to go the following morning. And he says, "Hey, can I see that rifle real quick?" And he just opens the kitchen window and he shoots like a 5x5 buck right in the front yard. And he's like, "Well, my job's done."
Oh man, don't tell that story to any DNR officer.
Right in the fucking kitchen. I was like, holy shit.
Well, there's a guy up north. He lives like kind of back in the woods, like next to our property.
Hmm.
And there's like it's actually on property that used to be in my family. And anyways, so there's like a little like 2-track road that goes back down through the woods and kind of like around this ridge, and it ends up like it goes out to the blacktop road on the other side. And when that property was sold, they used that thing and turned it into like a dirt road to make like driveways. So there was like 3 cabins back in there. So anyways, we used to walk along that road through the woods, and then once we got off our property, we kind of walked right past his house, and then we went to this other cabin that this guy was building, and my dad like became friends with him and stuff. So we used to always walk back and forth between there. And they had a grandkid that was, I don't know, a couple years younger than me or something. But whenever he was up, I'd go like play with him and we'd go catch frogs and shit, Well, anyways, talking to this guy, he had a bit of a drinking problem, which it's one of those things. Like as a kid, I even knew like, oh yeah, he just like sits in his house all day and drinks. Like that's kind of crazy. But anyway, so he was telling the story. I remember we were talking to him, and he's always like shooting chipmunks and stuff. And he was like, yeah, I just, crack my window open a little bit and stick the 22 out and just shoot them right here from my kitchen. It's like, I just hear them I just hear them crunching the leaves, and I just like kind of lean around the corner and shoot them. And I was like, oh, okay. So I learned after that, every time I was walking like along that trail and had to kind of come across the front of his house and then around the corner,
Make a lot of noise.
yeah, I started singing or whistling or whatever so that he didn't shoot me. because he's like, I hear leaves crunching. I'm just gonna stick this barrel out and start firing.
Fuck that.
I mean, I'm sure he actually looked to see where it was, but yeah, either way, it's like that's a little scary. So
Get off my land. What's that cleaning a Glock over there? I'm looking at this through my phone, so it's tiny. Clay?
Yeah, it's Clay. He's doing some cleaning.
I'm cleaning fucking rust. This is gross. Apparently, the people who shipped us our parts didn't seal these boxes very good, and there's rust on everything. My boss is like, salvage what you can, we'll throw away the rest. I was like, fuck. Yeah, I think I want to take my Alaskan out tomorrow morning. It's been a while since I got to shoot that. 454 through a 2.5-inch barrel is pretty fun. The fireball is incredible, and everyone stops and looks at where the noise came from at the range. Like, what the fuck was that?
Hey, Sean, do you do security systems?
We used to sell like DVR type ones, but the market really fell out on those. So like I carry the parts, but it's not like I do the installations like we used to.
I installed a system myself and picked up everything at Fry's.
Mhm.
Pretty affordable, really top of the line, good system, easy
Yeah.
to use.
Yeah, them and Sam's and what's it called, Micro Center. Once they started doing those bundle kits, it's like shops like mine, they just more or less got out of the business because they just couldn't compete, with the wholesalers. But what's really funny is they kind of got theirs back because you hear it on Rush Limbaugh's show all the time. He has this security system called Simply Safe, and like you don't have to be mechanically inclined whatsoever to install one of those. Everything's like Velcro and stick-on and wireless. So it's pretty neat. It was designed by some guy who wanted a security system in his apartment, but he couldn't drill holes. So, I mean, it was just like evolution, He was like, well, if I can't do that, I'll just do this. And now he's like a multimillionaire.
Yeah, I use magnets. I've got steel parapet flashing because I've got a flat roof. So I just threw some magnets up there and made some mounting plates out of some steel, some flat steel plate.
Is that a 26?
This is a 36.
Oh. Yeah, my phone's kind of tiny.
Well,
or the screen is. So.
Yeah, I mean, all compact, subcompact Glocks kind of look the same in their respective parts.
I've been trying to get on the Rush Limbaugh show on the radio for the last couple of days because he's been giving away iPhone 7 Pluses if he puts you on the air. Shit. Yeah, I've been trying.
This magazine is the tell right here.
Yeah,
6
one
round,
row witness holes.
single stack. Yeah, I bought this gun in 2001. This was my first Glock, my first pistol. It had
As
just come
cliche
out.
as it sounds, my first one was a Walther PPK. And
They've been making that for decades,
Ever.
haven't they?
yeah, since the 30s.
Huh.
Mine was a Smith & Walther that was made in like the mid-2000s. But that whole relationship with that gun, it started off on the wrong foot because my dumbass ordered the wrong one. I wanted the blued one. I ended up with a stainless one. It's like when I went to pick it up, they called me and they were like, your gun's here. So I went to go pick it up. And it was sort of like going on a first blind date and you find a fat chick waiting for you. Kind of have that look like, oh, great, let's get this over with. But I don't know. I kept it for like 4 years, and I ended up trading it off when I bought my 686. I was like, I'll get another one. This time I'll read the damn listing correctly before I add it to my cart and check out. It's a good one.
Yeah, I had been wanting a Glock 30, and I went into the shop, and this was all they had, like literally the only pistol under the counter. For some reason, I think the shop was going out of business, or there had been a mad rush or something. It was 2001, so I don't really remember what was going on back then. But I was like, oh, a Glock, yeah, 45 ACP, that's the one I want.
Cool.
And so I bought it, and then I was like, oh, that's different than what I thought, because I thought, it was going to have a 10-round magazine and all that stuff. But yeah, it turns out that I really fell in love with this thing. It took a while. I had to replace some of the factory parts and a couple of the original magazine followers. But it seems to be doing well. It doesn't like all kinds of ammo. I think this feed ramp is really picky. But with ball ammo, full metal jacket, perfect. I got some of the right carry ammo for it. I just
Does
picked
Lone
up
Wolf
some.
make a barrel for that? Because I know they adjust the feed ramp, and they even modify the chamber slightly so it doesn't bulge the bottom of their cases.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if Lone Wolf makes a barrel, if I even need another barrel. I think I just need to find the right carry ammo that has the right nose geometry. And actually, HST works fine in here. It's just like some of the Winchester doesn't work. Some of the Remington doesn't work. It was the first gun to have the double recoil spring. First Glock to use this. I've only shot this not even 500 times, not even, maybe 200.
It's just broken in. It's really funny. It's like I hear these people, like in my local area, they're always complaining about this gun was a piece of shit and I traded it. I haven't even put 200 rounds through it and I traded it in and all that. And it's like, a lot of the guns I hear them complaining about are ones that you should actually put a couple hundred rounds through first, get everything nice and wore in. Like, I'm less hesitant to trade off something until I put about 700 rounds through it, just to make sure I gave it a fair shake.
Yeah, I've never had a lemon.
I did. My shield was garbage. Hated it. I don't hate the shield, it's just, I have this philosophy that there's two types of people who own shields. Ones who say that the triggers are garbage, and the other ones who swap them out for Apex triggers.
Well, yeah, I swapped out the trigger on my M&P 9 for an Apex, that's for sure.
I was kind of mad when they told me that too. I was like, this trigger's not very good. And they're like, oh yeah, well you can spend another $130 on an Apex trigger and pay us $30 to put it in. And I'm like, that kind of defeats the purpose of why I bought this in the first place.
Yeah, I bought the polymer trigger, and it was only, I think, less than 100. I don't really remember, but it wasn't. Yeah, it wasn't nearly as much as the aluminum trigger, and I was able to do it myself without much problem. I think that one came with 2 types of spring, one for 5 pound and one for like 3.5.
Oh, having the option is always nice.
So yeah, I just kept the 5 pound since that's what all the rest of my pistols are. And it's like, it's like a good Glock trigger.
I wouldn't know. I've never owned a Glock.
Wow. So like it's funny, on gun channels, the people who come in these chats, there's a long list of people who don't like Glocks, and then there's a long list of people who like the Glock 23. And it seems really random, the lists of Glock haters and lovers and how they group.
I don't not like them, and I can't deny how reliable and successful they are. It's just I just never bought one. I mean, after I got my Beretta, I'm like, well, this is pretty good. I'll just stick with this.
Yeah, I was like a big Beretta and Glock fan for the longest time, and I only had one Beretta, but it's a '96 Brigadier, and
Nice.
it's kind of like a special order thing. So I was happy to have that. But then, yeah, I bought the PX4 Storm in 40 also, and so yeah, that thing kicks ass. I love the way I actually qualified with that thing. I love the way that it handles the recoil, and yeah, I want to get more Berettas. They're great. They're beautiful. You know, they're elegant. They're all that. But Glock is just like
Utilitarian to a degree.
Yeah, it's like a 2x4. Just works every time.
Yep. Yeah, I've got 3 Berettas, 2 Storms, 1 compact, 1 subcompact, and then I always wanted one, so I went and I bought a 950 Jetfire.
You got that just a couple weeks ago, right?
Yeah, I took it to the range last Saturday for the first time. It shoots pretty good, but the damn casings go straight up and hit you in the forehead.
Now, is that the Bobcat?
The Jetfire. It's the same design as the Bobcat, I think.
I think my brother has one of those.
It's a good shooter.
Well, it's handy too, right? You can just keep it right there on your desk and nobody will even see it.
It fits in that little pocket on a pair of jeans, like that little backup coin pocket thing. It fits perfectly in there all the way up to the grip.
No kidding.
What's up, G?
Yeah, no.
Made it. Did you see Jimmy's early watch stickers? He showed them off today.
Yeah, where do you get those at?
I think he had Flippy make them. They came out really nice.
Yeah, cool. Flippy.
I did a hashtag in the middle of the show. I was like, Flippy has a use.
Flippy did all our Every Second Matters business cards. He did all the gun channels business cards, and he did all the gun websites business cards, and I never even paid him. I spent all my money for all that. He also did some shirts, some gun channel shirts that just never got off the ground, but he sent me a couple of those too.
So he's got is it a printing business, more or less?
That's what they do. Some kind of, they do wraps also. If I can figure out a way to wrap the van, he said he'd hook me up.
Oh, he does vinyls? That's awesome.
Yeah, he does vinyl and signs and all kinds of that kind of stuff.
I'll bring my Fiat over there and have him wrap the hood in carbon fiber.
Damn, I lost 41 people on Instagram today posting those pictures.
You lost people?
Oh yeah, I lose people more than I get them. Ooh, Dennis, what the fuck? People only like to see porn. That's it.
Huh.
Well, you did dump a whole bunch of those food posts all at once.
Saying
He didn't put the food ones on his own. He put it on his food channel or whatever. That makes
food
sense.
channel's growing. I probably gained more people in the food one than the last gun channels.
Isn't that what you're talking about? What photos are you talking about that you lost?
Gun websites.
I remember, when did you post
photos-
on websites that would piss people off?
All those pictures of people today.
Oh, with like, I remember now, like Masada Youb and different people.
Oh, that's right, all the
Let me ask you
SHOT
something
Show
since you're here. All right, so every time I mention that thing about being, my preference to a double action, single action trigger, and I tell you about I like the option of second strike capability, you always answer with, second strike gets you killed. What do you mean?
I mean, the Masada Youb can give you contextual examples of people that have died with that situation. Because in a situation where you're under stress, you're going to just pull on that trigger. So you get a dead one, and your gun doesn't click, and your reflex is to cycle a new round. Mm-hmm. You get shot, and you get killed. So it's the potentiality that I won't accept.
See, like my habit when I shoot is to double tap on the target. So if it doesn't go off the first time, my trigger's already being pulled the second time anyway. But I mean, that's just the way I've been practicing, I guess, at the range. I've never had a dead round in my Beretta, but you know, should that have ever happened, it's going to get hit twice before I give up on it. But I guess I could see that someone might do that and just get shocked by the fact that it didn't go off, and then just sit there for a second, and that gets me.
Well,
Yeah.
you don't realize what's happening. You're pulling the trigger, and if you would have asked that person if they're still alive, or if you ask somebody who's able to be reviewed after, they're just going to say, "Yeah, I was shooting." But then you say, "Okay, that you shot one round, and you hit the dead round 8 times." You don't have the wherewithal to know if you're shooting. This stuff all happens in an instant.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Sean, to give you some perspective, if you train with the Glock, you'll get used to that sound of the dead trigger going click, and you know immediately that you have to go into tap rack bang mode to get that gun back working again. There's no ever any thought of, oh, I'll just pull the trigger again, because you know that the trigger's already back and it's not going to be able to be pulled again. See?
Right, but I mean, I have a hammer fired gun, so I mean, if I pull the trigger a second time, the hammer's going to go back, smack it again.
You're expecting that round to work on the second hammer ignition.
Right, I guess if it doesn't go off the second time, yeah, I would be dead.
Or like as G was just saying, I guess some people just think of it as like a double action revolver and just keep pulling that trigger. I don't know why they would do that, but.
No, I get it. I mean, I could see how that, you know, if they don't try to initially double tap anyway on their target, and they're only thinking they're going to take that first shot and it doesn't go off, they're going to sit there dumbfounded. They're around the corner. Yeah.
But that's another weird thing.
No,
like,
you're right.
If you're doing a double action, single action, expecting to get a double tap off right off the bat, that's a kind of a trick because you got the long trigger pull and then the short trigger pull. So that's also
6A.
a challenge.
6A.
Oh, yeah. And the box. Yeah, I saw it.
There you go.
Thank you.
Workplace problems. So that shotgun pull thing was a bit of a surprise.
Really?
Yeah, I really thought, like, I nominated the M4, the Benelli, it's a fantastic shotgun, and then because I didn't want to mention the AA-20 just because civilians can't go out and buy one, but then all of a sudden everyone started saying AA-20, so I didn't even vote for my nomination. I voted for the AA-20, and all of a sudden Remington won. I'm like, holy shit!
No, the Mossberg one.
Or the 590, yeah. I'm like, Jesus. Haters.
Yeah, I mean, the Glock really is a beautiful machine. It's got some really nice lines. It's got a really nice feel to it. It just feels like business.
Someone once told me it's basically the Ford F-150 of pistols. All Ford versus Chevy jokes aside, I mean, you get the idea.
Yeah, but it's, I don't know, if comparing it to a truck is really...
Well, you know, just functional, utilitarian, rugged, durable, reliable, that kind of thing.
It's more like a Volkswagen.
Yeah, but you never really consider a Volkswagen a tool. Maybe the guy driving one, but as I bought my dad
DB
one.
hear that.
I bought my dad one, so it's funny. Every car I get him, he always says it's the best car he ever had. And then I trade it in a couple of years, and I buy him another one. And he's like, "Oh, it's the best car I ever had."
So in your PX4 Storm Compact, are you able to do the decocker only conversion?
Yeah, I can type G it if I want.
Have you considered doing that?
Yeah, I'm gonna do both the compact and the sub.
Oh, you can do that with the sub as well.
It's the same kit.
Yeah, I did it to my full size. I don't think I even needed a kit. I think I just took out that little detent ball, and that was all it took.
Oh yeah, that'll do it.
I was able to reuse the roll pin and everything.
Yeah, I think the kits are like $49, and it comes with lower profile wings because they do stick out pretty much or pretty bad on the storms.
Oh yeah, they're
They
sharp
snag
for
like
sure.
hell.
But it's kind of like the theory with an RMR, slide mounted RMR, when you just go to hand over racket, you have just more stuff to grab onto.
Oh yeah.
And it may hurt to rack it, but that's the last thing you're going to be thinking about. Oh, my finger and thumb hurt.
That's what I used to say
Especially
after
if you're
putting
wearing
about 30
gloves.
rounds through my LCR.
You know, if you're wearing gloves, you're not going to feel anything. But yeah, I think the LCR is a pretty soft shooter. I don't feel
Not
really
my
any pain.
357.
I shoot that one.
Actually, G's
Oh no,
got
yeah,
one
mine's
too.
a 38.
Yeah, G's got one too. He knows
Mine's
that.
38.
About 30 rounds into it. It's not like petting puppies, that's for sure.
No, I never shot the 357 LCR. I got a
It's like,
GP 100. That's a heavier, much heavier gun. That thing's fun to shoot. Don't you have one of those?
Which one?
GP 100?
No. That's the one I don't
Someone
have.
else.
Now my Ruger's a little bit bigger and a whole lot heavier.
You have a Ruger 357 steel frame?
I have a Ruger Super Red Hawk Alaskan in 454 Casull.
Okay.
Monster.
Is that the one with like the barrel that looks like it was kind of bolted on?
It's got the slab-sided barrel, the flat top.
Okay.
It's pretty sweet.
Yeah, I was looking at getting one of those about a year.
Awkward.
I was like, what the hell happened, man? Everyone just left?
No, like all of a sudden it just said there was a room error. It just took a shit.
Oh, that's weird.
He'll be back.
It's like, I know I was only half paying attention, but all of a sudden it was like, brr, 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 brr. And I glanced over and there's like no one else in the room. I'm like, what happened?
See?
Okay.
No, I was
good.
saying about my
Carry on.
454 is they're a bargain right now because, you know, a lot of people, they see it and they're scared of it, but they don't realize you can just put 45 Colts in there and have at it all day. I mean, when I bought mine, it was about $950. Now they're selling for like 800, 750, you know, probably on the used market, but I mean, they're great guns. They polish out real nice too. And the grips are fantastic. It uses a tamer grip like the LCR and like the 500 Magnum, but it's even thicker. Like if you take the grip off, there's this thick blue silicone insert on the Ruger one. It's really, really comfortable to shoot. And the fireballs are just incredible. Like I can blow fire rings 10 yards down the range every shot. .642?
Yeah.
The predecessor to the LCR.
Yeah, you know, this doesn't even hurt me that much to shoot. Just regular 38 specials.
Mhm.
it doesn't hurt that much. Once you learn how to just grip it down low here and really just mash your grip around that rubber.
Yeah.
The only problem is you got to modify where you put your thumbs. So you don't
I always
catch
cross my thumbs because I mean I started on wheel guns, so I overlap my left thumb over my right one.
like that.
The other way. I put my left over the right.
Oh,
Over
right.
the knuckles. Like, yeah, just like that.
Oh,
No, the other way. That way.
Huh.
It takes a little getting used to, but yeah, with my LCR, I'd range with 357s, but pretty much, you know, daily carry, I was only using 38 plus Ps. I mean, those aren't no slouch anyway, but the beautiful thing about the LCR is how easy you can learn to stage that trigger. Because, you know, it's double action only, but you can stage that thing and hold it all day long. Yeah, like that.
yeah, the LCR is definitely a smoother trigger than the J-frame. But I'm hoping that with some practice, I can smoothen this one out too. Already getting there. Yeah, Dead Horse gave me some good tips about how to index off of your offhand to stage that last.
Oh, to hold your finger in place?
Hammer drop, yeah. Because really all the weight is right up front. And once you get that out of the way, it's fairly steady. Now, I also painted the sights a little bit. I don't know if you can see in this light, but I painted a black on the rear and orange on the front, and that is helping. It's probably twice as good now. Although I think I would have liked to maybe have white on the front instead of that orange. It's still pretty highly visible.
So, you know, if that was a Beretta Pico, I'd be hearing the sound of the firing pin hitting the wall across from you.
I did put snap caps in here. I don't know if you noticed that or not, but I do have, what are these? I think it's just a piece of polymer. Yeah, it's just a polymer insert where the primer would be.
That's good ones and bad ones. Yeah, I may stop on my local on the way home. He called me earlier while we were doing the daily show, and he was like, "Hey, I got this Polish P64 here. It's got 6 magazines, a holster, and a Plano pistol case." He's like, "I'll let you have it for, I think it was $339, which, I mean, if you bought the pistol itself from like Classic Firearms or something, it was originally like $269, but it was only with 1 magazine. And this one's got 6 and 2 and a case and a holster. So I'm like, well, maybe I'll go look at it. This one's too far gone. You're muted, by the way.
Yeah, I'm wondering if Smeggy is getting jealous with all this revolver love.
Oh, here we go. Revolver shaming again. Nah, he just hadn't found one he likes yet.
Oh, Yippee revolvers. They're so amazing.
If you're ever in my neck of the woods, Smeggy, I'll let you shoot my night guard. Then you'll come around. You'll be like, oh, this is actually pretty cool.
I mean, again, I don't understand how just when I say something like I don't prefer them or I don't like, it's like whatever. Well, how that
Yeah.
somehow means that I hate them or something. It just they're
Just that's not your
okay.
preference.
Yeah, I've shot a few revolvers. I've shot some kind of cool ones. I shot a big the the Ruger Red Hawk and the Black Hawk, the 41 Magnum and the 44 Magnum.
Dead horses?
No, my ex-father-in-law's.
That's cool.
So it's like that was kind of neat because it's like, wow, look at this like big ass thing, and
Yeah.
you definitely can respect the power of like the 44 Magnum and shit. Like, wow,
Ooh,
that's
yes.
cool. But it's just, I don't know, like the way the grips are, they feel kind of weird in my hand, and it just the balance is weird, and I don't know, whatever.
They do
Like,
tend to want to dip a little bit. Like my
Like I said,
44, I put all the weights up front, so it is odd.
if someone wants to give me one, I'm not going to be like, ew, gross, no. But at this stage in my collection, it's not high on the list. I'll get one eventually, probably.
Yeah, I want to get another night guard. I want to get the, it's funny. It's called the Model 357, but it's actually in 41 Magnum. They're pretty rare. It's one of the lowest production ones they made. They're magical things. I mean, there's a lot of guns that were designed after the night guards, like Island's TRR-8 is basically my gun with a longer barrel. That's all it is. And then those 340 PD lightweights or whatnot, or the 360. I think it's a 360, the one that's Flippy got. It's the same principle. It's that lightweight frame, but his is a J-frame version. It's too far gone.
Yep. So what are you setting up now? A revolver cleaning?
I'm just playing
Actually,
around.
I need to do that when I get home. I still haven't cleaned the coon rings off the cylinders.
Well, you let a raccoon play with your revolver? That doesn't seem very safe.
No, it just, you know that when,
They
you,
have
when the powder
opposable
burns
thumbs,
against
dude.
the...
They could shoot someone.
No, it's the burnt powder on the front of the cylinder. It leaves these perfect rings around the forcing cone. They remind me of raccoon's eyes. I just call them coon rings. But they're a real bitch to get off. But that's the price of admission, so it is what it is. It's easy on the 500 because the cylinder is just so fucking big that on the 44 it's a little more finicky, and on the 357 it's just a downright pain in the ass. And on my night guard, it's a real pain in the ass because it's melanite finished, so it's like you can't scrub too hard, like too scared to fuck it up. Trying to keep that gun as mint as possible. So do we know what tonight's Friday Night Sights is going to be about yet?
I have no idea.
Gotta figure how much liquor to buy on the way home for it.
For you, I'd say a case.
Shit. I think I'll just get a 4-pack of Golden Jack. That'll do it.
It's like that supernatural quote. I don't know if you watched that show, but when the one dude he was an angel or whatever, and he like starts living on Earth, and they see him, he's like super drunk. They're like, "What the hell happened?" He's like, "I found these things. They're called liquor stores." And he goes, "Yeah, and I drank it." I guess angels have better metabolism or something, though. But yeah, some days I feel like that. It's like, what happened? Oh, I found a case of beer, and I drank it. Oh, well, shit, I haven't really drank in a while. Oh, I don't
Me
know.
neither. It's been like 10 hours or 20 hours. I was watching all the what's his name? Craig Sager tributes yesterday on TNT because he died here in my area at MD Anderson Cancer Center, so it's kind of a big deal. Dude fought leukemia for 3 years. He had 3 bone marrow transplants and chemotherapies. He was in remission twice, and it came back a 3rd time and finished him off. Oh, this one's good. I'm officially into overtime now.
You're into overtime doing busy work.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm looking at this box of shit that I'm going through, and there's only like 20 left. It'd be kind of lame just to walk out and leave 20 and have to pick up on them Monday when I don't want to do it. So I figure I just get it over with now. That's like my mantra in life. Like, it's going to be on my headstone. It'll just say, let's get this shit over with. Ooh, that's melted. That's garbage. And if I can find a good deal on a HD quick cam tomorrow, then I could probably do a reloading video or chat on Sunday. I can do like 44 Magnum or something. Got 80 rounds I can go through. If I take the 454 out tomorrow, I'll just do 2 calibers.
When are you going back to Alaska?
I might be going in the 3rd week of January. Maybe this year. I'm not sure if I'm going yet or not. I want to pick up my, because I'm about to pay off my 1895 SBL. So once that's done, I can actually take collection of it and bring it home. So if I do that, because Matt and I are trying to go for the same rifle right now. Not the exact rifle, I mean, this is the same model. So it's sort of like a offhanded race of who actually takes delivery first. I really want it. It's my Jurassic Park rifle, so. Like I already got the sling and the optic for it that match the movie. And the place I'm buying it from has a Quigley rifle too, the Shiloh Sharps 1873. And they definitely let me know that they've got it. They called me at work in the middle of the day. They're like, hey, we got that Quigley rifle here. I'm like, how much? Like $2,500. I'm like, you can keep it. I wonder if Pietta's going to be back at SHOT Show this year. The Italian gun maker. I'm sure they're getting a lot of shit for not divulging any information on why they haven't released that Colt Python clone yet. It's only been 2 years.
Was I roboting earlier?
Not that I can tell. It's been kind of quiet though.
These guys are talking about me out in the external chat. I'm just trying to figure out what they're talking about.
Look at that. Smiggy dropped out of his own chat.
That was weird.
Oh, you got booted out of your own chat. Or did you get that error like I got earlier where it just said like call error and it just dropped out?
No, I refreshed on my own. I heard a little bit of hissing in my headset, and then I glanced over and like my computer screen was like completely black, and then it like flashed back up, and then I couldn't hear anything, and I'm not sure if you guys could hear me or not, but
No, it's been quiet on your end for a while.
I was sitting there talking. I was like, "What the fuck? Huh? Can you guys still hear me?" Well, and I wasn't hearing nothing, so then I just refreshed.
Hmm.
But I don't think that was a Hangout one. Like that was my whole computer.
Were you trying to sleep?
No, I mean it's plugged in and shit.
Shit, I can't use this box? Got my fingerprints on it. Have to send that one to Night Strike. Maybe he'll get a clue. Haha.
Ha ha ha! You're funny.
So funny. Like, this is what giving fingerprints looks like. Enjoy this box with my thumbprint on it. Almost done. I'm already mentally making my beer menu for the drive home. Yeah, so my old man has no idea what to get my mom this year for Christmas. It's like I already bought her something, so I just have to wait for it to get delivered here at the shop. I keep asking my old man, I'm like, so what are you going to get her this year? He's like, I don't know. I usually wait for her to tell me to buy something. I told him to buy her one of those Tiffany Glocks. She'll put the anklet on and tell him to take back the gun. Okay. One of the homes finished. Got 4 to go.
Yep.
Now I hear you.
Yeah, I'm a little distracted here, but I figured no one else is really talking either.
Playing warships?
No.
I've been having some really off days in there, so it's like sometimes you get in, you just can't even steal a win.
I haven't played that in a while, actually.
I usually log off for the night if I have like 3 terrible losses, kind of a thing. I'm like, okay, it's not my night. And then usually the next day I come back and I'm pretty good. So it's a balancing thing. I got a pretty good day yesterday. I ended up breaking even though, which was frustrating. I did shoot down 20 planes in my first battle with the Iowa though. That was nice. And I got like, I think 3 kills. That one felt good. I got an update coming up pretty soon too. Oh, this will work. Nope.
I like that left thumb over the right. That actually gives you a really nice purchase right in here at the top of the grip.
Yep.
And then
And the nice
when
thing is it's the same for every Smith & Wesson because the way that grip's designed, even with the X frame where it's got the back strap covered, that little ear on the side is the same on all of them. So it's like you don't feel, it doesn't feel different between the frames. You know, the thickness is a little different, but the way it feels under your right thumb is the same every time.
And then you can just kind of build up
Mhm.
into that stack with your trigger finger.
Yeah.
Until you stage it out, and just it's like a stop, it's like a trigger stop.
You can kind of compensate the recoil that's coming too, like depending on how hard you squeeze your right thumb. If you put your right thumb on that ear and then you squeeze your left thumb over it, you sort of push down on that ear a little bit, and it helps keep it in check, more or less, or near the ear of it, I guess. Like I took my 44 out for the first time since February, and I was drilling a hole like the size of maybe a nickel at it was the first time I shot it in 10 months, and I'm like, well, that's good. You know, I got away from it for a while just because I was getting too complacent with going like all the time, and I was just kind of rushing through my sessions. So like I was just kind of throwing fundamentals out the door, and that's never a good thing. So I walked away from it for a little while. That way I just forget all my bad habits. And when I came back for the first time, it was like the only thing I remembered was the fundamentals, and I was right back on target. And on that note, I'm all done for the day. I'm going to get the hell out of here and go buy some beer. But I'll see you guys later when I get back to the house.
All right, man. Take it easy.
Right on.
All right. If I don't see you when I get back, I'll see you on Friday Night Sights.
Now I got no one to talk about revolvers with.
Oh, bummer. Because I certainly don't know anything about revolvers.
You telling me you wouldn't want one of these pretty little things right here?
Eh? It's not high on my list.
I don't know how anybody could not want one of these things. Timeless.
Ugh.
Have you ever shot one of these?
It depends. Which one's that?
It's a J-frame. It's a concealed hammer, double action only, airweight aluminum frame. It's a 5-shot 38 special plus P Smith & Wesson J-frame. 642, also 442, the blued version. You probably never even shot one of these. You don't even know what you're missing.
So, is it like one of these? Kinda? Pachoo, pachoo, pachoo!
What? You what?
What?
You said you didn't have a revolver.
I don't own a revolver.
Holy smoke, you got one right there.
Yeah. I've shot
That's the
revolvers
shrouded
before.
hammer.
It's the, yeah.
Yeah, see, that's probably even better because you can still activate that for single action.
Yeah, it's just the little 38.
So you were lying the whole time. You have a revolver in your possession.
In my possession, yes. It doesn't mean I own one, though.
Well, I imagine you've shot it then as well.
I have shot it, yes. He was nice enough to let me shoot it. I also have one of these in my possession, but I would never say that I own this.
Is it a Keltec?
No, it's the High Point.
Oh, right, High Point.
Let's get the kind of sticky mag release, but yeah, little 9mm.
High Point carbine.
Yep. And also, I don't know if you remember Matt's chat from before either, when XD's got so much hate.
What's that, the compact?
Yeah, this is the XD9 subcompact.
Subcompact.
But then it comes with like the magazine that has, you know, adds to it a little bit so you can actually get a full grip. I don't mind it like this. But when you got this one in there, I mean, I guess I can kind of squeeze all my fingers up onto it, but like it's pushing it a little.
Yeah, that model didn't even make it out of the box in the voting. It got struck down before it even had a chance. And one thing they were...
Well, what I really don't
commenting-
like about it is this little
Yeah, there's
doohickey
no
right
need
here.
for that.
I mean,
No need for
it
grip
digs
safety.
into your hand, like right in here, so it's not comfortable. And what if you kind of grab it, you know, like this or something, where your thumb's down? Like, I'm not pushing it all the way in because I'm not
It's
all
just
the way up
another
in
point
here.
of failure. Yeah.
Yeah, and if you're hurt or something, and you just kind of like grab it and you try and use it, it's like, no, unless you are right up in there, you can easily not be pushing it.
Well, two
any
things.
way.
One is that one drawback that I see for that gun that I don't think was mentioned the other night is the high bore access on top of all of the other detriments. The high bore access is
Oh,
not helping at all.
Yeah, that's true, because it's like way up here.
But the grip, it's funny, when I took CCW class, the instructor broke out one of those as an example of a gun that she preferred because it had that extra safety. And so she's showing the class and saying, this is an example of a gun with a grip safety that's going to make it safer, because if you don't have your hand on it, it won't go off. And I just wanted to like speak out and just say, yeah, but if you're not going to have your hand on the gun, you're not going to be pulling the trigger. It's not going to be shooting anyway. Then I went through that whole process in my head, and I was like, just let her believe
Right.
what she's telling the class, and let her put that gun away and move on to the next subject, because I don't want to go anywhere near that.
Like here. Okay, actually, I'm not really on it. This is kind of hard with the laptop, but okay, my hand's not on it. It's not going to go off. That's a true statement. But
Yeah, she had to like
what?
specifically hold it, pinching
got
the
no
side of the
safety.
grip with a finger and thumb. And I'm like, why would you ever grab a gun like that? What is the purpose of holding
Yeah.
it so daintily?
this is never going to go off if I don't touch it either.
Yeah, she was holding it like this. Like this. She was like, look, when I can pick it up and it's safe. just like, there's so much wrong with what you're telling the class, but I don't even care.
Right. Well, and that's one of those things. I mean, that is maybe people that are new and they're nervous about it or something like that. If it makes them feel better, like, oh, it's got this little extra safety, like, then okay. But that's the whole thing, is like, I'm not sure if it's coming up right, but like, if you're grabbing it off the ground and you don't, like I said, you're injured or you're fighting and someone's wrestling for it and you're trying to get your finger in there, well, if you're not exactly pushing it, you're screwed. Like, you can very easily just not being all the way up there, just like this. If you're holding it just like this, it's not pushed in all the way. It's not going. So, you know, it's like, and you're right. Yeah, you could pick the gun up like this and it's not going to go off. But
What gun are you talking about? Who's got a 1911?
No, the XD.
Oh,
I was getting.
I guess the reason why like Texas Rangers and shit would pin their fucking grip safety was because if they ever got shot in their arm or their forearm or their fucking, I don't know, or they were fucking dying and they didn't have enough, like, I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, that's why they were pinning them. A lot of guys were using rubber bands from what I read too. So like they might not have pinned them, but they were using rubber bands to make sure that they were always pressed.
I've seen people do that in competition.
Mm-hmm.
How about this one, DB?
There was a reason for it though. They were paranoid.
You see this one? High point?
You got a high point with a grip safety?
No, this one doesn't have a grip safety. It's got a forward grip though.
Oh, okay. Nice. I don't know.
Oh, you're not
Fucking
looking
no.
at the screen or something? It's my buddy's
No,
High Point carbine.
Streets. Oh, High Point carbine.
Yeah.
They're a different story. They're like the AK-47 of High Points.
So no, Clay was giving me shit, and he's all like, "I bet you've never even shot a revolver before." And I was
A
like,
revolver?
"That's funny." So I pulled out my.
Can I tell you guys my fucking revolver story in a fucking nutshell? I'm pissed off like a motherfucker, dude. So I was going to use my Christmas bonus to buy a fucking goddamn revolver because I had a 642. It had issues. I talked to Yankee about it one night. I sent that shit in to Smith. It took them 4 fucking weeks to get it back to me. And they, in the notes, so I bought a brand new 642 last year, like right around March, April. Took it to the range, put like 15 fucking rounds through it. It locked up tighter than a fucking bank vault. Like it was done. You know what I mean? Like I had to fucking like hammer the fucking cylinder out. So I sent it back to them. 4 weeks later, they sent it back and they said like, fixed timing, replaced hand. Like now good to go or whatever. So I was like, all right, cool. And then I didn't want it anymore. Like honestly, for me, it's like when a fucking gun goes back to the factory for like whatever reason, I don't know. That's like superstition, I guess. I don't like it.
You just kind of lose trust in them, probably.
Yeah, I just fucking don't like it. So then I gave that one to a fucking relative or whatever afterwards. So it worked. You know, we tested it out. I just didn't want it. So then I was like, you know, I justified buying a shield, the Smith & Wesson shield. So I bought a fucking Smith & Wesson shield, go to the range, swear to fucking God, it was like failure to extract every magazine. A failure to extract, which creates what they call a double feed, which is one of the worst malfunctions a semi-automatic gun can have, right? Because it's a round going into an empty brass that's still in the chamber. So I sent it back to them. Cock-sucking Smith & Wesson, dude. I sent it back to them. 4 or 5 weeks later, I get the fucking gun back. They say in the notes it says replaced extractor, polished chamber, and feed ramp. Okay, same thing. I fucking sold. You know, it worked fine, great. So I bought another shield, by the way. Like I wanted a shield so bad that I was like, I'll just buy another one. I'll sell this one and I'll buy another one. I bought another one, it worked. Okay, so flawlessly. So, okay, that one's fine. So like 2 days ago, I go get a fucking Smith & Wesson 642, brand new. No lock, brand new. I go to the range like yesterday. I put fucking 60, 70 rounds through it. The gun is like a fucking magic trick, dude. It is shooting like 4 to 5 inches left, no matter what I do. Like, not bench resting it, but, you know what I mean? So, not bench resting the fucking thing, but like, this fucking guy. Hold on a second. Anyway, the guy, you know, so now I got to send it back to fucking Smith, and they're telling me it's 4 weeks.
Well, is it possible that you're pulling the trigger?
No, it's not a possibility. I'm not saying I'm the best shot in the fucking world. It's not a possibility, dude.
Because I was getting groups to the left last time I shot.
No way.
And I was kind of all over the place, but I was definitely getting like a group just left of center.
Yeah.
And I mean, it could be the ammo you're using. What kind of ammo were you using when it locked up and you had to send it back?
This ain't the same gun. That was
No, but,
absolutely the gun's fault. That was a piece of shit that left the factory.
But what kind of ammo were you using? I'm just curious.
That was Blazer Brass and Federal. So there's absolutely, the gun locked up. They replaced the hand and fixed the timing. That had nothing to do with the ammo. The zip.
Because I had that problem with this gun.
Okay.
When I first bought
I
it,
just want to tell you guys, Smith & Wesson's quality control is in the fucking shitter. It's
this
just
thing
in the
locked up
shitter.
the first time I went to the range, and I was shooting Hornady critical defense. And
That's
man,
the
those things are
highest
hot.
quality ammo you can buy.
But they're really hot out of such a small gun, and I think that's why it locked up. I was able to wiggle it free, and then it never happened again. So
No, I'm telling you, Smith & Wesson, plus the side plate on this brand new one, I didn't even notice it, so I had to fucking box it up to send it into these fuckers. The side plate usually looks like it's one piece, like you can't even see the line in it.
Yeah, mine's
This
nice
shit
and
is
smooth.
all fucking marred up, dude. I have had it. I spoke to like a customer service rep today, and I was noticing that when I was like, oh my God, I'm boxing this fucking thing. This is the third Smith & Wesson I bought. It's the third one that has had to go back to the factory. I'm not saying I'm the best shot in the world, but I'm not the fucking worst. I was shooting at 21 feet. I brought it in to like 10 feet. And then at the end, I was like, let me see, at 5 feet. Like, let's just bring this fucking target all the way in. And I just rested my arms on the bench. And dude, it's like a magic trick. It's like consistently like 4 to fucking 5 inches to the left. It is, and I'm talking perfect sight picture, perfect sight alignment.
Just train
slow
to aim at
trigger.
the edge of the guy.
You gotta
and
be
hit him
fucking
perfect.
kidding. No, dude, you know what I told the guy? 80% of the shooters wouldn't even have noticed this in America. So they're just sending shit out, dude. I know it. Like, they're garbage.
So look at this target I have in my picture here. Do you see that little group in the upper left, just outside the black?
Yeah.
That was where most of my rounds were going. And is that kind of where yours were going at 10 yards?
Yeah. Oh, not even 10 yards,
Right,
dude. 20. I did 7 yards. I did 10 yards. I did 5 feet. So
But you can see
I
there
looked
also
at the
a bunch
barrel.
right
It was
at the top.
I looked at the fucking barrel. It wasn't canted that much, but it was definitely kind of twisted. And
Are you staging the trigger?
hell yeah. Yeah, hell yeah. I've had others. I've had other 642s. I had never had this problem.
So
like I've
my
had
other
642s that could hit bullseyes.
My other question is that if the side plate was so messed up, isn't that something you should have noticed before you bought it?
Probably. I mean, maybe when I shot it, it was you know, sometimes like gunpowder, not powder, a carbon will like kind of seep out of that area. You wipe it off, you can still like it still looks like a hairline laser line. You know, like I have no clue. I should have probably been paying more attention. I was more paying attention to Smith & Wesson's notorious, like, barrels are fucked up when they're pressed in the gun. So when the lady at the gun shop brought it out, I was, like, examining the fucking barrel and making sure it wasn't twisted in there, like, wrong. And, man, I'm just saying, dude, 3 out of 3 fucking guns? This isn't my imagination, dude. This is a Shield, a 642, and now a second 642. And I'm sure the problem is that I would say 98% of people would have just been like, well, this is a snubby. They're not supposed to be accurate, you know, or some dumb shit. Like, that's bullshit. You know, you at 5 feet, 6 feet, you should be able to hit something like where you're fucking aiming, dude. There's no excuse for that kind of shit. So, you know, a brief Google search just shows up so much bullshit lately in the last couple of years. So it's not even like, you know, it's just, I know Google and how it works. Oh, the internet. People only go on the internet to complain. I didn't go on the internet to complain. I just Googled it. And there's like enough shit in the Smith & Wesson forums and all over the place that are like, yeah, dude, their quality control is in the shitter. And I guess they're cranking so much shit out that it's one of these situations where they'd rather have you send it back in than to get it right. You know, and it's fucking sad. Because I know like years and years ago, there was a whole like phenomenon of crooked canted barrels into the frame. the way they were screwed in. And that was a legitimate thing. And they were okay with it. You know, having people send it back. Because you know what? Most people won't even notice it. They just don't care. They bought it and they put it away and that was it. They stare at it once a year. They fondle it. And I'm just pissed because this is probably my third 642. And I've never had this thing where it's like consistently left, like very consistently. Anyway, that was my rant. Very pissed.
Well,
I'm super pissed, dude. Plus, they're closing down their factory. And the last time I sent something back to them, it's always 4 to 6 weeks with them. It doesn't make fucking sense. Like I know they're popular, but so are other companies. And they shouldn't have a 6 week turnaround, man.
Have you considered getting Ruger LCR?
Yeah. I just, for some strange reason, I just like 642s better. I think they're like smaller.
Yeah, they are.
They're just a little bit smaller, and to be kind of like superficial, the history there and the way it looks and shit, whatever. I'm just
the LCR is by far a more accurate gun, though.
Oh, I bet. Yeah, I mean, I've never had a problem with accuracy with snubbies. Like, I've never, like, I could bullseye with that shit at like a certain distance, like no problem.
Well,
as long as I stage the trigger.
With the snubby every time you use a urinal, so you got the best practice of all.
I was waiting for one of those guys to be like, "Oh, well, you don't understand. It's a J-frame. It's meant to be whatever." Like, shut up. Like,
so are you using 130 grain ammo?
They were 135s, I think, and I think the full metal jackets were 135. And the guy at the factory was like, "Oh, well, we tested with 158 grain." I don't give a fuck, dude. At 5 feet, 6 feet, come on, you shouldn't be 6 inches to the left, bro. 4 or 5 inches to the left. That's kind of weird, you know what I mean? Like, grain weight makes a difference, but I think most of the time it's high or low. Like, it's not that crazy far off, man. I did Plus
Sure.
P, I did HST, Gold Dot. I had the American Eagle ball in there. I don't think I had 158. And I'm just pissed at them, dude. Like,
did you consider maybe just making it a dedicated snake gun and just putting some CCI shot shells in there and calling it?
I can invest more money in a gun that doesn't work and put like a Crimson Trace grips, and then adjust the laser like properly, and that would be fine. But I don't want something that's shooting like that. I don't know if it's the fucking crown. I don't know if it's the forcing cone, or I don't even know if that would be a
there's
thing.
really not that much of a crown on these barrels. There's not much of a crown to speak of whatsoever. The LCR, it's got that stainless barrel insert that is really nicely crowned. And in addition to the decent sights and the smoother trigger pull with the Hogue Tamer grip, it's a much better. I'm gonna say it's a much more accurate revolver. But I do prefer the J-frame for pocket carry because of this nice tiny grip and the overall small trigger guard, the way it's tapered in the front. It just goes into the pocket holsters, in and out of the pocket a lot easier. And I'm not expecting to get into any long-range gun battles with this. If anything, it's going to be up close and personal. I like the shiny, stainless aluminum color. So if I do just have to pull it out, then it's really visible as to what it is. Yeah, it's classy. I like the classy aspect of the Smith & Wesson. I'm really glad I bought this one. I don't shoot it that often. But yeah, I am just dry firing it right now just to try and loosen that trigger up a bit and get used to how to stage it, even one-handed. It's not that hard. You just have to be really conscious. You have to be really aware of your trigger control.
Well, 3 out of 3, dude. I mean, I got paperwork to prove it. You know what I mean? Like failure to extract, failure to extract. Fucking, we replaced the extractor, polished the chamber, polished the feed. Polishing the chamber so that like your fucking weak ass extractor can like, have an easier time yanking a fucking brass out, and then that fucking 642 that locked the fuck up, and it might not have ever happened again once I fucking knocked the fucking cylinder out. And then in that thing was like fixed, time, repaired the gun, like fixed timing, replaced the hand. That's the thing that spins the fucking cylinder. So it's not like they're sending them back to me like, you have OCD, you're tripping, like you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. They're legitimate things. And 3 out of 3, that's just not, it's not acceptable, man. I'm done. I'm done with them. I am finished. Looking at the forum posts on Smith & Wesson forum, it's like constant, like, they sent the gun back to me. They said it's fine, and it's still happening. Like whatever problem it is, like, and the 4 or 5 week turnaround is unacceptable, man. It's just too much. That's some bullshit. And then I don't know. That's just me. Warning to anyone who gives a shit: be careful about fucking Smith now. Not sure what the fuck they're doing. Yankee just did a little pretty revolver video, and he's like, "Look, the fucking things don't even match." Like, you know what I mean? Like, what did he do? Like, his bluings weren't matching and shit.
Yeah,
and
they
like,
fixed it for him though.
I know, but dude, he's Yankee Marshall. He can say, "Yo, dude, I got followers. I'm on YouTube. Like, get it done." Because I'm sure maybe he did have to wait 6 fucking weeks. 5 weeks.
I think he did have to wait because I remember the videos came out where he was talking to the guy. And they were like, okay, well, send it in. It's going to be a little bit, or we'll look at it.
Yeah, either way, I'm just saying they're fucking really need to get their head out of their ass. They're just probably cranking them out, man. Like,
but you're right, and especially on something like that, because from in Yankees' point of view,
that was a performance
thing
center.
Worked fine. So I bet you even people with that are like, oh, this front part's shiny and the back part's dull. Okay, cool. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like that's most people wouldn't care.
No, and most people wouldn't even know what it's supposed to look like. You know what I mean? Most people don't. I mean, I told the guy today, the guy was telling me, did you bench rest it? Fucking dude, listen to me. I'm not the worst shot in the world, but I'm not, I'm not saying I'm the best, but come on, dude. This thing is like a magic trick. It's so far off that, I'm not that guy. However, like, people in my family and my cousin and shit, they take a snubby like that to the range, and they're happy they're hitting fucking paper. You know what I mean?
So that's probably, honestly, that's probably what I would have been like. It'd been like, well, I guess I suck. Like, I'm 4 inches to the left. Like, I don't use revolvers that much. But I'm probably in that category because I'm not a good shot. I got no problem with that. I'm working on it, but I can hit a silhouette in any reasonable distance, but I'm not always right on. Like I'll go out to 25 yards, and if I can cover up the group with like my fist or like my palm, then I'm happy. You're like, yeah, that's okay. Close enough. I'm a little scared. DB was being quiet. Unless he just rage quit.
Yeah, I don't know. I must have struck a nerve with all this revolver love here.
Yeah, I don't know. I just wanted to show off that, yes, I have shot revolvers. I forgot I had that down there, too. Otherwise, I would have done that when you first revolver shamed me. But it's not like I shoot it that much, because obviously it's not mine, so I'm not just going to take someone else's gun to the range. Unless he's coming with me, then obviously that's why I have it in the first place. When we went up north, he brought all his shit, and then we left it at my house. We could clean everything. and he just left it here. So that's pretty cool. I have a decent arsenal now. So I got the High Point carbine. I have a 22 bolt action rifle. I have a 22 semi-auto rifle. A 12 gauge pump. A 30-30 lever action. That little 38. The XD subcompact. And then I have all my stuff.
I wonder how many different shades of coyote tan there are out there. It seems like every time I buy something that says it's tan, it comes out like brown or light brown
Yeah, like a sandy color.
or beige. It's never the same.
No, no moon. I did not steal guns. I'm just borrowing them from a friend. Oh, there we go.
That's the PVC version.
Oh, that's cool. It's this thing. I don't really like wear patches around. I always just put mine in on the headliner of my car. Like I don't have a hat that has just like the fuzzy part on the front or
Yeah, I just bought this recently. It was like $10, $12. So yeah, yeah, I thought like, oh, I'll get this and then the patch will blend right in. It's like not even close. Even this one. That's better. But these are different sizes too, I noticed that this one actually fits the Velcro almost perfectly, and then the stitched ones are a little big. Just a little taller.
Yeah. Well, the PVC one almost has like an orangey tint to it. So I don't know if it's just like the like the chemicals in the plasticky stuff or whatever. But as far as that hat goes, yeah, that looks super light for what I would ever call like a tan. Like I normally see it, it's closer to the patch color than that hat color.
Tactical cap tan. Here's multicam. Oh, shit. This is kind of what I would think of as tan. Kind of this brownish or green. Yeah, it really does vary quite a bit.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, I have a GI issue coyote tan bag right over here. Let me grab that.
Yeah, exactly. So you see how much more the coyote tan, like how dark that is.
Yeah, this is definitely coyote. Fits in with the multicam a lot better. Running out of screen.
Yeah, I don't know if your camera is like kind of changing the color a little bit. Like as you add stuff, it like changes the contrast. But like with that stuff in the frame, that hat almost looks white.
Right. I mean, which is great if you're out in the sun, you're shooting at the range. Most of the stuff you're going to be around is this color. But yeah, I mean, just trying to color coordinate people, that's all. Doesn't really matter. I mean, if I'm going to wear something like this out in public, I want it to be noticed. Anyways, it's kind of a cool contrast.
Yeah, and you're right.
So,
People will be like, "Oh, what the heck's that thing?" And then you can. That's kind of the whole point of Every Second Matters is.
yeah, I can say it's all about guns, and then they call the police, and I have some
Well,
explaining to do.
if you say, well, it's a way of remembering the Second Amendment and blah 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 and whatever.
And I know Edge.
Yeah, that
So
normally gets you out of trouble.
it's funny though, like I don't know. Like I just yeah, I mean I think I would have to be open carrying to really want to get into a conversation with someone about it, because otherwise like they may think that I have something to hide or somewhat dubious. But if you're out there open carrying and just like really obvious with what your intent is, then they have a better, I think they're probably better prepared to absorb what, if they see you have a gun and they're like, I don't want to have anything to do with this guy, they want to have a conversation. But if they're somewhat open to it, then that's kind of the in, gone. Whereas like if you try to just start off with like, yeah, I'm a pro Second Amendment guy, you might catch them off guard, and then they think you're a nut or something. But no, I think it is becoming more and more acceptable. Uh, and just since the election, I've noticed that there's a dramatic drop in the number of anti-gun articles that pop up in my feed in the news. My Yahoo News, I use that as kind of a baseline to see what's going on, get the pulse of the nation. And I really just don't see any of those silly articles that were popping up right before the election about how, this and that and guns are destroying America, this and that. I don't see any of those articles anymore. So that's reassuring. I think maybe, if people can warm up to a Trump presidency and the freedoms allowed by our Constitution, then we could have a whole different country here after 4 years.
Yeah, possibly.
Yeah, I definitely feel more comfortable talking about the second to complete strangers now, knowing, that I have an administration that's in my corner.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Like I always talk with people I work with, and they know that I'm a gun guy, but I'm not crazy or nothing. So last second I was out of town for work and I wore my t-shirt out when we went to dinner. My boss was like, what's that? Because he saw the Every Second Matters thing. But I'm like, oh, it's just, a thing we do on the second of every month to just kind of remember the second and, try and talk to people about it or whatever. And he was like, oh, that's kind of cool. And then we, talked about whatever. And then, yeah, we had a couple decent conversations.
Hey, Smeggy, you there?
Yeah, I'm around.
Okay, I must have just gotten cut off because you trailed off there, and I'm on my phone. I was replying to something in the external. Yeah, I definitely want to have a conversation January 2nd with somebody who may not be familiar with firearms. That's my goal.
Yeah, I find when it's just like when it's in the forefront of your mind, then like the opportunities tend to they just kind of pop up easier. You know, someone will be talking about I don't even know, like whatever, and you'll be like, "Oh, that's kind of like how the Second Amendment, blah blah blah." Like it just I don't know. You see the opportunities there, and like Jubes always said, like if it's a good time to talk, then cool, and if not, then you'll be like, "Ah, maybe we can talk about this some other time." Especially like work. Sometimes I just got to get work done. And just be like, "Yeah, I can't really talk right now. So how are we going with that sheet metal stuff?" But most of the time, I have time to talk about guns. Especially if it's arguing with that one dude who's I always call him anti-gun, but I know he's more playing anti-gun, and in reality he's just kind of like, why do you need an AR-15? So he doesn't have a problem with guns per se. He doesn't think anyone needs an AR-15. And then he also thinks that people like who carry are paranoid. And I tried to use my favorite line against that thing. It was like, "Oh, well, do you have a fire extinguisher in your house? Are you scared of fire? Are you paranoid of it? Or are you just prepared?" And he looked me dead in the eye and said, "Actually, I don't have a fire extinguisher in the house." And I was like, "Oh,
Yeah, I bet you most people don't
well,
even have, because it's not a code thing to have a fire extinguisher in a single family residence, as far as I know.
well, yeah, but come on, dude, what the hell?" I guess
Well,
that's just my, you know, it's
I
just
mean, if
my
you're in
way
an
of thinking
apartment,
versus his way of thinking.
yeah, I
Whoa.
mean, that people will do what they're told to do. So if the code says you need a carbon monoxide alarm, they'll pay $20 for that, stick that up on the wall, and it never does anything. Whereas what they really should have done is bought a $20 fire extinguisher and stuck that in a closet. But you know, I don't. You can't fix stupid, I guess is what I'm saying. Like,
Right. Well, I
and
think it's a different way of thinking. And that was his thing, like with the gun stuff. He's like, "I've lived my whole life. I've never needed a gun." And I'm like, "Well, then good for you. I'm glad you're lucky to have never, been attacked or jumped or whatever. I've never been attacked or jumped either. It doesn't mean that, like, I don't want one or I don't need one. Because if it does happen, it's like that's the best equalizer."
yeah, and it's really a simple thing. Like the perfect example of the small revolver, been around for decades, and it's affordable, approachable, um, inexpensive to shoot, relatively. It fits in the pocket. There's really no excuse. And once we get the political change, I mean, the tides really are changing in our favor, with constitutional carry, with rolling back some of these draconian laws, um, on the federal level, if Trump can do that. Um, we're really going to be in good shape here pretty soon, and it's just there's going to be small bastions of anti-gun people within our country, and centered along the coasts. And that's just the way, if they want to try and create their utopia there, then they're more than welcome to try and do that,
Hmm.
and with mixed results, perhaps. But
Yeah, I wonder if there's something in that.
uh,
Is it like uh, something about water that makes you anti-gun?
yeah, it's the crashing of the waves, the pacifying
I mean, there are
the
some
soul.
exceptions, but Alaska's got a bunch of water along it, and it's pretty good on guns. But
I mean, a lot of these people live in high-rise buildings with security guards on the ground floor. So,
right. Well, I
you
mean,
know,
that's really the main difference is urban areas versus rural areas. It really is. That's where the thought changes. And I guess, I mean, joking aside, but water was really back in the day, you'd form a city where two rivers came together because then you had two outlets to like ship in and out goods and crap like that. So like that, it kind of is. If you're near water, then you're going to be most likely to be near big cities, and the big cities are going to foster that anti-gun mentality. And maybe it is because they see more, gang activity and stuff. So like their only personal interaction is like guns are bad and bad guys have them. Whereas the kid who grew up on the farm, hunting for food every time and like guns are just a thing you have and it's no big deal.
yeah, it's true. I mean, in the city, the only people who have guns are the cops that you see on a daily basis. Your only interaction with guns on a daily basis is when you see a cop carrying one. He's got the badge, the uniform. You're paying his taxes, essentially, his salary with your taxes, essentially. And what you read about in the paper, unfortunately, is about a lot of criminal activity with guns. So between those two inputs, you don't really get a positive image of guns for your own personal use. Whereas like where you're saying, in rural areas, there aren't any cops around. You are your own security force. You're
right.
And then you've got lots of varmints and there's hunting. And if you're a rancher, then you may need to put down one of your animals, and it's just another tool in the toolbox. And again, the urban dwellers don't have a garage full of tools. They work in an office and they've got pens and computers, day planners, notebooks.
I always remember as a kid, there was an episode of Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, and I think it was even a two-parter. But basically, Will and Carlton get mugged at an ATM, and the guy ends up like shooting at Carlton, and Will jumps in front of him and it like hits him in the back or whatever. He had to go surgery, and then they made a big thing like maybe he won't walk again, and then he was fine. But like at the end of the episode, Carlton had gone out and bought a gun, and he went to go visit Will in the hospital. And, he gave him a hug or something, and Will felt the gun and was like, "What's this?" And Carlton kind of lifted up his shirt, and he's like, "You got a gun?" He goes, "Yeah, Will, I'm not going to be a victim anymore." And like that, okay, cool. Like this is going good. And then Will goes on this big diatribe of how like violence doesn't solve anything and all this shit. It was a big emotional thing. And he's like, "Carlton, just give me the gun. Just leave it here, man. Like you don't need to do this." But it was like a big, and so like the quote unquote happy ending was that Carlton like tossed the gun on the hotel or on the hospital bed and then like walked out. And that was like the happy ending because
He just leaves it there in the hospital.
well, because I mean, Will was sitting there. He was in the bed, so I guess he took it and I don't know what, sold it to a pawn shop or something when he got out. I don't know, but either way, it's like
It's this
that
big
was
moral dilemma, right?
yeah, that was the happy ending. Was that Will talked Carlton out of personal protection because there's too much violence. Well, you know what? They didn't ask for the violence to begin with. The armed robber asked for the violence. He initiated the violence. And the fact that the first time they had nothing to meet his force with is how come Will got shot to begin with.
Yeah, I mean, the way I look at it is whatever helps you sleep at night. If you feel like your karma is more clear, that if you don't have a gun, you're not going to shoot someone in self-defense, and you're not going to kill somebody protecting your life, and you're comfortable with that, then that's fine. But there has to be an understanding with the other side of the coin, in that you can't hold a grudge against somebody who does carry a gun and who does expect to use it to save their life and is okay with possibly taking another's life in that aspect.
Right.
I mean,
Again, it comes down to it. It really is a fundamental different way of thinking. It's just the worldview or the mindset or whatever. It's just different. And in my opinion, I will do absolutely everything I possibly can to stay alive. It's like if, I don't know, it's like the type of people that, if they get jumped or something, they won't kick someone in the nuts because that's not like the manly thing to do. Or it's like, fuck that. If I'm in a fight and I can rip your ear off, I'm going to rip your ear off because that's going to end the fight. Like I'm going to do whatever. I'll throw dirt in your eye. I don't care, because my mindset is get the fuck out of there and stay alive. And other people are like, well, whatever. So it's just, I don't know. It's a different way of thinking about stuff.
yeah, and sometimes I go back and forth. Sometimes I say, I'd rather just give my wallet to someone, or I'd rather just never go into a city again, because that's where people get pickpocketed and mugged. And other times I think, I'm just going to carry a gun and just be quicker on the draw, and I'm going to go get training and all this stuff. Whereas, like, it can be from a day-to-day basis, depending on how I feel. I'm just not going to carry today, and I'm just going to throw caution to the wind. Let what happens happens. See if I can outrun trouble. And I think that's fine. I think people should be able to make those decisions on a daily basis if that's what it comes down to. But I just don't understand this vehement anti-gun sentiment that people have. I think it's based in fear. I think it's based in what's the word I'm looking for? Stereotyping, and it's ignorance essentially. But they're not willing to admit that they're ignorant. They always believe that they're more evolved, when in fact they're just more biased.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's like this dude who, I don't know. This is one of my pet peeves. And again, I keep stating this, and he probably sounds like a horrible monster. He really isn't. The thing is, he kind of trolls me in real life because he knows it upsets me. So he says stuff he doesn't really believe just because he knows it gets me worked up. And then, like, we both kind of laugh about it, and I just go back to work. I'm like, whatever. So, like, it's a weird dynamic. But anyways, one of the things he likes to do is strawman me into being this, like, model Republican. Like, I love every Republican ever. And I keep telling him, like, I'm a libertarian. So half the time I'm pissed off at Republicans, and half the time I'm pissed off at Democrats. You know what I mean? Like, so don't do that. And he tried to say something. He's like, oh, well, the original Bush, he banned guns. And he was talking about the assault weapons ban. And then I'm like, no, that was Bill Clinton in 94. I'm like, the assault weapons ban in 94 was Bill Clinton. And he's like, no, it was Bush. And I'm like, no, it wasn't.
Yeah,
and it's like, so that you reminded me of the they can't be wrong type of thing. And he was trying to tell me, a person who literally, like, breathes gun stuff every day. Every day I'm in one of these chats talking about stuff. And sometimes it's BS, but, like, I think I know when the 94 assault weapons ban was signed. That's kind of one of the big ones. And what he was talking about with Bush, which I even corrected him before he found it, was the import. Bush Sr. did an import ban. And that sucks. And we still have it. But it wasn't the assault weapons ban.
Yeah, I feel like the past gets blurry for a lot of people. Saying,
right.
we did this, we started that. That guy had to clean up the other guy's mess, whatever. I really don't like relying on the past to set future example. I know you have to understand the past. You don't want to be doomed to repeat it, but I think there's just so much more room to move forward. And but most people, they don't know the history of concealed carry. in the country. They don't know the assault weapons ban, the 1986 Act, all these things. The 1924 Act. What, I can't keep them all straight myself, but I know what their significance is. But most people
the
don't.
NFA
They
was
think
30.
that machine guns are legal and that they need to be banned, and like they just don't understand.
Yeah. Well, and that's okay. So I want to finish my thought because my brain is spinning in circles. But the whole thing is like, okay, let's say even if George Sr. was the one that did the assault weapons ban, then guess what? I don't fucking like that. I don't like that he did that. You know what I mean? Like, he was trying to like get a point. Like, I was going to be like, oh, a Republican did it? Well, then it's okay. No, motherfucker. Right. None of the gun things are okay. So I don't care who signed it. People are like, Reagan wasn't pro-gun. You're right. Near the end, Reagan was a dick, and he tried to get rid of handguns. I don't like him for that. Maybe some of his other stuff I like. I don't really know a lot about Reagan, to be honest. But, like, no matter who you are, if you're going after my guns, I don't like you. That's just how it works. And, it's like, he always tries to get me into this
It doesn't even matter what the topic is. They always go back to George W. Bush and point fingers at him and Rumsfeld and Cheney and how they profiteered on the war and all this stuff. And it's like, they're not running for president. I don't know why you're referring to them. Look at the problems of the Clintons. They'll do that for anything that's convenient, whether it's the topic of guns or the topic of the election or
right.
What's next? NAFTA. They're going to say that George Sr. started. Now who knows what they're going to come up with? They're like,
and that's I think part of it is it's probably a bit of oh my God, what do you call that when like you projection? It's a bit of projection because in their book, if the person has a D next to their name, they can do no wrong, and no matter what they say, like, oh yeah, I agree with that. Whereas in my book, if a person has an R next to his name, okay, I probably agree with most of their stuff, but let's talk about what they actually did. Oh, they did a gun ban? Then fuck that guy. You know what I mean? Like, so that's the difference is I don't care really what box they come from. Are you on this side or that side? If there's a pro-gun candidate on the Democratic side that's like, the only policy I care about is getting rid of gun laws, I'm voting for that motherfucker. I don't care if I don't like his tax policy. I don't care if I don't like some of his other stuff. I'm voting for the guns first. Now, if it's super extreme, then maybe not. If it's like, we'll get rid of gun laws, but then we're also going to actually be socialist, then that would override it and say, well, no, that's not good. But you know what I mean? Like, if they're a normal person and they're pro-gun, then I'll vote for them. I don't care what letter is next to their name.
Yeah, like that guy, the Democrat, was it Kasich, that was all pro-gun? He was good, if that's who I'm thinking of. I don't, from my perspective, I don't feel that Democrats or left progressives think that the Democratic candidate is the better candidate. They feel more so that the Republican candidate is the worst candidate, and they will do anything. Just, I guess, kind of like what we were saying about Clinton. They will do anything not to have that person voted in. Although, from my personal experience, I voted for Trump. I felt like he was the strongest candidate. And for all intents, practical purposes, probably the best candidate to get our economy going. And he seemed to be very pro-gun consistently throughout the campaign, with that one exception of the no-fly, no-buy list flub in the second debate. Like I was really pro-Trump, and I felt like a lot of other people who voted for him were also that way. Whereas the Democrats are just like, oh my God, we can't have Trump. And none of them were like really like Hillary Clinton is the president I've been waiting for my whole life, except maybe for those women who were feminists to the point of fault. I don't think, like, everyone really just wanted Bernie. And when they couldn't get Bernie, it was just a consolation prize from that point on.
Yeah, and just reading the chat here, they're saying that Reagan was pro-gun, but towards the end, Alzheimer's kicked in, and whoever was whispering in his ear was anti.
Well, when he was governor of California,
didn't someone try and shoot him or whatever, and then after that, he was anti-gun, I thought.
When he was governor of California, he signed into law a bill that that banned open carry of loaded weapons.
Okay, so he wasn't always super friendly, but I mean, either way, that was just an example of, I don't care what group you're part of. If you align with my thinking on a certain thing, then I will fight with you to get that thing done. And then maybe tomorrow you want to start raising my taxes, then I'm going to fight you on that because I'm a big supporter of people should have their money and spend it the way they want to, and it'll be fine. So, you know what I mean? It's like I can support someone and go against them at the same time on two different fronts. I have that capability. Other people, it's too complicated. They just need to either be all in or all against, and they don't want to think about it. Nope, you're evil. You work for a corporation. Corporations are evil. You're rich. I heard rich people are evil. Okay, hate all those people. No matter what they do. I mean, Trump could come out with, like, the free education for everyone, and I bet you the anti-Trumpers would be like, look at this guy fucking spending all this money. What a dick. We hate him. You know what I mean? Like, it's exactly what you said you wanted, and they would still be pissed at him and be against it because he said it.
Yeah, or they would just spin up some yarn. Look, he's trying to scam us now. Look at all this underhanded stuff he's trying to sneak in the back door. I still, one of the things that I do still see in the news since the election is this ever incessant bashing of everything that he does or tries to do with his cabinet picks, or his family, or whatever lawsuits he was involved in, whatever legal issues he's trying to iron out. Like, they're always just trying to put him down and trying to say, oh, look here, see, we told you so, see.
I don't know if I just didn't pay attention before or whatnot or whatever, but, like, I feel like this election, we have heard more about, like, the upcoming president between election and, like, New Year's or whatever than we have before. Like, before it'd be like, oh, Obama won. Well, that's kind of scary. He might try and take our guns. And then we didn't talk about it for a couple months, and then he became president, and everyone saw what he did. This, it's like, you still turn on the news, and there's 5 stories about Trump. And it's like, are they just obsessed with him? Or is that what they've always done? I just didn't really notice before. But I do feel like people are still talking about him like crazy. And for one thing, they're talking about him like he's already in, which is annoying. He's just setting up, like, kind of his team that he's going to work with or whatever. And they're just obsessing over every little thing. And you're right. They bring up every little thing. But I just don't get it.
Perspective. Like, when the whole thing with picking Rick Perry as the head of the Department of Energy, well, they can look at that and say, I don't understand this. This was the candidate who said he wanted to disband the Department of Energy. How on earth could you pick him to run the department? Well, now, if you have the perspective of the Republican Party or of Trump, you're going to understand that he doesn't believe that department needs to be as large as it is. And so Rick Perry would be the ideal candidate to whittle it down to a much more manageable entity. But they don't see the Democrats or the progressives, I'll call them, don't see it like that. They just see incompetence right off. And it just blocks their vision. They like have these blinders, and all they can see is what's in front of their nose.
How's my microphone?
Good.
Sound fine?
Can I just borrow a minute, 30 seconds worth of your all time here?
No thanks.
Okay, maybe 10 seconds worth.
Just kidding, dude. What's up?
Things to eat. Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby.
And now we're in the lobby.
Yeah. Welcome to the lobby. Did you bring us snacks?
Oh man, I knew you were going to say something like that. I brought some brass.
That's like snacks. Brass snacks?
My special tool finally came in the mail. Really weird because it was coming via the U.S. Post Office. And so when the mail came earlier today, it wasn't in there. So I figured, okay, must not be coming today. Then all of a sudden, about a half hour ago, some guy in a minivan pulls up to the front of my place, jumps out, knocks once on my door, runs away. I open up the door. I see him running towards the minivan that doesn't say post office or anything on it. And there's my package.
Clay,
It's
what
like
were you saying about
delivery.
I think this time of year they like contract people out and stuff. Like they hire a lot of temporary workers and shit.
Yeah, I think so.
That's all that is.
It was just ironic since they had already been to my house.
Clay? What were you saying about the Department of Energy?
I'm gonna shut it down.
Oh, good.
That's not possible. Somebody playing something in the background?
Yeah,
Sounds like-
Moon, you're very quiet.
Maybe it's me. I'll check.
My mic was way up on my head. That sound better now?
Yeah, that's better.
Okay.
I don't think he can shut it down, but I definitely think it needs to be redone. Like, they're a bunch of corrupt crooks. I think the EPA should be freaking blown apart. I would if I was president. I would destroy the EPA.
Versus the IRS?
Mm-hmm.
I think he should reassign every ATF field agent to desk duty, approving people's stamps.
I would get rid of the ATF. I would disband it. And I would put all the
Good.
firearms in charge of any sort of firearm transfers. That would be for the FBI to handle.
Well, that would be ideal. There was already a bill proposed to do that last year, I think, to dissolve the ATF into the FBI, have the FBI pick up all their duties.
Mm-hmm.
I got one better. Let's get rid of the ATF and don't give the power to the FBI. Just get rid of the 4473, then you don't need people fucking checking them. Get rid of the tax stamps, then you don't need people approving them. Problem solved.
If you're just shifting the employees over, you're not accomplishing anything.
Well, I think there still should be some regulations, but not the type that we have now.
Well, see, there's a difference between shifting the people and changing the regulations.
Well, it's because they're their own branch of bureaucracy bullshit that
Exactly.
they got away with so much that the FBI that they couldn't get away with if they were in the FBI.
Yeah, but how do we know that for a fact?
I don't know.
I mean, we kind of assume that the FBI might be a cleaner organization, but maybe they
Right.
would just dirty up the place.
Well, what's more realistic is having the ATF shut down and evolving into the FBI. I don't think it's very realistic to say that you can get rid of the ATF and the FBI, or just get, like, no Congress in hell is going to say, let's get rid of all gun regulations. You would have such a pushback, unfortunately. You know, but I do believe in some regulations. I don't want gang members running around with, stuff.
Now, hacking
but
through the
if-
regulations,
They'll be
we have a much
running
better
around with
chance.
that stuff anyway.
Hmm.
The gangs are already running around with that stuff, and if they wanted machine guns, they'd make them, and if they wanted suppressors, they'd slap them on their illegal guns.
I just wish the laws in the books were more enforced. That would be a start.
Well, and that's why instead of enforcing the current laws, they go for, well, if we just make more laws, that'll make up for the lack of enforcement of others.
Well, it's also a pretty big deal that most gun charges get pleaded off when it's a multiple crime.
Oh, exactly. Yeah. If you get busted for something like in California, like if you're a drug dealer and you get busted for pushing drugs, and they find a 30-round magazine on you, that'll get dropped.
Oh, you mean it's part of the plea process?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, that's inherent not just in gun crimes, but the entire judicial system.
Right.
Yeah, that's why I'm just saying it's hard to keep track of what gun laws were enforced and which ones weren't.
Yeah. When you have district attorneys dropping them willy-nilly to get somebody just to cop to a lower plea, so they can keep up their conviction rate.
All they want is a conviction. They don't care what type of conviction it is.
Yep, because it goes to the bottom line of their percentage of convictions, which makes them look better.
And that's one of the reasons why, too, though, they like all those restrictions. Because let's say you catch a gangbanger and he's carrying a gun, concealed or whatever, doesn't have a permit, and he's in, like, New Jersey. Okay, so now you got him. He shouldn't have a gun to begin with. He's carrying it concealed without a permit. He has hollow points in there. Each one of those is in trouble or whatever. Like, now, the one crime of, felon is in possession of a gun, which he shouldn't be, is now actually like 5 different charges. So they can do that, and then instead of saying, well, you're only getting one, like you're getting charged with 5, we'll drop 3 of them or 4 of them, just plea to this one. So that's why they like having all of the other stupid things. And like, let's say like he got caught and he was within 200 feet of a school also. Like they however many more they can put in, then they'll have that. Oh, he didn't have a storage thing at his house. Well, now because of safe storage, he doesn't have it in a safe. It's like they bust a drug lab that has guns laying around. Well, not only do they have the drugs, they have the guns. They also can throw in, well, they didn't have the guns in a safe, which is how they have to carry them now, or whatever. Like they just add shit in. Oh, and this magazine has 12 rounds and blah blah blah. It's like seriously, they can just add all the stuff up so that then they can plead most of them down. And then the law-abiding person is sitting there, following all the rules and jumping through all the hoops, and it's not really helping anything.
Yep, it's called stacking charges.
Like friggin' in 5 days, I'm going to the Reichstag, pretty much, California, the Lion's Den. It's like what Sean Connery said. Well, boy, we're pilgrims in an unholy land.
You got business or pleasure out there?
Oh, a little bit of both.
Oh, that's not bad.
Little bit of both. I'm gonna go into a couple of gun shops and see what type of stuff they got now. Wonder if they still got the Glock 43s at $1,000.
In fact, we were gonna start talking about on Monday how they got, like, I forget if it's a week or 8 days or 6 days, whatever it is left, that they can still buy semi-auto ARs.
Well, I think the law goes into effect January 1st, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, they have till the 21st because they have a 10-day waiting period.
Oh,
And the thing is, you have to take possession of it by the 1st in order to be like grandfathered in or whatever.
And I doubt the majority of people who are even thinking about it have taken that into account.
good point. What about if you have a lower that, like, say you just bought a lower a long time ago and you just have it sitting on your shelf?
Well,
Same thing applies, right? You got to go and, give your rights up.
I'm not sure about that because the way the law states is, they're saying there are these so-called, featured rifles, which is basically if the rifle has a detachable magazine, which they changed the definition of what detachable means, or basically they changed the definition of a attached magazine. Everything else is detached magazine. And it also has these features. So if you haven't built it yet, and it's just a lower, it's not an assault weapon yet because you haven't put on a pistol grip and a flash hider. And
Yeah, I think as soon as you build it and you put your bullet button on there, then you have to go register it, whenever that is. If that's
well, no, the
next
bullet button
year,
doesn't mean anything anymore.
5 years from now.
The bullet button just doesn't mean anything. The whole reason the bullet button was invented is because the definition of an attached magazine was a magazine that needs a tool to be removed. So basically what people were doing is put the bullet button in, then they can have their pistol grips, they can have their flash hiders, they can have like whatever else, because it no longer, very first test, is this an assault weapon? First question, does it have a detachable magazine? Yes.
So what,
does
you're
it have
saying
these other
that
things?
now all the bullet buttons come out of all of these guns as they become registered?
They might as well, because they're not
2017?
helping you any. That's
I
the
don't
thing.
know. I don't know how it's written. I don't care.
Well, that's what I'm trying to explain.
I'm
That's
just saying,
why.
like, if you have a lower and you want to wait for 3 years to build it, good luck, because in 3 years there's probably going to be a whole nother set of laws coming down the pipe, and you're probably not even going to be able to build it by then. So enjoy it while you can, California.
I can say that is possible. I'm just saying, I think as of now, because the lower doesn't have any features to it yet, it is not an assault weapon yet.
They call military.
But the lower is the gun.
I know, but the gun doesn't have any features. Because you can
That's the
build
whole
a featureless rifle and it's not registered.
But the lower
saw,
is semi-automatic AR, which is banned.
No, because it doesn't have a pistol grip on it, doesn't have a flash hider, doesn't have a bayonet lug, all this
Without
stuff.
a pistol grip.
Sure it can.
It can.
It absolutely can.
That goes into
Did you see the
handle.
California? Did you see the California legal stock, Dano? It looks like a
no, I
Monte
haven't.
Carlo.
There
It's
are
like a
three
Monte
different.
Carlo grip.
There are three different options to make it legal. One of them's a little nub, so you still you can still hold the spring and the detent up and all that stuff because that's what
I would never get
what the
that.
grip
I
does.
would never get that thing. It's
The other
fucking
one
ugly.
is it's just like a Kydex blade that goes
never
around the
get that.
pistol grip, so you can't wrap your thumb around the back. It's okay. I've held it. One of the guys in California has one like that because it's a featureless thing. That way, he doesn't have a bullet button. He can have a detachable magazine because it doesn't have these other features.
I would go for the fixed Monte Carlo stock, where you could still see your tube coming out, but it like curves down and then curves back up into a shoulder stock.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Because the funniest thing about it is Diane Feinstein's like, you got to get rid of the pistol grip because it makes it easier to shoot from the hip. when in fact that Monte Carlo stock would make it way easier to shoot from the hip because it's more horizontal with the rifle.
Man, you know what I say? Fuck them all. Seriously, like, I might be freaking, if something happens, man, I'll make sure to send a live upfeed from during my arrest.
Nah, what's his face just got a lower. Heavy B. He's going to be building a pistol or something.
So as long as he has his parts in the next few weeks, he's good to go. Is that the deal?
I guess.
Well, I think you can get
Well,
his
he's
parts
got
whenever
his
he feels
lower.
like.
Yeah, he's got his lower, so he's got that.
And if he's not going to build a featured gun, he doesn't need to register it anyways, so it doesn't matter.
Right. So that's what I'm thinking. If you have a lower already, you can still be able to buy the parts. And I'm just going to say, who's the wiser of where you built it now or 3 months from now?
Yeah, I don't know. I guess that depends on, how much does an upper cost now and how much does an upper cost 3 months. That'd be the question. Are barrels going to be more expensive 3 months from now? Are lower parts kit going to be more expensive 3 months from now? I don't know.
I'm sure that sometime within the next few years, they're going to want to come and take your semi-automatic rifle in California. Or else why would they be registering all of them?
Well, that's really know when to take them when you die, because you can't transfer them anymore now that they're registered.
So they're like NFA items, but in California only.
Kind of, yeah. Like they're registered assault weapons in California, and they're not coming to take your guns. You can keep them, except you can never sell them, and you can never trade them, and you can never give them to your son, and you can never do anything with them like that.
Well, let's not forget that every single firearm now that you purchase as a California resident is registered with the Department of Defense in the state. Every single rifle, whether that be a 1022 or a Mini 14.
So they're just like writing redundant laws over there.
Right.
Well, no, it's just a classification, right? It's a dangerous weapon if it's got a pistol grip.
It will end up being eventually historically a registration list that will never be 100% complete, but at some point will be 95% complete.
Right. Well, and the thing is, I guess I didn't know that you had to register your long guns and stuff there, but the difference being a 1022
registry was
you
something
can
that just came
sell
up
to somebody.
a couple, 3 years ago. Right. You can still transfer your rifles, but it wasn't until a couple, 3 years ago they started registering long guns. But it has been a registry for handguns for like 25 years. So it has been an incremental increase in the registration. Now all weapons are registered, and now there's just additional classifications. And Moon is right. In 2-4 years, there's going to be a new classification for all semi-automatic rifles and shotguns. And that's going to need another registry that'll be added to the dangerous weapons list. I'm sure of it, because they're not stupid. They know the same things that we're saying. You take off the pistol grip and it's basically the same thing. But they just need these footholds with which to climb the ladder towards complete and utter gun confiscation and abolition.
It's the long play is what it is. It's the very long play.
I'm sorry, Dan. I was just going to say, I wonder when Californians are just going to get fed up with that shit. Just be like, you know what, man? Fuck you. I'm done. I'm done freaking, meanwhile, DeLeon and Ting and all the rest of these assholes get to have whatever they want because they exempted themselves. And, I just wonder when Californians, gun owners in California are just going to be like, I'm done. I'm done with your shit. I'm sick and tired of being treated like a criminal. Maybe that day will never come. Maybe they'll just bend over and take it like they have been for the last 6 years, but, they got to freaking, if anybody in California is wearing a Gadsden flag, they need to change it to a pair of butt cheeks that says bend over and take it. Because that's what they've been doing. When I lived in California, man, and I'm not saying for anybody to follow my example, but I didn't put up with that shit, I was like, you can't do this to me. I'm not a felon. I'm not a criminal. Don't treat me like one. Don't put me on some stupid list like I'm a sex offender.
You're a goddamn sovereign citizen.
Exactly. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to have my 30-round PMag. I'm going to have whatever the hell I want. As long as I'm freaking using it appropriately and I'm not gunning down anybody in the street or whatever. Who gives a shit what I have? And I freaking just,
Your neighbor gives a shit.
Well, he was a gun owner too, so yeah, he did.
Neighbors.
But I kind of wonder when that day, if that day will ever come, where every single California just is, you know what, up yours. They can't fill the whole jails with everyone.
You just gotta wait for that state to like rot away and decay. It's gonna happen eventually. It's like gonna be the first state to collapse and send like waves of liberal crazies to each and every one of the rest of our states.
Right? It's like in Arizona. It's like, here they come. They're like, hold it, hold it.
Well, apparently they've already come to Arizona and they brought their light rail Sunlink train to downtown Tucson.
I saw that, and that looks actually really neat. That's pretty cool looking. I've never been on a trolley before, so I guess now I can go to Tucson and ride one around.
It does look like it has improved that area with the increase in shops and patronism from college students and professors and visitors.
Well, trolleys can't be all that bad.
Yeah, that looks pretty cool. Like I know a lot of people dig that type of stuff because like trolleys are really nostalgic and probably bring some more tourism to Tucson.
There's still a running trolley in Philadelphia, I think.
Really?
Just for like a tour thing, because there was a lot of trolleys throughout Philadelphia. The tracks are still laid down.
That's cool. Yeah, but I mean, hopefully someday, man, people just get fed up with that shit, or they move out, either or.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are going to move out. A lot of gun owners are just going to move out because there's so many other places in this great country where they won't be treated like second-class citizens. And then, all these progressives can have the place all to themselves. And, they can suffer the consequences or possibly reap the benefits. It's an experiment in motion. So only time will tell.
Yeah, well, when their criminals have somewhere to escape to, then they might have their little utopia of like super rich, armed, guarded elites.
Yeah, it'll be like Escape from LA, where you have all the scumbags living on the island, then like the rich is guarded by all these freaking military guards and everything. Yeah, dude, like that's what I would freaking say. Like, look, man, you guys want to have your crazy, stupid wannabe utopia? Have at it, and all the progressives move back to California, and then, they got dudes running through the streets with thongs and freaking all kinds of sex toys, and the criminals are just causing havoc. And yeah, man, it'll be paradise for them.
All they need is a pizza parlor.
Right?
Now, you're in Arizona. Why are you wearing a hoodie?
It's freezing.
Freezing? How freezing?
Well, freezing to me, because for the last about 6 months, I've been dealing with 130 degrees. And right now it is 70 degrees. So,
holy shit.
You're cold at 70 degrees?
Dude, yeah. Okay, again, I was dealing with 127 degrees for about 6 months.
Your house air conditioning system was dealing with that temperature. You weren't.
Nope. Won't be heat shamed.
You will be heat shamed right now. It is 25 degrees where I'm at.
Arctic conditions. That's not humanly possible. Don't start heat shaming us.
I'm just saying, I wasn't all that cold, and it's 25 degrees out.
Yeah, that's timalized yourself to some fucking sort of Mars atmosphere. We live in and it's fucking cold. I got
it's hot as shit in the summer, though.
Yeah, we can deal with it. We lived through the Jupiter, or what?
But you guys couldn't handle the winters. What I'm saying, we got the seasons here. You guys,
yeah, we don't care about seasons.
Winter is 70.
But I just woke up because it is cold as shit here, and yeah, I had to go put another layer on, and a sweatshirt.
Yeah,
I
dude.
want to live there, so I'm not gonna make fun of you too much.
I mean, usually just the elderly wear sweatshirts when it's that warm.
Well, I'm representing Coast Guard, man. So
Because the elderly are always cold.
Marco's hand-me-downs. Marco sent me 2 t-shirts or 2 sweatshirts like 2 years ago. I'm still wearing them.
I have like really nice freaking like stuff, but today's my kickback day. I just finished up a couple videos, and I'm gonna go and turn them in to the guy who hired me.
I just woke up out of a sound sleep because it was fucking freezing here.
Dude, no kidding. I woke up probably around like 4 a.m. this morning. It was like 68 degrees in my room. I was like, bah! Crap.
Yeah, it's 70 degrees in my house. It's like being in the winter.
Good Lord.
Oh my God.
And that's what people
Bob would be saying right now.
Well, Bob right now is probably like stuck in a freaking maple like
He said
cabin.
it's like negative 26 or up there or some crazy ass shit.
Yeah.
But like that's the difference though between like living in a real warm climate. Like in California, I remember like when I lived there, you know, this is perfect. 70 degrees is like beautiful weather. But you get acclimated to a different, you know, temperature. And I've been out in Arizona for about 3 years now. So now, like when I was in California last year, as soon as I got out of my car, it was like freaking 68, 69 degrees, which is regular for them. It was bone chilling. And my dad's laughing his ass off. And I'm got like, you know, dressed like I'm going into like the thing. And he's like, man, this is perfect weather. And I was like, God, man, how can you deal?
The cold hurts.
Does, especially if you got like a bad back or something like that.
The thing about it though, and here's the thing, I'm not gonna climate shame you guys, but I will give you credit for living with the 130 because we can always put more sweatshirts on or a wool coat or like whatever. If it's over 90 degrees, fuck me, I am done.
Yep.
Like, I am sweating my ass off at 90 degrees. I thought I was going to die in Mexico this year.
And
I was sweating at like 105 this year.
And here's the thing. I was like, you know what? It's hotter than shit out here, but damn if I don't enjoy my 249 saw. So, you know, that it's the trade for a trade. Goodbye, beautiful weather of California. Hello, freedom of Arizona.
I can hang out when it's hot, but if it's freezing cold, my muscles are going to contract and break my bones, and then I'll just be a dead pile of mush on the ground.
I know Moon's just like out there at the ring. Yeah, man, that would suck. But I'm actually looking forward to going back to California. I'm going to sit there and kind of tease my gun-owning friends that live there. I have this one friend who is all about like, yeah, dude, resist tyranny and all that stuff. And yeah, he's out there with a 10-round mag. He's one of those guys that like flies the Gadsden flag behind his truck and stuff, big old diesel pipes and, you know, black smoke flying out. But damn if he'll remove his bullet button. I make fun of him all the time. Like, so man, how's that tyranny war going on? How's that freedom fight?
Well, you might as well get rid of the bullet button now because it's an assault weapon either way. So you might as well get rid of it.
Well, he was telling me that he's like, yeah, dude. He's like, I'm not going to register. And I said, I don't blame you. Like, you know, you don't want anybody to know what you have, especially the way California's going. Like, every
he definitely should get rid of the bullet button because if it's going to be an illegal gun anyways, you might as well have a working one.
Right? I mean, if shit hits the fan, you don't want to deal with a bullet button. Like, the fastest I got around working with a bullet button was because I put one on real quick just to see, like, you know, when I lived in California, I put one on real quick to see how it worked. And I was like, this is ridiculous, dude. Like, I can't reload, like, with this stupid thing on. So I was like, would anybody want to freaking utilize this thing? So I put my regular mag release back in. I was like, there you go. Because if you need to reload, like, say you have, say you have a jam, or say, you know, like you don't have use of your arm or something, it's going to make it really hard to fandangle that magazine out of there. And then it's this
Fandangle?
thing. The magazine, the bullet button's dangerous. Like, that's life and death right there. Those few seconds could be a big difference. And that's what, like, I've been kind of learning in these classes. Like, our instructor was, talking about the bullet button. And he's like, I don't know anybody crazy enough to have one of those things. He's like, that is the difference between life and death, because when you're under fire, every single second counts, and you cannot sit there and try to screw with some stupid little device on your AR. Like, that's just not smart.
See, the difference is in California, they never dreamed up that you would even ever use the AR like that. So to them, an AR is for poking holes in paper at the range. So if it's a little bit longer to reload, who cares? Because you're just going to be at the range. Like, that's the lawmaker's mentality. Is it's not supposed to be used in a shit hits the fan situation, because you're not supposed to use anything in a shit hits the fan situation. Because don't worry, trust us, it won't happen. You'll be fine.
That's why
we'll take care of you.
So you would have to shrink down the government's. You'd have to shrink down. I think police forces. Take away speed limits, stop signs, and traffic lights.
Well, if you turn every traffic light into a four-way stop.
Yeah, I can tell you that during Hurricane Sandy, when there was no power, there was like no traffic lights, and the traffic was never smoother.
Yeah. I mean, as long as everything, even if it moves slowly, but it keeps moving, people will tolerate it.
I need one of these bathtubs with a door and a seat in it. It's for old people.
Oh, yeah, my grandpa had one of those.
It's like a jacuzzi for one or two for small people.
Yeah, I hear if you buy one of those tubs that they throw in the free hurricane on top.
What is that? Is it
The
like
hurricane?
A cane, so you can walk to the
It's
top?
like a cane with a walker base that pivots.
Yeah.
Because I think you're going to need that when you try and get in and out of that bathtub, even with a door at your age. You don't want to fall and break a hip.
No. I was just thinking I'll lay there limp, and then my girl can drag me out of the tub and put me in a chair and roll me out to the living room so I can watch some TV.
So, G-Webs, have you even taken a ride on that Tucson trolley yet?
Oh hell no! I'm anti-trolley. I wouldn't. If I had to, I'd walk.
Anti-trolley.
They could have gave us a trolley with freaking bus wheels that they can just drive into a garage somewhere and fix on like a regular engine, and then drive wherever they feel like it. And then all they'd have to do is put up some stupid stop signs for it, or bus stops for it, or whatever you call it. They installed like this track for 4 miles that goes from the U of A to downtown, and it goes under stupid underpasses, and it goes all around, and it has those stupid wires in the sky, you know, that it touches to make it go. Horrible garbage piece of shit. I hate it.
You should just get a skateboard and hold on to the back of it.
No, you would die because the tracks are like in the ground with that little thing. Like even in my cop car, it feels like it's gonna rip the wheels off my cop car when I accidentally drive parallel to them.
Yep.
Make it go like, what the fuck? Why don't they put these things narrow like they're supposed to be and not like the same width as your freaking car tires?
They're still laid out around Philly.
And I've been to places where they've had them and they just go in and blacktop over them, and they're still horrible. So this was the biggest dupe. Our stupid city has done this multiple times. They're Democrats, so they're completely corrupt, and they were given millions of dollars to build our lakefront or our riverfront, or whatever the hell they call the dried river gulch that goes through the middle of town because of all the almonds and copper mines. So they were given millions and millions of dollars when I first moved out here, and all that got just fell apart, evaporated. And then it was a big like thing, and then as soon as the like soreness of that loss of money got like wasn't in the headlines every day, boom, here's a trolley to take millions and millions and millions of dollars. For what? Like so that the drunks from the U of A can get to their bars that are fancier over at downtown than the bars that are over by the U of A. Like, let them go to whatever fuck bars they went to when I was a kid. Just the ones that are next to the greasy pizza place right next to the U of A. They got to go downtown 4 miles away. Like, the bars are so much more important.
Yeah, I heard Tucson was full of Democrats. Like,
oh, yeah.
Oh, that's their economy, I guess.
Yeah.
They try to invest in one of the major freeways here to make it better. They put a casino on it, and it's a long stretch. It's miles, but yeah, it's the economy. It's the economy for the whole county, pretty much. That strip.
How long was I asleep? What the hell? My phone only charged at 50%.
Up north, there's the one of the biggest strips of restaurants. It's in the Guinness Book of World Records. That's at the top of my county. It's on the same road, but it changes into a different name.
Plus, those buses that we got look fucking European. So it's another reason I wouldn't get it on. If you're going to make one, make it look like San Francisco, like an American cable car. Or American.
Well, it's not a cable car, it's a rail car, and they were made in America, so...
I don't care, but they made it look like some kind of European chalet or some shit, or European metro.
Looks like a typical rail car. Street car, whatever you want to call it. It looks pretty typical, modern. It's probably going to last for a couple decades.
Oh, good.
As a...
We got 10 years worth of use out of something that cost billions of freaking dollars.
Well, there was only 100,000.
What was only?
Not even 100,000.
Ours? Or way, way, way more than that. Way, 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 way more.
I'm sorry, 100 million. It was only 100 million.
There's not even a million people in Tucson, so that's more than $100 from each of us. That's obscene.
I guess Arizona Railcar Inc. is not the place.
Well, apparently the whole project also used the Buy America provisions. So it put 500 people to work, created 500 jobs, used all American materials and products.
overall cost of 196 million was met through a combination of funding sources and federal grants. So thank y'all suckers for paying $196 million for 4 miles of stupid track that make our freaking cars and bicyclists die.
Well, that's just the beginning, right? They're planning to expand it.
No, I don't think so. They just wanted it between the U of A and downtown. There's nowhere else to go. Anything else in Tucson. They could go to the airport and that would be like 400 miles away.
Wouldn't you like it to come down your street in front of your house?
I don't want those things anywhere near me. I hate all those things. No. It has 8 streetcars for $196 million. We have 8 streetcars. Oh, that's such an impact on the drunks that waddle between U of A and downtown.
It's the waddling drunks.
I didn't like the drunks when I was a kid. I don't know why we would do anything to make them easier on life on a fucking drunk kid. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
An $8 million depot. There you go. $8 million for a little, like, sort of looks exactly like Legos. Like, there isn't no walls to it. It's kind of a roof that's useless for rain and sun. It looks stupid and European. It kind of looks like Salt Lake City, but looks more, that also looks like European. And then it looks like it's made out of freaking Legos. It looks like a bunch of sticks piled up messily next to a European streetcar. That cost $56 million. Ridiculous. No, if you want jobs, like, do something that actually has a worthwhile. 500 jobs, ain't nothing in a town of almost 1 million people. It says our United 200 is largely identical to the 100 model produced by Portland and Washington, D.C. 2 places that I would not emulate anything off of. They're idiots. The only difference being that 200 is equipped with upgraded air conditioning. So basically we have the same worthless crap that Portland and Washington, D.C. have, except that ours has air conditioning so people don't actually die in it. But I bet you that smells great in the summers.
So, G-Webs, I hear you like trains.
I don't care about trains. This is a stupid waste of money suck.
Is that it I put in the side or the one behind it? Because they're two different. Or is that a bus behind it?
No. That would almost look cool. That thing behind it would almost look cool. I think that's back in the day what they used to look like. Because there used to be one. But it wasn't a ridiculous obscene amount of money or whatever. Maybe that first one was like the oldest ones or something. But that looks too big. You couldn't get no, like what do you call it? Good for nothing kid who's all drunk to jump into something like that. That doesn't look fancy enough. It doesn't look European enough.
Phoenix streetcar. I think I found.
Every 10 minutes during peak hours. So that means every 10 minutes there's a stupid thing going by, getting in the way of traffic and making it so you can't park and getting in your damn way.
Yeah, they're trying to turn Tucson into San Francisco for you.
That thing looks straight out of India.
Somehow we've survived after the one that when I first moved here, there was one and it fell apart or died or whatever. And then like somehow the town survived without it. I think it has something to do with stupid football too, because they play football at the universities. They probably want people to like go downtown and park in big parking garages and then go watch
tourist attractions
and then go back. No, there's no tourist attractions in Tucson. And then definitely not downtown. It's just little stupid bars that cost too much money and restaurants that cost too much money. And like, I don't know, a wig place. Nothing. There's nothing downtown. And then, but I'm thinking they want people to park down there to watch their stupid football game and then go take that shuttle, the drunk shuttle, back to your parking and then eat, I guess. But there's also a ton of restaurants over by the U of A now. So, yeah, there's no way to. It's just people that wanted to do busy work and waste money. They should have put like a big pile of, or some kind of comparison between how much the $196 million that's spent on that bullshit 4 miles of line, 3.9 miles of route and 6 cars. I don't know how anybody could ever think, oh yeah, that's justifiable. 3.9 miles of railroad track, 6 cars, $196 million in a town where people are needy. Like, screw that. Like, let's go help people. Let's go build something worthwhile. It's ridiculous. But it's also 7 degrees here, so we're freezing. So. It's our monorail.
Yeah, I think a monorail would have been better. Don't they have one of those in Vegas?
Yeah, I didn't mind the monorail for a minute, but then they started charging for it, and I don't like it anymore. But when they first made it, you could just get on it, and it goes like in a circle around the strip. So it goes to like the back door of all the hotels around the strip. So now if you're at one end of the strip and you want to go kitty corner to the other end, you just get on this, go to the back door, get in the monorail. A little while later, you're there, get off, walk right back into the back door of that other one. That was worthwhile. And there's so many people in Vegas, and that is definitely going to reduce traffic. Plus, it puts it up in the air. So all you got to do is not run into a giant pillar. Much better than having stupid railroad tracks all down all the main streets. Somehow they figured out, like, where do most people drive? Well, we're only going to make 4 miles of track, so let's find the 4 miles that most everybody in town drives on, and let's put our tracks there. But like I say, I shouldn't complain. We only put in like 56 million. I think all you suckers paid for the rest.
So when did Tucson start going all freaking like batshit?
Ever and forever, since the olden days. They probably were a bunch of Democrat hoodlums that turned it into Tucson and not Tombstone. You know, back in the old days. Why does this guy keep fucking sending me this fucking picture? I think it's more than this.
Is he sending dick pics?
No, fucking pictures of the Kalashnikov UFC or something.
No.
Yeah, I have like people sending me pictures on my Instagram, dude, of weird shit. They're like, "What do you think of this gun? What do you think of that gun? What do you think of this gun? What do you think of that gun?" I'm like, "Oh, that's cool."
Yeah. I deny them. The next person that asks me how much, I'm going to tell them to send me a check for $10,000 American. And I'll send them the picture. Print it out.
Man, I'm driving the perfect car for this right now. It's flooded.
It's raining up there?
Yeah. Is it any rain?
No, it's nice down here, but I don't want it to rain because I still got to fuck with my plumbing a little bit. It's real hard to figure out what's leaking when it's raining on it.
I love the rain, honestly.
I don't normally mind, except I'm trying to figure out which pipes are weeping the water outside.
Like if Oregon had Arizona's laws, I'd move there.
Wow.
Like, I love Oregon, man. It's like all nice and foggy and no sun and it rains all the time.
Too many weirdos in Oregon, though.
Yeah,
I
there's a
thought
lot
that
of
was
like weird.
Washington.
Same
Oregon's just as gloomy.
Hmm. Wait, isn't PBR up in Oregon? Would you really want to go up there?
Pabst Blue Ribbon.
No, PBR Street Gang.
There's a couple of people I hang out with from Oregon, but I don't think I could handle just living in Oregon. I'd punch too many fucking hippies.
Right?
Gavin's up there, I think.
That's where Haas is from?
Yeah.
I thought Haas is in there, or are we Haas Nazi or fucking?
Haas USMC.
Oh, okay.
Posh is in LA.
No way.
I'm
I
about
don't
to
know.
lose
How far is it to go from Yeah, I don't know where he. Oh, how far is it to go from Disneyland to where you were at in Oxnard?
About 2 hours, give or take.
No. Really?
Well,
California's pretty big down there.
I'm right between Santa Barbara and Los Angeles. So Disneyland is in Orange County, right next to UCI Medical Center. I used to live like 2 minutes away from Disneyland. I could see the fireworks every night from my window. But where I was at in Oxnard, if you get on the 101, you take the 101 all the way to Orange County, get off on so yeah, about an hour 45. I mean, it depends. Like, I haven't traveled that route in a long time, so there's so much more traffic now. Hours.
Yeah. So that's how far away Posh lives from where you're going.
Go to Disneyland like every week.
Are we allowed to talk about Star Wars already? Can I tell you about the ending?
Dude,
Just the Rogue One?
No, I'm just kidding. I just seen somebody telling them people on Facebook, if you say anything, I'll kill you.
I heard it sucked.
What? Don't say shit like that. That's a spoiler.
Nah, I
Star
didn't hear
Trek.
anything.
I'm excited, man. I'm really excited. I'm gonna go watch it with my bros back in the Cali.
I think it looks decent. It's got Ip Man in there. Donnie Yen.
And it's got Forrest Whitaker, man.
Forrest Whitaker. He looks like he's reprising his role from Battlefield Earth.
He does, right? What was John Travolta's freaking? His name was like Tyrell in that movie. So
They
like,
were
get
like
some metal.
Klingons. They might as well be the Klingons.
Tell me about your secret stuff, rat brain. I'm John Travolta. Dude, that movie was terrible. I liked it.
It was interesting to keep watching. Who's that one guy? He was a sniper in Saving Private Ryan. I forget his name.
Barry Pepper.
Yeah.
Dude, he was badass in Private Ryan. Look out, boys. The sniper's got talent. Put me here in this little rifle between 200 to 300 yards from Adolf Hitler. Pack your bags, boys. War's over. Man, I wish I was a cop right now. I'd pull this car over. These guys are shit-faced out of their mind.
Just do a citizen's DUI check.
Whoop, whoop, whoop. Excuse me, sir. Would you mind exiting the vehicle? Sir, do me a favor. Step out of the vehicle and walk in a straight line. I'm going to perform what's known as an FSC.
Anybody see the new Savage AR?
Yeah, I saw the
Savage is making an AR.
You mean Savage, the lever action place?
Savage, the bolt action hunting rifle people.
Oh, the
Shotgun people.
And shotgun. A side charging AR-15.
Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of figured that you had forgotten about your beans last night. I just didn't know whether that was.
They have like a little teaser out. It doesn't really show the whole rifle. But it'll be a shot, I'm guessing. It said January 2017.
Should be good to see. But it doesn't look any different than a normal AR other than the side charging.
It had a polymer dust cover.
Oh, a polymer dust cover. All right, let's melt that dust cover, yo.
I don't think that's going to happen.
Probably not, but it might warp it. One can hope, right?
If that thing's like competitive with like a Ruger AR 5.56 in price, I think it would be cool to have, I guess.
Yeah, maybe.
I kind of want one of those new FN Hodge rifles. I think they're all carbine length gas system.
Isn't that what the Flippy wants?
Flippy wants the Hodge rifle, but the FN Hodge is like FN did a collaboration where they got to use the Hodge rails, not the materials that the Hodge company uses, but their design, basically, I guess.
It's got a left side charging handle. Or you saying?
I want to build
Yeah, it's on the right. I thought it was on the right.
I want to build the rifle from friggin' Infinity Warfare.
Yeah, I
Are you
think
talking about the video that Matt posted on the Facebook? It looks like it has a left side like a G3.
Okay. It might be
cool. With a big old slot down the side of a weak little 5.56 gun that gets clogged up with normal configuration. I'm not going to cut another hole down the side of it.
Brandon, you leaving town now?
No, I'm just dropping a video off for DR Tactical.
You just put those bristles on the charging handle on the side, so no dust or debris gets in between the bristles. Mud flaps.
For your gun.
Trailer bristles.
There's something that says the Rogue One is the first Star Wars movie to acknowledge the whole franchise is about war, and then they just focus in on the wars part of Star Wars.
You know what's funny is you have like a lot of liberals that love Star Wars, but yet the whole premise of Star Wars is about like an uprising against a tyrannical government.
Yeah, but they see it as like a bad movie because it shows a bunch of people that won't just sit and take what the government who's out for their best interests wants to shove down their throat.
Yeah, right? It's like, come on, man. It's just the dark side. They're cool.
Yeah, they got lots of powers and they can bring people back to life and stuff. Who cares if they do it in crazy ways? And it's not necessarily the people you want brought back to life.
Just cooperate.
Extended director's cut.
Oh shit, he's watching the extended director's cut already.
On YouTube, and it's really, really good, man, because it ties in a lot of like the storyline. So like, there's like a big storyline between the movies, and Force Unleashed fills in a lot of it.
Yeah, there's never been a Jedi like that in any of the movies.
Are you not doing your thing, Dano?
There's too much snow going on. It's not worth the risk.
Okay. Is it more work when it's like that though? Because less people want to drive around?
It's a 50-50. Sometimes you do, sometimes you don't. People get scared and don't want to go out in the first place. But it's not worth racking up my car to make a few bucks.
Do you like Uber or something, or?
Yeah.
Oh, right on. What is your policy? Like, do you let people carry?
I'm afraid I neither understand nor comprehend nor can answer your question.
Roger.
So what's your policy on people getting it on in the back of your car? Just paying you to drive them around.
Get it on.
As long as the dome light's on and they're good looking, which is rare.
You're like that limo driver in Hot Shots with the freaking viewfinder. I'm so excited.
I only had that sort of situation happen once, and the girl got super embarrassed, so nothing ever transpired.
What do you calculate the odds to be before you run across that guy like from the movie Collateral, and then you're driving all around assassinating people all evening, learning life?
Dude, I would be like, where do you need to go, brother? $600 for me to drive you around?
You're like, really? You're going to use a 9mm for this one? That guy might have a thick leather jacket. It's so cold. Take my 45.
Yeah, you got a nice, what was it, USP? Tom Cruise, like, little trivia, he trained with SAS to do the stunts in that movie. He did all his own stunts, all his own shooting, trained for 6 months at a range.
For which movie?
Collateral.
Yeah, I watched that video. He does that weird thing with his hand on his chest while he's shooting from the hip.
Yeah. I love it when he's like, yo, homie, is that my briefcase? He's like, yeah, it's your briefcase. And then he's all like, hey, man, it's cool. And then he just, like, freaking pushes him. Boom, 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 boom. Like, straight up moves him, beats that dude. Instead of shooting was pretty much the same as John Wick.
Yeah, did you ever see the Larry Vickers where he recreates it and does it himself?
Where he what?
Larry Vickers recreated that scene, but used the real gun and 2 targets.
Yeah, that was cool. Because when I was at SHOT, I was talking to Larry about that, and I was like, hey, you should try to do the ones from John Wick. He's like, that's probably going to be my next one.
It's got to roll around too much. It's going to hurt his back.
There was a video that was talking about, like he was saying, he's like, yeah, a lot of people make fun of me because I'm overweight. And I didn't watch the video, but it was, like, explaining, like, shooting technique.
You cut out. Are you talking about the Why I'm Fat video?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Did you watch it?
Yeah, so.
What did he say?
Basically said, fuck you, I got all this accomplished and you ain't done shit.
Oh,
nice.
Yeah, good point.
He's like, fuck you, I'm fucking Delta Force, and I fucking have issues with fucking my knees or whatever, right? Go fuck yourself. I think that's what he said.
Yeah.
Except he said nice.
Little nice.
That guy can run the scrambler, like, in 5 seconds. This guy created a semi-auto version of the pulse rifle using a semi-auto Thompson lower. So that's probably what I'm going to start to do. I'm probably going to build that. Because large manufacturing in Arizona currently have the rights and the plans to build the automatic version. But this kid version, semi-auto, it's still an NFA because it's a short-barreled shotgun. But I was talking to him on Facebook. He's like, yeah, man, I'll send you the plans. And if you want, we can collaborate. Maybe we can get something going. That'd be kind of cool.
What is it?
Yeah, if you're talking just an SBS, that's a sample you can actually get. You don't know if you can find a transferable Thompson for $25,000 bucks, right?
It's for those who don't know, it's a pulse rifle, M41A pulse rifle.
Oh, okay. The aliens.
Yeah. Utilizes a Thompson lower.
Now, is that with the 40-watt laser?
Different
what?
Never mind.
Hey, man. Hey, pal. Only what you see. and it's a 40-watt range. So that's my rifle with the 40-watt range. Hey, pal, just what you see. The Uzi 9mm.
I figured you'd get it.
Yeah. I love it, man. He's all like, that's a good gun. You can go pump or auto. It's Italian. So the Franchi's been around for a while. I wonder what year mine is. My Range Rover mechanic wants to get a Spot 12, so I'm hunting down one for him. That gun show, did you find any Spot 12s there?
I'm sure they were there. I wasn't really looking for them though.
I want to get one more as like a project gun.
You need a gold one.
A gold?
Yeah, gold.
What's a gold?
Gold plated.
Oh, dude, that'd be kind of cool. Whoa, they got somebody stopped. Got a Arizona Department of Transportation or DOT, whatever the hell they call themselves now. They got somebody at the car at gunpoint.
Well, that guy's dead. Break out your phone.
Get out of your vehicle. Do.
There was a video the other day where a cop was chasing a guy and the car flipped in front of him, and the guy was just trying to get out of the flipped car's window, and the cop like walked up and shot him like a whack-a-mole, like a pop-up target.
A whack-a-mole.
The guy didn't have any weapon, but I don't know. It was just a video, so I can't make definitive judgments.
Unfortunately, the problem about those like videos is they always start recording like right.
Well, the cop was like, back to dispatch. I have a flipped car with unresponsive people. I think he spent 180 days in jail or something. But it didn't say what he got charged, yeah.
I just got called a police bootlicker the other day, and it's like, dude, I work in law enforcement. How can I be a bootlicker? Yeah, because like Trump was like, he's like, you know, I'm destroying Obama's freaking executive orders to take away the from police, and I was like, good. And then this other guy was like, what? You're part of the Gestapo. You want them to have all these vehicles to take away the citizens' rights?
I thought the idea was to federalize the police, and Obama was going to do that, or wanted to.
He wanted ground share.
Oh yeah, it's his little civilian police force. Yeah.
I just want unregulated mobs. That sounds good.
He wanted to have the.
I remember that video. The video, his training video.
Yeah, Obama wanted to have like the shoot stoppel. I'm so glad that dude's gone. Thought I'd never see the end of him. He did do one thing that kind of caught me by surprise. Like, he signed the order that people can carry in parks.
I suspect that only applied out here. I think there was probably enough like back and forth stipulations on it because that had to be in a state with concealed carry and then blah, blah, blah. There was a couple of stipulations. So it worked for us, but I bet you a lot of places it was nil, you know, like it didn't change anything because they had other laws that trumped it.
So in California, you can go to like this place called the Glass Factory, of which they're actually going to close it in a couple of months because it's in Santa Barbara, and the liberals there don't want people shooting in the mountains. So it used to be the only outdoor shooting range that was unregulated. So you could pull from you draw from the holster. You could do triple taps, whatever, doubles. You could pull the trigger as fast as you want. And so the liberals got pissed about it, even though it's ran by Calguns, and Calguns every year like pays for a bulldozer to come out cleaning and everything. And but even then, like, you have Barbara Boxer and all the rest of the assholes that are like, no, we need to shut it down, because I guess like all the like Earth First backpackers are complaining about the noise. Like, you have the whole forest, and but what's interesting about that, like, it's outdoors, yet people can carry, whatever they want out there. But if I go down the mountain and step onto the road, I can't. Isn't that weird? Like, California's a weird place, man.
They're just stupid. Every time they shut down the range here, that just makes more people go out into the desert and shoot, because unless they're going to change all laws, those people don't stop shooting because they quit making a place for them to shoot. The reason they made a place for them to shoot is so that they wouldn't be all over the place. When they kill the place to shoot, everybody just goes all over the place. So
But
good luck
did
with a hiker anywhere now.
Did they shut down a gun range in Tucson?
2 of them.
What? Was that a city ordinance?
No, just a bunch of people didn't like the noise. They moved in next to a gun range and then didn't like the noise and then shut it down. And everybody just went to the desert because it was the only place to shoot in town.
No, I heard something about like they're going to be like the BLM wants to shut down like the shooting range. Like they want people to stop shooting in the desert.
That would be a tough one to change. But I could see somebody petitioning, and I don't see it happening with Trump.
Wow, look at these houses. Dude, I need to buy a house out here. Actually, I need to become a private contractor. That's what this guy does. All right, guys, they're probably going to lose reception, so I will call everyone back.
Those are pretty big houses. They block cell phone signal. Like, I'm just going to walk to my mailbox place today. It's like 2 miles away. And then I'm like on the way back going, oh, I'll just take this quick shortcut home, since it only took me like a half an hour to walk here. And then I walked like another 4 miles somehow.
I was meant to ask you after the show, do you really want to reconsider taking that shortcut with the suddenly you've got a little town in the middle of the desert between you and the post office?
Oh, yeah. I don't care about that. I'm not afraid of hobos. They're just hobos. They're not like dangerous felons or anything.
Hobos like hopping the train hobos?
Just don't feed them.
Vagrants, probably hippies or drug addicts or something only.
Don't feed
You know,
them.
people that-
Come around again.
People that have nothing to lose are never violent.
They got something to lose.
Well, they can't do. I mean, they can't be violent when you're walking up again. Unless they're ambushing me. I'm not worried about it too much. I've been walking in that area for a long time too. So since nothing's ever happened to me, that obviously changes the odds that it could ever happen to me in the future, right?
Right.
So let's see, I walked this way, and then this way, and that was somehow 2 miles. And all I did was go this way, and oh, I see what I did. Oh yeah, okay. I did like I made like the backwards letter Z. Like I walked up there like right angle, and I was like, that's boring. So then I went back, except I walked almost all the way back west as I needed to, and then I walked diagonally almost all the way east to where I was, and then I walked back west to here. So now I'm gonna do it next time where I cut across here and go straight across there, and that'll probably even cut time off of it completely. So that'll be a good walk every day. That's where I used to walk my dog when he was a baby.
Plus, Dano, you can't let hobos run your life.
Oh yeah, I'm letting some hobos' decisions tell me what to do. But it was not it was abandoned. I'll post pictures of it. It was like already been roosted out of there. But they had a pretty nice setup. It might have been like a pump house or something, like a small foundation out in the middle of the desert for no reason that they used as their floor. And then they had built like almost little brick walls. It might have had rocks and shit around it. So then they had built like they've woven like, you know, branches and tree pieces to like become walls and stuff. And it's all destroyed now, but it looked like it was probably a pretty good little, you know, enclosure. And then they had all kinds of shit, like stuff, all kinds of clothes and crap and whatever junk they dragged over there. And then they had this little hill right next to it that was probably just about as tall as the building thing that they made, I'm guessing, because the building's gone. But then they had those like folding chairs, 2 of them sitting up on top of that little hill. I'm like, damn, that would have been a nice little pad. Hang out your little house and cook your little hobo food, and then whenever you're bored, jump up here and grab your wine and watch the sunrise and sunset off this little tiny hill. But I can't imagine why you'd live there. It could have just been kids too, because if you lived there, you'd have to deal with like coyotes coming and eating you every night, I would think. Unless coyotes don't walk up to people living out in the middle of the desert in a little hobo shanty.
Oh, there was nobody there when you came through.
Oh no, it was already destroyed. Like if either the cops came by and kicked them out of there, or it could just be like, I don't know how many kids live around there right now. It could just be a kid's fort too, and then their friends came by and knocked it down or something. You know how kids do.
Right.
It just seemed a little more elaborate than little kid fort, but it was also full of garbage and crap. It wasn't no illegals or nothing. It was just either a hobo or 2 or some kids.
Okay. Yeah, I thought there were actually people there, which is why I was surprised that you were so nonchalant about it.
No, but I would have been. I don't care about hobos. I've walked up across hobos in all kinds of conditions. They're never really violent. Well, they haven't ever really been violent.
The homeless that I worked around for a number of years, if you're out and about, for the most part, fairly cool. If you're at a facility where there's resources, let's say a meal, a dinner, a breakfast, that sort of thing, also fairly cool. If you're near their sleeping area where they may have whatever few possessions they actually have, they are extremely territorial because they are accustomed to being victims by other homeless. And so they get very aggressive as far as, you know, stay away from me, don't come around here, leave my stuff alone, you know, just.
Sounds like you're putting all homeless in one big basket.
Well, I hear that, but I'm not like going out there to talk to the homeless, so I'd give them wide berth if they were actually sitting there being homeless and weird in their little pit house thing. But I mean, I'm not going to go up and try to give them a piece of bread or money or anything. I'll just give them their room and walk around them. I'm just saying it's not like they're going to see somebody walking near them and run out and attack me or something. I guess I'd be more worried about their crazy leashless hobo dogs that they always have.
I mean, again, going back to just what I know and what I've experienced, as long as you give where their sleeping area is a wide berth, you're probably going to be just fine.
You mean you can't just like take a nap there, and when they get home and they see you in their hobo bed, they get mad?
Don't stop over and expect to have a conversation.
You're like, what?
Hey, I just finished the last year Cheese Whiz. Thanks, hobo guy.
So what's happening in the hobo world? I just got done watching Hobo Today.
Sometimes you get tired. You see a bridge, you get under there, and there just happens to be a hobo bed with a box on it.
What's really interesting, and I have zero experience, it's just something that I saw, is when you see the homeless in large metropolitan areas like the city of Chicago. Again, I don't live in the city of Chicago, don't work in the city of Chicago, but underneath one of the interstates that millions of people are driving over every single day, on the underside, down on the street level, down underneath, there were hundreds on both sides of the underpass of homeless living there with mattresses, box springs, pallets. I mean, they had literally built themselves temporary quarters underneath the interstate. And then right next to where they were, underneath, next to the interstate, was just the regular Chicago neighborhood, minus the homeless. But they had claimed whatever was directly underneath the interstate as theirs. And apparently the police had tolerated it. I mean, they got to go somewhere.
That's not a bad plan.
I mean,
You say you're there for nothing, huh?
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you push them out of there, they're just going to go somewhere else. So as long as they're not on anyone else's property.
You can go there and be the king of the homeless people.
But that's not my goal.
Be like, I'm
Thanks.
the king. Just run that shit. Because you'll have like all the crackers and snacks and stuff. Just don't let them know that you're not really a hobo.
I think Dano prefers his easy chair to some hobo tent.
I'm king of the hobo kingdom.
Don't look now, guys, but I think a Californian has invaded.
I'm a Coloradoan now. I'm in Colorado Springs, buddy.
What, you left already?
I'm in Colorado Springs.
Your mag limit just went up by 5.
I know, man. I'm already more deadly. I felt more deadly the second I got off the plane.
Did you bring all your guns?
No, of course not. I'm flying on a plane. Well, I mean, I don't have enough time to mess. I barely have enough time to sneak knives through the TSA.
Ah, man.
I did get one through. I mean, my normal. I always try to sneak the same Bear Grylls knife. It's about a 3-inch blade. I try to get it through every time I go on TSA travel, just to see if they'll ever find it. They never find it. They don't know what they're doing. Well, don't let me kill the jet.
When you get off of the
I'm tired because I got to go home soon.
when you get off of the plane in a place like that and then walk out of that little gate tunnel umbilical cord part, like as you walk through the threshold into the new place, does it give you like a power up sound from like a video game? Like bing, 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 bing. Like you just got 5 more rounds?
It's like the Zelda.
Or do you have to like
You
jump up and
get a
hit a
new
mushroom or something to actually climb it? You have to, like-
Yeah, I level up. I level up internally every time I do it.
Okay, so you don't have to like jump up and hit a mushroom in order to claim the extra rounds.
That's funny.
You know, it's it takes a bit of time, but you got to work. You got to power level your getting some extra rounds in your magazine.
It's more like this.
Do you go there all the
That's
time?
it. Zelda, baby. Yeah.
Are you going
That's
to
a
the
link.
Denver
That's
airport?
linked to the past. So
Do you fly to Colorado Springs or to Denver?
I try to always go to direct, like wherever I'm going, because driving from Denver to Colorado Springs, you can do it, but it kind of sucks. Or you got to do a commuter flight where you got to connect.
Oh, it's far away.
Yeah.
Have you been to there before? Is that a place you go to?
Colorado Springs many times.
Oh, okay. Is there anything to do there? I've never been there. You ever tried to go to NORAD, or were you ever there when NORAD was open?
No, I'm sure that I would get in big trouble if I went somewhere I'm not supposed to be.
Well, no. It sounds like from my research, because I really wanted to go to NORAD when I was doing the tour theories and routes and stuff. They said that NORAD was open for a window of time. You could take tours, but then they stopped it again.
No, I have not. Never have enough time. Like I would get on Pikes Peak. Pikes Peak's right here in Colorado Springs. Videos up there and do a little comms work, but I never have enough time for any of that. I'm usually like working 12-hour days and get back to the hotel room. I crash. I barely have enough time to post a video, and most of my videos suck ass when I'm traveling. I just sleep and go to work.
Is that because like the shit that you're doing is emergency and they need you all hands on decks, or you're just like, let's get this done so I can get back home?
Combination of all of it. I never know what I'm really walking into when I come out to places like this. When I get out here, it's much worse off than I did, so I end up just having to bust ass to try and a specialist in to try and he did in one day or so. He turned the whole trip around. We were all ready to just pack up and go home because he Superstar came through, just killed it. So we're all very successful. I'll go home very happy.
You're breaking up.
Hopefully we're all getting make money off of it.
Yeah, he's breaking up a little.
You're getting like every other word kind of breaking up.
Sorry, I'll put my mic.
Just pour some Colorado Springs water on your computer.
Don't do that. Don't listen to him.
A little known fact about that tourist window at NORAD: only Chinese and Russians showed up.
Hey, Ruff, you there?
I'm putting
He's having problems.
lower the.
Okay, now I hear you.
I'm here.
You have it?
Yeah, I can hear you. I hear that. Sorry, I was getting a headset.
That's right. Take those vitamins. You have to get the chewable ones.
Sorry about that.
It's fine. Don't worry about it.
No. Just muted.
Yeah, he's muted.
Okay.
I will be right back.
I'm literally in like the worst Wi-Fi I've ever been in a hotel, and the entire hotel and Wi-Fi just will not deal with the concrete. Can you hear me? Okay.
You're roboting a little bit, but I can understand pretty much what you're saying.
Yeah, no, it's because this hotel is it's like a concrete tomb. Well, don't let me dominate the show because I know my connection is horrible. So please, somebody else start talking. Otherwise, you're boring me.
That part wasn't too bad, actually. Let me ask you, I travel as much as you. So when you go to hotels, when's the last time you had like an actual Cat 5 jack on the wall or anything?
Oh, I have Cat 5 jacks on the wall. My laptop doesn't have a Cat 5 jack.
Oh, okay. So you could technically bring around a little wireless thingy and have good connection. Is that something that's standard in hotels, or is, because I don't think I ever see that option when I go.
Oh, I have I guess I could get a dongle for the Cat 5 connector, but no, I always just use Wi-Fi. I think I've only ever use Wi-Fi my entire life of going into hotels. Like my work laptops, those work laptops all have Cat 5, but my personal laptop, and yeah, I drag out 2 laptops generally when I go and travel to edit my videos and also work.
Could you bring like a repeater to just plug in the wall?
Like an HF, a UHF VHF repeater.
I think they used to have them for Wi-Fi, or they still have them.
Okay. I see what you're saying. Like a signal, an amplifier.
Yeah.
I guess you could, but you still have the same latency. The problem is latency. It's not signal strength. Even if you boosted your signal strength, you're going through an intermediary, and that's going to take time. And they boost your signal or whatever, but you're still going to have a time difference. And so the technical speed of the network is relatively going to be the same.
Well, that sucks.
Yeah. Oh. What's up, Night Strike?
I'm back.
They can put like big fancy, whatever they want to connect your computer to their hotel. But if they only hook up their hotel to the internet on like a garden hose, everybody has a connection to no bandwidth, so that'll happen sometimes.
Yeah, exactly.
They need to set up quality of service.
They don't want to pay, especially if it's in a hotel.
You say quality or?
Quality of service. It's so no one computer uses too much bandwidth on a network.
Huh.
Yeah, I'm sure they do that, because then I get here and I start uploading like multi-gig videos, and they're like, "Well, fuck this guy."
Yeah, it makes it so slow that he won't want to do it. So
right. End up like using my. I have uploaded 3 of my videos using tethering on my cell phone just to get it uploaded, which is not cheap because I end up having to pay money out when I cross my boundary.
If you were in state, you could just go to a local library.
I finished my vlog at the end. I finished my vlog at the end of the night. I'm not going to be like some hobo hanging outside the fucking library.
Hey, library has free Wi-Fi.
What?
I got the 10 gigabits of bandwidth from AT&T, and now they roll it over. So as soon as they started rolling over, I've never run out.
Oh yeah. No. So in chat. Yes, my travel laptop is a MacBook Air because I carry a MacBook, a work laptop, and an iPad usually wherever I go on business travel. So I need something tiny. Yeah, I know. I'm a bastard. I am going to upgrade to the new MacBook Pro eventually, and that will make editing entirely easier. It'll be better than my iMac even at this point. But yeah, I've been a Mac boy from the beginning of YouTube's.
You're even worse of a monster because you make those little children in China make your electronic devices. You horrible person, you.
I am sure that the Chinese people make Windows PCs and parts for Windows PCs as frequently as Mac PCs.
No, man. All of my parts come from Taiwan.
Yeah, okay, all right. Or them Singapore's. Bringing in children.
How cold is it there? We've been talking about weather.
So weather, I got out here, and the lowest it got to this week was 13. And I was like, oh, that's kind of cold. And then it was in the 60s. And I was like, dude, this is like Cali. I was like all excited. I had my jacket off. I've got the windows down. I was just rolling through this long stretching road going from the base to my hotel. And I'm like, yeah, dude, this is awesome. And tonight it's supposed to drop to 0 and start snowing. So, hey, my flight out is at 7 a.m. Local time. So I hope I can get out of here.
Back to California.
Yeah, because I got Christmas with my mom at like noon, California time. So I got to be on a plane at 7 a.m. Colorado time, get home. I think I get in at 9 a.m. California time, rush home to my wife, who told me that she's not been able to wrap all the presents because the kids are just all over her. So I need to like take the kids from her so she can wrap the gifts, and then we can go to my mom's. So yeah, that's my plans. My plans for tomorrow. All right, that's good.
Awesome.
Good. Yes, thanks.
Anybody know anything about the Cold Steel Tactical Katana Machete?
I know that every year they send me their videos called Proven or Proof or whatever, Cold Steel Proof, where they like cut down goats, like dead goats and different animal carcasses with their swords. They seem pretty legit.
I think Nathan actually has one. You might want to ask Nathan. I'm not kidding. I think Nathan actually has one of their katanas.
Oh, their katanas are expensive. I don't know if I've looked through their catalog to see which one's the cheapest, but the ones that I've seen are like $300, $400 to $800.
Hey, Rolf, do you have it now? Come on, show us. Show me. I haven't seen it. No?
Show us your vagina.
No. He got an AMD.
Oh, nice.
Did you post pictures of it on IG, Ref?
Good God, man. Somebody sounds like they have
Don't want to scare your followers away.
Sounds like they have a Tesla coil going in the background.
Amit has the Cold Steel shovel.
Oh,
the shovel. All right.
Shovel.
It's awesome. That's the one that splits the pig skull in half. Great video, by the way.
That thing. The Spetsnaz shovel. I bought that thing. I used it very consistently for keeping my fire going when I smoke rib. Hosnosti approved.
I use it to cut a bunch of sod in the backyard. It's pretty heavy duty.
Right on. I think I'm gonna.
Did you buy more?
Ops. I'm gonna switch to mobile ops here in a second. How many people we got in chat? Can I hop in with my phone? Yeah, I think I can. Sure. Right, let me put some pants on. Let me put some pants on, and I might hop downstairs.
Rolf, did you buy more magazines?
Have a smoke.
No, this one came with the rifle.
Oh, there you go.
Instruction manual. Very important.
Now say it in Hungarian.
Probably the same. Instruction manual. Tapco plastic magazine.
I've got Tapcos.
It feels okay. I'm not saying anything bad.
Oh. Let me see the rifle. Do you have it? Hold it up.
No.
You need 20 round mags.
He doesn't want to pull out of the box.
That's cool.
So it's difficult to pull out of the box because there's other stuff in it.
The fixed stock or the folding one?
Fixed.
No, he could just get a Zukov stock later on and just have folding that way.
Yeah, it's not the same.
Elegantly wrapped.
Oh, he still has the tag on it.
Tag. Behold, the AMD 63 Hungarian FEG.
Oh my.
Good rifle.
Have you racked it yet?
Oh yeah.
All right, good. Have you taken it to the range though?
Nope.
Mm.
You're gonna keep the handguard the way it is. Gonna keep it all the way it is.
I don't know. I'm gonna have to see what it feels like. It's not bad. I thought it was gonna be more awkward, but it's okay.
Are you left or right-handed?
Right-handed.
Yeah, it should be good. Just hold on to the mag instead. When your hand gets burned. When your hand gets burned.
I don't know. This is kind of wobbly.
Oh yeah.
That one feels awful.
Oh, you got magazine wobble.
That's all right.
And not that bad putting magazine.
Did they give you one surplus and one Tapco? Or two
No,
Tapcos?
just one. It just comes in with one, but I have a great.
How does that? And does that wobble a lot? Does that wiggle a lot?
No, but it's a little bit solid.
Just use more of those.
I got more of that.
Those aren't the Croatians, or those are the Korean, right?
Croatian, 30 rounds.
Oh, those are Croatian. All right.
I had some problems putting it in, but I learned how to.
Learn
You have to
how to
put
rock
down,
in there.
and then it will engage the thingy.
Yeah, yeah.
But
Good job, Ralph. Sounds good. Sound of freedom.
Wolverines.
All right.
Yes.
Now, sometime next month, might have bullets.
It's good. Like the cheapest ammo out there.
Yeah, I'm hoping. I had a box of Tula 162 by 39 in my hand, and it was $189 at Bass Pro Shops, and I didn't buy it.
Have a $2 box.
1,000 rounds.
Oh, okay.
For $189, that's not a bad price.
Yeah, that's good.
But I didn't have any Wi-Fi, and I didn't know. Like, I had it in my hand. I lifted it up, and
That's less than $5 a box. That's good.
You know, $5 a box is good too.
Yeah, I'm just saying. Going under that is like a good deal. Under 200 for over 1,000 rounds is a good deal.
the bad thing is that I thought I'll just go to the one next right here, the Bass Pro Shop, pick some up, but they never know when they have those things in stock. So if you see it, you gotta grab it. Because you can't order it, because then you have to pay a hazmat fee.
Really? Is that just a Florida thing?
All right, so you guys can hear me okay?
Yeah. Are you out there smoking your recreational marijuana cigarettes now?
No, I'm out here smoking my Nat Sherman special edition cigarette.
Mini cigarillo.
He's smoking a blunt. You see that?
Not
Live on.
qualified as a cigarillo. But check out this fireplace. This is all like man-made stone. This crazy pattern. It's all stone.
That is pretty cool.
How many stones did they have to kill to make that?
Do you smell a bunch of recreational marijuana there, though?
Oh, dude, yes. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, you do. Oh, yeah, you do. So much marijuana's. Oh, wow. There's a light.
Did you go to one of them stores to look at it?
No, I don't have enough time to do that stuff. I wish. I mean, but at the same time, like I'm assuming. Yep.
Looks like he's on fire.
Very serious. So if I roll in somewhere like that,
They could blackmail you with
look at a guy, revoke his clearance, send him back to the salt.
I just
I'm trying to
want
figure out like
train wreck.
But I'm curious. Pretty awesome. I like it when I see Sikh guys. I don't know. You guys ever hang out with anybody who's Sikh, religion Sikh?
A couple of times.
No,
Once.
but I hung out with Iraqis.
Nah, man, Sikh are cool as shit. Like Sikh dudes, I'm like totally down with those guys.
I knew an Iraqi dude named Willie, and he was basically like an Italian guy with like the chest hair and the gold medallion. He was like that kind of guy.
An Iraqi has nothing like. There's nothing in common with Sikhs. Sikhs are.
No, I'm just
like
saying
Indian.
Middle Eastern.
Okay. No, but that's not
over
Middle
there.
Eastern
Asian.
either.
Over
Sikh
there
is from
somewhere.
Sikh are from India.
Okay.
Sikh are like super defensive minded, personal freedom minded people. They're also religious minded, which is fine. Like I don't mind their religion, but at the same time they're very personal responsibility. Like they protect their own. They defend themselves. A lot of Sikh guys are awesome.
I was just letting you know what it was like to hang out with an Iraqi dude.
Okay. No, I appreciate that. I've hung out with Iraqis too. It's not, but I wouldn't qualify that as anywhere near the same thing.
No.
Is that for me?
Are you out there when it's like 0 or whatever you said?
No, it's not that cold.
Okay.
It's nice out here right now, actually, for how it was earlier in the week. There's a big like Remax conference for the real estate company. So a lot of people are Remax people, which is cool. I show them my house, show them like what I did to it. And they're like, oh man, you want to sell that?
I thought house people were like lawyers and shit where they can only sell houses where they're licensed or something.
No, I'm just kidding. I'm just messing around. It's a cool spot, man. This is a really cool little building. Like I'm happy that I got to come here. Like this whole building was made of concrete, made in the turn of the century. It was a mining exchange, and it's called the Mining Exchange. Everything they have here is all based off of the old. Like I'll walk in, I'll show you. There's a vault where they used to put ore, like gold ore and silver ore, and that's how they used to. It's like a stock exchange, but for mining and silver and all that. It's a great hotel, really nice. I would recommend it.
Which city are you in again?
Springs.
Springs. All right.
It's a good town. I really like the town too.
I've been there.
It's it's like kind of a it's kind of a built up city. Like it's built up because there was a need for building up, and they built up, and they have good law enforcement here. It feels pretty nice walking the streets even late at night. There's a pretty big homeless constituents that I think is partially based on the marijuana. A lot of young kids. They're panhandling out on the streets. I got all kinds of panhandling when I was out here going to 7-Eleven or whatever. There's a 7-Eleven down the street that get my water and my jerky and all that.
Just give them the paint, because that's what they're gonna go buy and huff it, and then pass out.
Oh man, I'm an idiot. I didn't back up. I'm gonna die out right now.
What's Colorado City all about? That's or I mean Colorado Springs all about. That's just
A lot
Air
of
Force.
Air Force. Yeah, a lot of Air Force out here. That's why I was out here.
Is that where the Air Force Academy is?
Patterson is here, but I was not out for Patterson. Patterson's where the academy is.
And then we were going to go there for that air museum. Is that at the academy or is that at the other place or somewhere else?
I'm assuming it's at the academy. It's not at. They don't let people on to Schriever. Schriever's like a really. It's considered the most secure base in the United States.
Oh, okay. They're doing stuff there. Yeah, they wouldn't let people in that kind of base for a museum.
No, yeah, it's no joke. Like I'm not going to talk about it, but it's no joke. Like that is the secure base I've ever been to in my life, and I've been to some pretty crazy places.
Steer clear of Cheyenne Mountain.
Will I don't have any time here left. I barely have any time when I'm ever here, but yeah, it's a great city. I like it. I like it a lot. I really like that there's a lot of cops. I mean, they're not like, they don't seem like just like order, and that's about it. I was told by a lot of the people who work here that stolen by the kids who are smoking weed and all that shit. I actually saw somebody whose car got stolen and they repossessed it. They towed it. And they took the people out of there, and they didn't seem overtly aggressive or anything like that. They were just seemed like they're, just doing the right job, doing what they needed to do. Cool city. I will come here. Well, I'm going to be here again in a couple of weeks, but would come here again for fun. Because it's cool because you can go up to Pikes Peak. You can do all kinds of stuff out here. It's an amazing little city.
So you're gonna be there in a couple of weeks. So you're saying Shot is completely out of the question this year then?
I go to Shot so bad, but they got me so tangled around the axle at work. I don't know there's any way. They have all for me.
Just work better and harder, and then that way you'll get your shut done faster, and then you'll have time off. Simple.
About that, like even if I've got overtime, I'm working overtime. It's just difficult.
Difficult.
Like typically the time of year was when our shit starts falling apart, so I'm looking more like I'll be going for a couple of days anyway.
I've been to Pikes Peak, but that was back in like the mid-90s.
The same. It hasn't changed.
It hasn't changed? They still have the same rail cars, right? Or
yeah, rail cars. You can
not rail car. It's not a rail. It's the those car lifts or whatever you call them.
Right on. Yeah. No, there's dudes who drag their radio equipment up there, and I had desire to do that. I really wanted to get up there with my radio stuff and do some comms from Pikes Peak because you can get out crazy. You can get out and talk to all kinds of folks on that. But yeah, couldn't make that happen.
One day.
What? Yeah, no, I gotta come out. I gotta come to these places when I don't have work, and I can just enjoy myself. I got my drone. My new drone is at my house. I couldn't even bring it out. It didn't land in time. It was stuck in China. I wanted to bring the drone out so I could fly it around and get a little shots out here for my vlog, but no, it just didn't work.
Are you illegally importing drones again? I thought we had this discussion that you weren't supposed to do that anymore.
Oh no, I can do that. Like we're good. We're good. I qualified.
Oh, you qualified. Okay. All right.
Qualified drone pilot.
All right.
I do everything on the up and up.
So you got your certification from the Air Force, right?
Oh yeah. Went to the mission commander and said, "Hey, I'm gonna fly this drone around the base. Is that cool?" And they're like, "Fuck no."
Do that at the park.
Get 50 miles away from the base and then go ahead. cool though. Like the people are cool around here. They really are. Much different than California. Group
They're
of
like
people.
mountain surfers.
Well, in the sense of like snow, yeah, they're mountain surfers, I guess.
Like snowboarders. Is there a lot of them?
Yeah. The snowbird crowd is huge. It's bigly.
It's huge. Huge.
Yeah, but the wind is blowing pretty hard out here, so we're gonna get storm front.
Good luck.
This is the snow, which for most pilots that's not a big deal. They keep the tarmac pretty clear. I don't think there's gonna be a problem.
I'm out. See you guys later.
What's that?
Ready?
See you later, Hosh.
What happened?
I'm leaving.
Oh, okay.
He
take it
leaves
easy, man.
abruptly.
Yeah, sorry.
It's his bedtime. I would go snowboarding, but I insist on only doing it if I go up in a helicopter and then jump out of the helicopter and parachute down onto the top of a hill or a mountain that's never been snowboarded down before.
You don't need a parachute. They'll drop you right there on the surface. You just
I want to go up to Heiho level in a helicopter, so I need a special helicopter.
Oh, okay.
I want
Then I need
parachute and then a squirrel suit.
To drop in to do a
Yeah,
snowboard jump.
I'm gonna Heiho into a squirrel, and then I'll jump out of the swiggle out of the parachute and into a squirrel suit, and then I'll go back up a mountain with the thermals, and then I'll drop down.
Yeah. Hey, that's a way you can do the snowboarding. That's a complex way, but you could do that.
It's the only way I'll do it. Otherwise, I would do it all the time.
Right on. I mean, Arizona is probably. Do
It's
they
like
have
an AR strapped to your
where to
back,
go?
taking out targets down the mountain.
Where do you go to snowboard in Arizona?
At the top of the mountain here in Tucson, there's snowing. There's snow, and then if it's cold enough, they'll just make snow, and then Flagstaff volcano with snow on it, so you can ski in Flagstaff too.
Oh, that's cool. I figured there was.
Phoenix ain't big enough to do any kind of skiing though.
Or Sonora or whatever, you can. I mean, that's pretty high altitude. There's probably snow up there, right?
Flagstaff, and then Tucson, our mountain goes up to 9,000 feet, so we get snow on it. But Phoenix has just a bunch of little hills, and then Flagstaff has a big volcano that they put snow on top of. Yeah. Well, it's cinder cone. But I don't know if they get enough water, so I think most of the time they just make the snow on top of it. Like it'll hold snow, but it doesn't just naturally snow enough, I don't think. Oh no, wait a minute. There is a place it's not really in Phoenix. It's in the middle of Arizona, north and south. Go over towards New Mexico, and on the Indian reservation over there, there's a mountain that's big enough for snow, and they get natural snow. So they're a legit snow or ski place.
Woo! Oh man, the wind just picked up. Hold on, I'm gonna mute myself.
Do you have to worry about getting what do they call that? Like contact hide off of whenever a wind blows in Colorado Springs?
Dude, we drove through the middle of downtown on the way to downtown, and there's a bunch of dispensaries. Literally sucked up a bunch of like a weed smoke in our car, and we smelled weed. We were passing a dispensary and we smelled weed. That's how strong it is.
I bet. How that works.
I know that you're not getting high.
And then
You're not getting high off that, but you know that is that's a lot.
Can
of
you
smoke
get
to smell
enough in you to not pass a drug test though by just being in the Colorado City? You think?
I don't think so.
Yeah. I think someone has to like give you a shotgun while you're sleeping.
It's getting crazy windy out here. I'm gonna go back inside. I'm gonna get another drink at the bar before you're going. Oh man.
You wake up coughing weed smoke, and you're like, fuck, I passed that drug test tomorrow. Your friends laughing at you.
You wake up one.
Got my lie detector test, you know, all that stuff.
Jerks. Friends are jerks.
I know how you spell it.
Good. How you doing?
Yeah. Well, looks like SHOT Show's going to be nothing but side charge and Savages and striker fired CZs. And a Gen 5 Glock, maybe.
Yeah, I'm back. Did you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Right on.
Yeah, pretty good now.
Cool. Oh, I'm back inside, so the Wi-Fi's much better. Oh, Dano's in here? What's up with Dano? You talking? Dano, where you at?
You like fell into an ice cream coma?
He's not paying attention.
Do you follow Dixie Travelista on the Instagram?
I do not, no. Is it good?
I don't know. It's just some girl that does something in like Dubai and Saudi Arabia or something. She's
I'm
always
paying attention. I'm just laying on the frickin' couch. And my back.
Nice, man.
Why don't you hire a geisha girl to come and walk on your back? I think that's pretty sound advice. Not Chad killing material.
Damn. Esotech has a 3-day pack for only $99, made in USA. Multicam black, tropic, and arid. Shit. I don't even want to know. And I don't even know about that. But that's a good price.
I have one of these single strap backpacks. I need a double strap.
All right. Before my phone dies, I'm going to show you the vaults. And here's the
Stone.
Crows. Some kind of squiggly lines.
That's the stone. Illuminati.
54th Engineer Battalion. I never heard of them. 173rd Airborne. What are you wiggling there?
Me. Controller.
A troll.
Oh.
I thought that was a part off of that AMD.
No.
Should stick that on the IMD.
I think it's going to the garbage.
That's like a new troll.
Yeah, it's the new troll. It's from the movie. I got it in a box of Lucky Charms.
Nice. I know they still gave you toys. I thought they gave you like stickers. Everything's a choking hazard.
Not bad at all for a free toy.
Yeah. Wiggle his hair around. It's frozen.
Water. You realize, Mandrake, 70% of you is water.
I thought it was more than that.
Yeah, 35, probably. It's a movie quote.
Oh.
Nothing. We're not doing anything again. Oh, okay, round.
VHS.
That's what
Hi.
That's what Raph reminds me of. Peter Sellers.
Me
Pink
glad.
Panther.
I never found those movies funny.
You look like Peter Sellers. You should like sign autographs for him.
I thought I looked like that Harold Ramis.
You could be him too.
Anywho.
Josh hasn't breathed in like 3 minutes on that screen.
When he's sitting in that fancy chair?
Like a Navy SEAL.
Oh, in that other view.
Yeah. He never breathes when he's in the chair. Like a wax. That's like a wax hush. That'd be cool to get a wax figure done of yourself. Don't tell your family about it. Tell your friends. Some of them things look real.
Mm-hmm. Anybody traveling for the weekend?
No.
Neither.
No way. I'm gonna stay inside. It's warm.
Next week. I'm going to Miami. Hello, Mr. Knives.
What's up, guys? How you guys doing tonight?
El Señor de los Cuchillos.
Yeah.
No, Señor Cuchillos.
El Señor Cuchillos. Yeah, he's right.
Mi
Cuchillos,
dedo
knives.
este hinchado.
Is that knives? Cochitos, whatever.
Señor Cuchillos.
Cuchillos.
I bought myself a couple of other sets of flashcards, but I never make time to go through them and learn words. But I got them for $1 a piece. They're worth buying.
Still gotta try the Rosetta Stone.
I don't like that.
That's expensive.
Tried it. It's expensive. I heard the Spanish one was cheap.
It depends. If you get it off of somebody, it's way cheap. If you pay for it straight from them, it's super expensive.
Wow.
But the Border Patrol used to use it, so I've heard a bunch of people talk about it. Both guys that wanted to learn Spanish and didn't want to learn Spanish and already knew Spanish or kind of knew some, street Spanish or whatever. And then everybody said it works, but it's not the best way. It's like, what the hell? I forget now. It's a lot of like memorization of phrases or something. So
I thought it was like association of words with pictures.
That's what it is, maybe. I don't know. Whatever they said, like it works if that works for you, but if that doesn't work for you, then it's just not going to help you. But everybody said there's this little lady that taught a whole bunch of the Border Patrol guys that go through Tucson, and they do it through immersion, just meeting up every Wednesday and talking Spanish to each other. And that's what I want to do. I actually want to, I'm probably going to do it because I'm closing down all the gun stuff, is I'll probably I built a couple of 3 or 4 websites to exploit the illegals that come up here and need to learn English. So I figured if I build a place to learn English, they'll pay me to teach them English and I'll learn Spanish at the same time for free. Only I won't rape them. But anyway, I might work on that project again because I wouldn't mind learning Spanish so I can go down to Mexico more.
Exchange languages.
Not a fair exchange. I want them to pay me to learn English and then I would learn Spanish for free.
Reminds me of that World War II movie where the Japanese guy and the American guy or British guy, I can't remember, stuck on an island. They have to try to figure out each other's language.
Enemy Mine?
No, but that's like the space version.
Yeah.
This is like an old 50s, 60s movie, maybe.
I just hope the World War II version doesn't include like the Japanese guy pooping out his own baby and then having a baby.
Nope.
That's
No, they had that for alien effect for the space version.
I'm pretty sure the hidden message to Enemy Mine is that them two were going at it and had a baby.
Oh my.
His beard. That lizard guy couldn't resist Dennis Quaid's beard.
Yeah, it's like, that just happened to me naturally. Don't worry about it. It's nothing that we did.
I can't quit you, space reptile.
I haven't seen that movie since probably the 80s, and I have no intention of watching it again.
What movie?
Enemy Mine. Dennis Quaid and I don't forgot the other guy.
The guy was in the
Louis Gossett Jr.
Oh yeah, the guy from that one airplane movie.
Yeah, Iron Eagle.
Iron Eagle. You remember that one, Dan? It's like this.
Louis Gossett Jr.
Yeah.
Iron Eagle, I remember.
Louis Gossett Jr.
What's the movie called again?
Oh my goodness.
Enemy Mine.
All right, thank you.
Who's that one guy in that again?
Louis Gossett Jr. and Dennis Quaid.
And that's Iron what?
Well, Dennis Quaid is not in.
Who's
Iron...
the one in and this is what the conversations are like in Colorado Springs.
Yeah, man. It's like this, man. Oh, you know, they stole the plot from an episode of Battlestar Galactica.
You know, there's all sorts of reasons people do business in in Colorado, that have nothing to do with Colorado, except they need to go to Colorado for some business. Personal business.
Alrighty then.
Of the Bob variety.
Yeah, we know about Bob's business in Colorado is. Notice how Bob's plans are changing to like, well, I'm not probably going to get all the way down to Arizona this time. I'll probably get as far down as Colorado, and I'll just hang there for 6 months.
Yeah, it's like every 2 to 3 weeks, his plans get more delayed and more evolved. And suddenly, I'm just going to score dope.
Yeah, exactly. Pretty soon it'll just be like, well, I'm just driving down for 3 hours to visit Colorado real quick.
Get high, high, high.
But I only have time for a drive-through.
Is that Colorado cold this time of year?
Yes. I mean,
I did see that movie.
It varies a lot with your elevation, of course.
It's a classic.
What, Enemy Mine? That ain't no classic.
Yeah, it's a classic, I think.
Yeah, I saw it.
The movie that exists, that don't make that classic.
Delicious thing to eat. The popcorn can't be beat.
What the fuck?
It's just dandy. The chocolate bars and the candy.
Oh, that's open. That's not copyrighted though, I think.
That should be Colorado's theme song.
I felt we just needed a little bit of 1950s goodness.
That's the way it is.
They do a movie with an intermission?
I have.
Besides
The drive-in.
Well, besides the drive-in, though?
Hmm.
I've been to a couple when I was a little kid where they would stop the fucking movie in the middle and make you go buy popcorn and shit.
Oh, that's the intermission.
The big long movies from the...
When the projectors, there was a period of time where a lot of the movie theaters did not have projectors that were sequenced properly, so they couldn't.
Oh, that makes sense. They couldn't do a whole movie.
Right, they would stop one reel and manually change over to. And while that was happening, they'd take a 5-minute break so people could go to the bathroom, not miss the movie, get something to eat, to go back to their seat, and then they would start the other reel.
That makes a lot of sense. I just figured they did it because it was something custom from plays or some shit, but that makes more sense.
I thought it was because the movies were extremely long, like Ben-Hur or the Ten Commandments.
Well, that's true. I've seen a couple of movies that even if you watch them now, they'll have an intermission gap in them. Like while you're watching it on DVD, it'll say intermission.
Yeah. Tora had one. One of those.
Oh, yeah, it's true.
Spartacus. Back in the day. But I don't know if any modern movies have it. The one to see would probably be the Kevin Costner movie about the West.
Are you talking about Open Range?
Dances with Wolves. That has an intermission. Yeah.
Because that movie's long.
That movie's long. Lonesome Dove too.
Open Range is amazing. If you ever watch Open Range,
I don't think I've seen that one. That's Kevin Costner also.
Open Range with Duvall is really, really good. It
That's
has
a good
possibly
one.
the best Western shootout of all moviedom, in my opinion.
Wow. I remember seeing it, but I think I was a little bit disappointed because I thought a Western wasn't going to be like that, but it was more political.
We have a comment from the chat here from Ponery. Says way back in the day, they did intermissions to allow the orchestra in the pit to grab a smoke and a rest.
Yep. Yeah, because they played the music. Like, I ever watched Gone with the Wind before. That was all legit orchestra. Most of that backtracking was all live performers. Pretty amazing.
But that's talkies, or excuse me, silent films. But once talkies were around,
Yeah, it was more. Orchestras were probably done for the silent movies.
Yeah.
Sometimes there was an organist. I've been to movies with an organist.
There's intermissions at plays too, so orchestras would be at plays.
well, that's just so parents don't claw their eyes out.
People need to go to the restroom.
Well, I'm not saying children's school plays.
I can't stand to watch these kids any longer. They're driving me crazy.
Give them some candy.
So I have the home box office playing right now, the HBO's, and they're playing Spider-Man 1, the first Spider-Man with Willem Dafoe as the Green Goblin.
I like that one. I like all the Spider-Mans, really. I've seen the preview for that new Spider-Man. I think I'm going to like it least of all the Spider-Mans because of his goofy-ass eyes.
I like the new Spider-Man in the recent one, the younger kid with the crazy hair. I thought he was like a perfect Peter Parker. I thought he did a really good job.
Gwen Stacy in it, right? The ones that are already movies that exist, and there's two of them. Are you talking about the new one that comes from Captain America?
No, not the one from Captain America.
The Amazing Spider-Man.
The Amazing
The one
Spider-Man.
with Gwen Stacy are the best Spider-Mans they ever made.
Yeah, the Amazing Spider-Man where they had like Shocker. Shocker was the bad guy. That was really good. That was a really good like Spider-Man. I enjoyed
Jamie
it.
Foxx.
Yeah, those ones. I think that Spider-Man kid was the best Spider-Man, like Peter Parker Spider-Man, and then Gwen
It's not
Stacy
even American.
was way better than that other chick that was in them.
I agree, dude. I totally agree.
No way. He was like the worst Spider-Man.
Oh, no
The guy
way.
from the 70s
guy from the
television
70s was the worst.
mini show. He
That guy
was he was better than that.
Oh no,
That guy
I like
from
the-
the network.
I like both of the new kid ones, but that
Social
one guy
Network.
from the 70s was like an old man. Spider-Man's supposed to be a kid, and that guy was like an
Yeah,
old man.
A young kid.
That's how much I hate that guy from the Social Network movie.
Is that the new kid?
Yeah, that's the guy that you guys are talking about.
Well, that's what I mean. So why don't you
British
like
guy.
that? Why don't you like that guy?
I just didn't like him in that movie. He left a bad impression.
Well, that's the thing. I never had heard of him before, so I guess he was fresh for me. But mainly it's Gwen Stacy. That chick's fucking hot, and I like Gwen Stacy better than the other chick, the redhead chick.
Kirsten Dunst. Yeah.
Oh, Kirsten Dunst is horrible.
She's like she's worthless.
Horrible. She's like the worst. Oh, Mary Jane as like, come on, she can't be Mary Jane. Mary Jane's supposed to be like a voluptuous redhead, like the redhead that all like every.
Oh, I thought she's supposed to be just like the girl next door.
Who's the chick from the Transformers? Megan
The
Fox.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's gonna be Poison Ivy, and they're gonna have a lesbian scene with her. And
Now we're
what's
talking.
her face?
Now we're really talking. And then Spider-Man will be up
Now
on the
we're-
ceiling looking at it.
No, it's the
Yeah.
DC movie.
Batman. No, Batman is Poison Ivy.
Yeah. What's her face? Harley Quinn and Megan Fox.
Did you watch Suicide Squad? Was that like one of the worst like adaptations of a comic book ever?
I've never read the comic book, but I didn't like the movie all that much. It's stupid. I only seen it once, so I'll have to watch it again.
Man, like Will Smith in it.
So I like Will Smith as an actor, but that's not Deadshot.
I don't know. Deadshot was supposed to be Russian, no?
What was Deadshot? in?
Deadshot.
In
Daredevil? If you took all the joking, funny shit away from Deadpool, that is Deadshot. A strict, like if you took Leon from the Professional and made him a comic book character, he would be Deadshot.
So he's like calm and sober all the time.
He's very matter of fact about the business, and it's not dramatic or anything like that. And they brought all this like drama in with his kid and all that stuff. And like, Jesus Christ, Joker stuff. And what's his name? Jared Leto. Jared Leto's Joker, actually, the gangster Joker, I don't have a problem with. I think that's not actually a bad imagery for the Joker. But Harley Quinn and all that bullshit, it killed me. Made me so upset.
You know that band from Chappie? Those weird South African actors that were in that movie were trying to sue the makers, saying they stole their look for the Harley Quinn.
What?
Yeah.
I just watched Chappie not too long ago. What are you talking? Like there's a band in it?
Yeah. Those two actors, the two blonde-headed actors, the girl and the guy, are a band in South Africa.
She's hardly Harley Quinn is hardly a rip-off of that goofy-looking.
Well, that's what they were claiming. That's what they were claiming in their like lawsuit or whatever.
For one thing, she didn't baby talk the whole damn time. Like
But I think they digitally like fixed Harley Quinn's pants to make them longer. Like she was showing way more ass in the original cut.
That's never a good deal. That's a waste of computer.
Yeah.
Oh man, I have some great shots coming back towards Peak today.
Margot Robbie.
Is amazing.
I kept forgetting her name. So there's going to be like Margot Robbie and Megan Fox relationship in the Harley Quinn movie.
All right. What's the first one's name?
Margot Robbie.
Google this shit.
She played Harley Quinn.
Oh, wait a minute.
She also played She also played the major love interest of Wolf of Wall Street.
Yeah.
A hot blonde. Like, I don't like blondes, but she's a hot freaking blonde.
I don't think she's really a blonde. All these pictures have her look like she dyes her hair.
Okay. Well,
probably.
She's a hot blonde.
Her and Megan Fox are going to dyke out.
Yeah. They had a relationship in the comic book. A lesbian relationship.
Well, that's weird. That's just weird. I feel uncomfortable in my pants right now.
I had a place when I was a kid that I could go watch movies at a place like you're talking about, Raph, like where they still did plays there, I think, and shit. So they had it all ornate, like an old-fashioned theater, and had all the crap there. It was kind of neat to watch movies there.
Hey, Hash.
Yo.
There are some things you're free to keep to yourself.
What's that? In my pants? Man.
You should email what's going on in your pants to Dano like every day.
Hash's Pants newsletter.
I mean, I believe you. I trust you.
Can you set up the wiki for what's going on in my pants?
Is there a party? Is there a party going on in your pants? Pants party?
Party for one.
Yeah, like you can set up events in your pants newsletter.
Where did that come from? There's a party in my pants and everybody's invited. remember everybody used to say that when I was a kid.
I guess that was the saying, but then they messed it up in 40-Year-Old Virgin. Or, no, the Anchorman. And that made it funny. Brick Tamlin. If it came from a movie, I don't know.
Oh man, I got a sweet time lapse. Lapses in here. For Colorado Springs, very cool.
It just kills the Wi-Fi.
Did you use your phone to film it? You have a digital camera?
Yeah, I have a digital camera.
Or those.
Wait, wait. Oh, wait, Raphael. We have not been formally introduced. My name is Josh.
Hi.
I go by Hosh Nasi on the YouTubes videos.
Cool.
Every day I post another video of whatever I'm doing that day. So yeah, I have a my go-to. I'll switch over. Let me switch over to camera here for a second. My go-to camera is a Canon G7X. I'm going to probably upgrade that in the future here to a Sony. This is my workhorse camera. I've been using this for everything. Family, everything. I bring it wherever, whatever we do. You know, just fooling around where I live, or I'm out on travel, or I go out shooting, which is rare. I don't do so much shooting anymore. Old enough yet. I got to get the kids involved. Once I get the kids, you can, if you're interested, you don't have to.
Hey, Hosh, how's the weather where you at?
It's right now. It was horrible. 13 degrees. It was really shitty, and it's gonna get like 0 tonight. Gotta fly out. Gotta get out of here. This town. I know moms in the afternoon. Gotta get on a plane and get into.
You're breaking up really bad. But he told us before that it's been decent weather, but it's about to drop cold tonight, and that he's got to leave at like 7 in the morning to get back to California to eat Christmas with his ma. You're breaking up pretty bad, Hosh.
I'm in a building that is on.
Yeah. You're a complete robot at this point.
Yeah, anyway, I'd like to do some of that time-lapse stuff. I don't know how to do it. I think you need something called an intervalometer. Some cameras are shipping with the stuff already built inside. It just tells the camera to take one picture at a certain time.
Yeah, I've had pictures like that, or cameras like that, but what I think Hosh is talking about is just taking a lot of video, put it into your software and compress it. That's what I do. Then it's a lot smoother. It's a lot more cumbersome. It takes time to, do, but it's not.
Is there like apps for the phone for time-lapse photography?
Oh yeah, I had a app running back in 12 even when me and Hosh were driving around, and it would do like what Ralph was saying, like maybe I think you set it once every 30 seconds, once every minute, once every 10 seconds or whatever. So I think we set it to like once every minute, tried to have it point out the thing. But that didn't work too good because I was doing it off my phone and it would just heat the fuck up. It was like super hot by the time you let it run for a little bit.
The same problem some cameras run into when shooting 4K video and things like that. They heat up and they only can film for like 4 minutes and they have to stop.
Ralph, he put his YouTube page in the chat. I think that's for you to check him out. I'm going to keep my connection going, but I'm actually going to hop out for an hour. I'll be back.
Hi guys, my name is Josh, also known as Hosh Nasi.
There you
On
are.
this channel, it's about engineering fatherhood. I am both a father and an
He's a train engineer.
Woo!
Choo choo.
Josh was in the first, I think we looked at it and he was in the first live chat we ever did, I think. Or if not the first, the second one. I think it might have been the first one too.
What's that?
Whenever I figured out we could even do these hangouts, I think that you're one of the people I invited. Or in either the first one or the second one. Saturday and the first
I was definitely the first on gunchannels.com. We have picture evidence. We have real proof that I was one of the first.
Yeah, DB's the third. It was like me and Ralph and then DB and then a bunch of you guys. Yeah, definitely at the beginning of all of this.
Yeah, but
even
the
before
real beginners was cheated because they were given the secret, hey, there's a spot over here. So they got to sign up first.
Well, as we built it, yeah, we logged into it. But yeah.
Well, something I got today I was really shocked at. I had ordered some bullets for reloading from Natchez, and they actually sent like a 1990s or 1980s kind of catalog. It's like over an inch thick of like every single one of their products. I haven't seen one of these in well over a decade.
Wow.
They were one of the, like with Brownells and Natchez and a couple others were like the catalogs back in the day before there was internet.
Yeah.
You would see them at every gun shop. Every gunsmith would have them.
I heard Harry Potter owns Brownells.
Oh yeah, Larry Potter.
Oh, Larry Potter.
I mean, and it's a to Z of everything they have.
Oh, wow. Awesome. I miss catalogs.
Oh yeah, even just
I get catalogs from LA Police Gear. What else do I get them from? Diamond Head USA. They send me that shit every-
Now, how detailed or
The LA
broad
Police
is
Gear one is pretty good. The Diamond Head is just their product, so it's not.
this one that I'm looking at is 749 pages.
That's pretty substantial.
That's a novel.
Yeah, and I didn't ask for
That's
it or
like
pay for it. They just sent it to me.
And LA Police Gears. LA Police Gear had ugly Christmas sweaters for sale this year.
It just reminds me of back in the day when we used to put together our Christmas wish list by going through like the Sears catalog.
Yeah, I remember years. Especially the football jerseys and the Star Wars toys.
See what happens to your Wi-Fi when you legalize the reefer?
Don't fear the reefer. I can't tell you how long I thought that was the name of the song.
Fear the reefer.
It shows you how geeky or whatever out of touch.
How much of a pothead you were?
Those are some really crazy lyrics.
And then I realized, oh, it's Reaper. Well, that changes a few things.
Yeah.
Because
Shouldn't have rushed into that reefer so
Yeah.
fearlessly.
Because I do fear the Reaper. Well, let's just say I'm not looking forward to it.
Yeah, everybody does. I have a fever.
For the flavor?
And the only cure is
I have to have more cowbell.
what's his name? Johnny Dixon.
Yeah, I think it's Bruce.
Yeah,
Bruce Dixon. Bruce.
My dick's on the wall, but I want some more cowbell.
Funny.
The other one, and the Colonel Angelas.
Colonel Angus.
It sounds like something else.
Yeah, it does. See, it's a funny skit from Saturday Night Live with Christopher Walken.
Oh, I found it.
Of Colonel Angus coming back from the war.
Yeah, they used to do those skits with words that would sound very similar to something else.
Yes.
And then have like whoever their guest for the week was, say in a serious speech that funny word over and over and over again.
Oh, yeah.
I got hit in the jaw.
In that accident down in Big Beaver. I lost my jaw.
So my name is now Colonel Angus. Ain't no Angus.
No longer. Yes. Please call me by my given name. Anal Angus. Oh man. And some depraved people over there in SNL. Good show though. Too bad they're not funny anymore.
Yeah. They really suck. I really hate this cast.
Mm.
Like, usually you get used to them. But you can't get used to these guys.
Who are they hiring? Are these comedians or just people who off the street?
Lauren Michaels must be like losing his mind or something.
Or he just doesn't care anymore. It's just put him on there.
Well, he's been doing it since the 70s, so he's really kind of.
He's not as sharp.
Yeah.
So therefore, his talent is not as sharp.
Well, I mean, you go back to when there was John Belushi and all the others that were there.
Well, there was some years in the 90s when it was like, I didn't even know
Oh
it was
yeah,
on
wait,
because it was fucking
exactly.
Damon Wayne and
You can't expect a show that's on every week to be perfect for decades and decades, but still.
Anthony Michael Hall was a cast member.
Yeah, and that's who?
That's the guy from Breakfast Club.
Yeah.
I like Billy Crystal. It was funny in there.
Yep.
Alec Baldwin was my favorite host for a while.
Mm-hmm.
He still does a great Trump.
Yeah.
So I'm sure he'll be. He's got a guest appearance locked on every other month for the next 4 years.
He's a douchebag, but yeah, he's good.
I wish he would have made some Jack Ryan movies. I like Harrison Ford, but he's not Jack Ryan.
Correct.
And Alec Baldwin was more of the Jack Ryan type, a guy out of water.
Right.
But Harrison Ford is just, he's Harrison Ford.
Yeah, I'm currently about halfway through that entire series again on audio, on audible.com.
Mhm.
All those, including Jack Ryan Jr. and then the Rainbow Six and all that stuff.
I don't know. I stopped a long time ago reading them, but I don't know. Sometimes because I was finding these books out, I did not know there was a precise order. Like I think Cardinal of the Kremlin was supposed to be either before or after Hunt for Red October. I don't know.
Rainbow
Yeah,
Six.
there's an order that they were published, and then there's the order that they were written in time, which is not necessarily one and the same.
Mhm.
So you kind of have to, figure it out. If you want to listen to them in order, you have to kind of do your homework.
And I think
The Rainbow Six was a game series instead of a movie from the books.
Well, Rainbow Six was the anti-terror squad based out of the UK.
Yeah, they made them into a game.
Oh, they did?
Yeah. So they had all the characters like Carlos and I forget who else.
Not surprised. Why be original?
Oh, they're all Tom Clancy licensed games.
That's true. But yeah, I'm about not quite halfway through all of his books again.
I have a book about submarines that he wrote. I don't know if I finished it.
Yeah, he does have some nonfiction work as well.
Somewhere out there. I got too many books to read, so.
That's why I only buy one book at a time. I won't buy another book until I finish reading the one I have.
Yeah. I've been going through them quickly. I get gift cards for Christmas. So I buy some cheap, affordable books. If I find something I really want to read. Or reread again. I got a nice copy of The Longest Day. And this one's got good pictures and things like that. Sometimes I would buy a book at the thrift store and they are in sad shape. And I read them quick and I like them so much I'll buy them again if I find another one cheap to read again.
I've been just listening to YouTube books.
And that works fine as long as you finish it before it somehow ends up getting taken down or moved or something.
Yeah. Some of them are like 4 hours.
Right, if you get the abridged version.
Yep.
And I've been reading on the iPad too.
I've been lucky. I haven't seen any getting taken down when I go back to finish it or whatever. It's not like I wait too long.
I've read some here because my sister gave me some cards and I buy books. I read about the Great Bridge, the Brooklyn Bridge. David McCullough. And The Martian. There's a thing called the Gutenberg Project, and they have free books. Stuff that's out of copyright. They have some really interesting things. The last time I got one of the gift cards from the bookstore, I got a book called The Monuments Men. They made a movie out of it. There it is.
Is the book better or the movie better?
Huh?
What's better, the book or the movie?
I think the movie was a lot more. It's hard to say because I like the movie was so enclosed. This is not well written. It is interesting, but it's not well written. But the movie is it's better abridged. It just gives you the important things. So I like the movie better than the book. Because this book could have been written a lot better.
Damn, I lost almost 100 people today on Instagram.
What did you post? Use one of the tracker things?
Yeah.
I haven't used it since that one, like, I ran out of time or whatever on that one. Insta followers or something.
Did you post something political?
No, I posted 9 pictures of people and some cameras. I'll be like that.
Yeah, I saw them.
We're like, who are they?
People are like, I come here for the gun exploitation, and that's it.
Yeah, I don't keep track, but I know I've been stagnant at 23.4 for like ever.
It's annoying because I was only like a few over whatever 66.5, so now I'm at 66.4. So it's like, oh, okay, put in 9 pictures and kill my numbers. Great.
Yeah, I was getting like, once I hit 20,000 or maybe over 15, I was getting like thousands of likes per picture. And then as soon as they implemented that new algorithm or whatever,
oh
it
yeah,
dropped down to hundreds.
I know what you're talking
likes. Yeah, they should have just made it so you could scroll back for infinity, or at least longer than 100. Whatever pictures it was. Or could you? I'm thinking of likes.
Well, you take picture of eating lunch somewhere, and you get like the local restaurant page, you get the local themed restaurant page, you get the restaurant themselves, you get all the people that like to eat there. Post a picture of somebody who's like developing the industry or like retaining their rights or training people, and it's like, what the fuck is this? I'm unsubbing this shit. I gotta look at people, and some of them are hot chicks. Like, fuck that. I'm out of here.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it was the Tory one. Or like, ew, icky.
You girls. I came here for
girls, right?
Yeah.
Like a bunch of airsofter kids. She's got cooties.
I lost one follower when I won the tactical pop quiz. Somebody posted, "I'm out of here."
Probably lose someone whenever I post a block or something. A lot of haters. I'll gain some if I post the CZ, and lose some if I post the Glock.
Maybe you should post them together in the same photo.
Yeah, I've done that before. Try it again. Then they're like, heads explode. They don't know what to do, so they automatically accidentally double tap the screen.
Hush up. No. I'm doing the Instagrams. Leave me alone. Dog King.
I should put my phone on the charger at home. Damn.
I think he's 50% got to go outside, and then the other 50% is he doesn't like the idea that I'm not looking at him and I'm playing with my phone.
Big whiner.
Yeah, he sounds like he's miserable, doesn't he? Like, oh my god, I've never gone outside before. I hear about all the other dogs tell me what it's like outside, and I'm pretty sure it's fabulous out there, and I don't even know.
There's trenches out there.
But all the other boys tell me it's wonderful.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's the best thing I could ever do is go outside right now. I've never been out there before. I walked home through the desert, so I'm sure he's not pleased that I came home with all kinds of exotic smells and shit. That's where I used to walk when he was a baby. Fuck you. What do you mean coming home and all that smells on you? I can't even go out in the backyard. Now he's all pouting over here. He gave up.
Now he's going to go in the other room and shit on the carpet.
No, he's not that bad yet. Plus, there is no other room. I don't know how big a place you think I live in.
Well, I'm assuming it's not a one-room shack.
Pretty much. It's a lot like one of them hobo towns I was walking past today.
So you were checking out the neighborhood.
Yeah, I was like, oh, look at these upgrades. I dragged home a piece of wood. Like, if they're not using it, I'm going to use this. I can still use this. This is still good.
This one comes with a little dishwasher. Its name is Little Jose.
There's, I don't know if I told you that we got our brilliant town of Tucson. People who spent whatever the hell, $196 million on a 4-mile long trolley. They sold our junk pickup for the week of Christmas. So instead of everyone just enjoying their Christmas with their relatives coming over, they get to number one, not park on their own parkways. You know how people pull up and double parked into their yard sometimes or whatever? They can't do that because they got couches and piles of wood and all the lawn debris. That's all going to be out for Christmas. So anyways, they got a bunch of people are starting to do that already. So there's these ramps. I was eyeballing them from the other day. You know, instead of using a jack, you just drive your car up on plastic ramps and then it's up in the air and it's safe, I guess, because you're up on a ramp. There was this guy throwing away 2 of those. They're huge. And I thought they were for dualies or something.
Mm-hmm.
So I went over there and checked them out today when I was coming home. But I was kind of late because I was already late for the show. But I think they're skateboard ramps. They don't look like they can hold up my van. But I was thinking, man, I'm going to go garbage pick those things. They look like, I could just drive the van up on there and fuck around underneath it.
Right.
Really don't need them for the van, but for the cop car, it'd be nice too. I can't even do my own oil on the cop car because I'm too lazy to throw the jack under there, and it's about 2 inches off of the ground.
Now, is it supposed to be that low to the ground?
Yeah, that's just the way cop cars are.
Okay. Well, I just seen cop cars, the few older ones that are left in my area. I mean, they're low, but they're not 2 inches off the ground.
Well, they're a little lower than regular car, I think, because they got skid plates and stuff under there. But I don't know. Maybe they do make them higher. Maybe they do something to the suspensions up there, because obviously this one came from Albuquerque. There's no snow there really, and if it is, it doesn't accumulate. And then, being up where there's actually snow, maybe they do something to make them a little higher.
Right.
There's not multiple models of P71s though, so it would be something, local. But oh shit, looks like Heavy B starting up his show.
It's the Heavy B.
Well, he started 9 minutes ago.
Like a black hole, I got sucked into this catalog.
Which cat? Oh, that Natchez. It's all just stupid gun parts and shit, though, isn't it?
It's everything. I mean, that one can think of.
Oh, so it's not just like a hammer for this gun and a spring for that gun and shit like that.
Exactly.
Hi all. Speaking of gun parts, is it safe to dry fire an AK-47?
Dry fire, sure.
Okay, cool.
Just make sure no bullets in it.
Yeah, I don't have any. Safe. Cool.
That would be slightly wet. That's a joke, not wet, not dry.
Damp fire. I was like, what the hell am I in? I'm in the damn Daily Show's email. How did that happen? Where the hell am I going? Maybe I had a different browser. Robbie's saying that the Crown Vics there said high to get over curbs. I wonder if that's a thing too, because I'll bet you our curbs aren't the same as back east. We don't have water or snow to deal with, so they probably don't bother making the curbs so high.
Gotcha. But I wonder what the advantage to being low would be.
I don't know. I think they're just because they're a regular Crown Vic with a bunch of heavy shit in it, and they just sit a little low, maybe.
That's true.
Or mine's just old as shit and has poor shocks. Maybe it's just sitting lower, and I don't know it.
Because I have a feeling the last time you replaced the shocks were never.
Yeah, never. I've done the brakes, but that doesn't change nothing.
Now this is kind of weird. They have spam cans, WPA in 9mm. Why would you have a non-Russian Eastern European round in a spam can? Other than it's nice to have a spam can.
I think just for commercial, it's just that they have the facility to spam things up. So that's probably just as cheap or cheaper than anything else for them.
Yeah.
I'm tired. What? What is this going to take? Oh, that's what I'm fucking talking about. Woohoo! I joined this thing that's like Yelp for vegans, and I posted a shit ton of reviews on it because I've done nothing but reviews before. And it was holding me at my, you get like points, like in the system, like we got badges or whatever, they give you badges. And I was sitting here at like 9, driving me nuts, and I had to click this little refresh button. I went from 9 to 50.
That's nice.
And I got to add one more point, and I'll be fucking silver. That's awesome. I'm going from 0 to hero. You'd be like, look at that, 50, 50.
Oh, back. All right. So back downstairs again. I'm gonna get my little battery backup. We should be good. Call it a night after that.
Blog. You get 30 points for blogging. I need to start blogging on here.
All the cool kids are blogging, man. Didn't you know that?
The kids like to read them blogs.
All them cool kids and then blogs, dude.
No matter what I do.
Apparently, that guy's having connection issues. Maybe he should try going to engineering school or something.
I wonder if he's a real engineer or by title only.
Nice. 95,000 miles ain't too bad for a freaking 2010 either. $5,000, that's really not a bad price. It looks like it's in good shape. Looking at this P71 that they linked. Every time I see a black one, though, I want to get a black one. They look fucking awesome in black. Don't start up again.
What's a P71?
Cop car.
You want to get a black car and you live in where you live? Are you insane?
I like the looks of them, but yeah, I wouldn't probably get one. Plus, it would fade really fast. But this one's sweet. It's got nicer bars on the back. This one's deluxe. It's nice. A little too shiny for me, though. I'm always skeptical when I see one that's too shiny and nice.
Is it off the government resales?
No, it's on Craigslist. They just linked it in gun channels. Could you drive a cop car for Uber? Crown Vic?
As long as it was less than 10 years old and had 4 doors,
yeah,
and didn't have any body damage, I think so.
Cool. Oh, they don't let you have body damage?
No.
Less than 10 years?
Yep.
Whack. What if you want to, like, use like a classic cabbie car, paint it yellow?
Nope. Well, I mean, if you have a cabbie car that's less than 10 years old, you can.
That's whack.
And this catalog is just overwhelming.
Okay, this is Hoshnasi round 2 here. Trying to also watch the end of Spider-Man and get my smoke on here. What always pissed me off is that at the end of that movie, that like Mary Jane can. That was Peter Parker's kiss was the same. Like nobody remembers that. Like that's stupid. That's just dumb. No, nobody has me on this one. No. Okay.
Didn't see the movie, can't tell you.
Are we taking the show downstairs here? Hotel living, man, is not all it's cracked up to be. When I was before I got married, or even when I got married, I didn't really mind being on travel because I knew I was going to come home to something nice. But now it's like when I got the kids at home, I'm like, I don't want to be traveling anymore. It bums me out, man. I just want to be with my kids. You know? Trying to work. Go back up.
Where? That was the brass.
Wi-Fi. Oh, in darkness. I hate daylight savings time.
Why do you hate daylight savings time?
Because I have my light on a timer, and I forget to switch it back to the old time.
Oh, okay. All right. If you can't grow your pot, that's a bummer, right?
Oh, I don't have a pot.
The pot timer that you got going? Is that what you're talking about?
It's my light is on a timer.
Yeah. Oh man.
It's good because when I'm not here, it turns off and on the light, and people think that I'm here, so they don't do stuff.
It's cold, man. It's getting cold. Yeah. So it's there's a woman that has been at the bar from the time that I got like back from work at 3 o'clock. She's been chilling at the bar since 3 o'clock. I don't even know what kind of like messed up she is right now.
Smoking?
I believe the term is messed up good.
No, she's not good. She looks like she was rode hard and put away wet. That kind of girl.
Needs a good hosing.
Hashtag sure thing.
Yeah. Yeah, she's been here for a very long time, drinking champagne at the bar. That is troubles.
So isn't it an AMD 63 with a wooden stock?
68 to 63. With a polymer stock.
Well, since polymer stocks don't exist, it's still fixed stock.
Fixed.
So let's see, it's 63 instead of 65.
Polymer.
Who makes the receiver? What does it say on the receiver?
FEG. It's a Hungarian receiver.
It is?
Yeah.
What does it say right there?
FEG made in Hungary.
Yeah. So that means Hungarian barrel, Hungarian receiver. So
And trunnion. I'm assuming trunnion.
Well, yeah, but I'm wondering what they swapped out then. 3 trigger parts. That's why they give you a Tapco mag. 3 trigger parts of stock, and then a mag pouch 3.
Trigger is Tapco G2.
Nice.
This is Phoenix Technology, made in the USA. And I think the barrel is USA too.
No, can't be.
They're not shipping USA barrels.
Plus, they wouldn't be able to import them back. They don't care origin. I don't think so. I doubt
so.
Raphael, where are you out of? Where are you at, man?
Florida.
Oh, Florida. Okay, right on.
The muzzle
it could have a USA chrome line barrel, a USA chrome line barrel. That's possible.
Nobody's going to send over an FEG, pull the barrel, and put the barrel back on. They're never going to make money doing that and then sell it.
They're not going to. Yeah. I mean, remounting a trunnion and then putting an American barrel on it. That's true.
Yeah, they're selling it for $500.
That's not a Century gun either, so Century's not doing it.
Well, Century has done at least 4 different ways, so that's. What the hell said it the other day?
Centuries, there's no deck spuds for the AMD 63s.
Sometimes they also imported straight from FEG. They've imported straight from FEG.
It's getting mad cold out here. It's definitely going to be freezing soon. We're going to be snowing. Definitely snowing.
And by mad cold, go ahead, define for some of us, what is mad cold?
Close to 0. Yeah, no, I don't mess around. I'm not. Understand? I'm from California, but I know what real cold is. I'm not fucking around.
So you're not like some of these Arizonans. Oh my God! It's 70 degrees. I need my sweatshirt.
No, this is like we're
and my space you're going, and it's 70 degrees.
I'm at 6,500 feet above sea level, and I have Pikes Peak at the base. I'm looking at Pikes Peak at the base, and it's like really cold. I'm guessing it's in the single digit numbers. We're gonna get easily into below that tonight, and there will be snow on the ground tomorrow. I wake up and there will be ice and snow. It's gonna be nice. I mean, I like it. I like it a little bit. I gotta experience it for a little while, but I gotta experience it. What are you doing? You wrapped it in a bed sheet and you're slamming it into a bag? What are you doing?
It's just the wrapping it came in, probably.
Okay. What is the thing? What is the thing by the door? That big, large wooden thing.
The bed is a sleigh bed.
I thought it was a Viking yacht.
Why are you gonna pull like a cello out of it? Like you're a celloist.
A what?
Why do you have your bed backed up to a door?
Because that's the only way it will fit here.
Well, you could put it in the bedroom. Make a bed out of it.
The bed is too long that way, so it has to go that way, leaving a gap for the door.
Have an appropriate size bed for that size room.
What cracks me up is that what cracks me up is it seems completely logical to you, and I look at it, I'm like, well, wait. Why do we put our bed?
Not everything.
I thought it was kind of weird that your bed wasn't in the living room.
Yeah,
Inches away from
why are
your
we all doing that?
Not everything that's free is good.
Oh, hold on. Let's not get crazy here. Free is pretty damn
Raphael, okay, Raphael, why is so you're saying the bed posts are too big for your bedroom?
The bed is too big for this place.
What do you have, like a king size bed you're trying to cram into a small place?
That's a queen size bed. It's huge. So
it has to live in the living room now.
No, this is just one room. It's like I don't know what you call a little offshoot off your house kind of thing.
Garage?
No.
An annex.
Yeah, it's more like that. But we didn't measure this place when we got the bed.
Right on.
So it has to go that way. If I moved it this way, I would only have a 4-foot gap, and I want the TV there. So this is the only way to have the TV and the bed with any room to walk by.
Here's the fireplace.
You're on the
fireplace.
You don't see the links in the side there?
No, not yet. But you see the fireplace? See this fireplace? Crazy
So
fireplace.
what is that? Like a giant boulder sectioned and then sliced or something? Like
I'll
those
get
are
closer.
Give
Yeah,
us
no,
your
it's like all rock.
criticisms
like a giant geode that they sliced and turned into.
But there's like texture. When you touch it, it's texture.
Huh.
It's pretty cool.
Say again, Moon.
I said, give us your.
There's the vault. Here's the vault.
Analysis of the fireplace.
You want me to break into the vault? Can I turn the handle?
Yeah.
Nope. Very firm.
Did you bring a stethoscope?
That's what she said.
You can listen to the tumblers inside.
You pick
We're
that
li-
lock.
Is that Al
I want you
Capone's
to pick
vault?
that lock in your next video.
Yeah, right. That's like a cool vault, though, right?
It is.
Yeah.
Makes a lot more sense than that front door in the bed.
Yeah, the front door to the bed. Yeah. And they got a nutcracker right there with the.
Front door of the bed is so convenient.
Usually we call our nutcrackers wives,
No, that's a regular nutcracker.
but we're on the air, so I'm not saying that to anybody else.
Right on, man. All right, I'm going back to my room. I'm gonna call it a night soon.
All right. You have a good one, Hosh.
Well, no, I'm still here. I'm gonna
Okay.
settle in and then go down. What time is it? It's it's 8:30. Yeah, you go to bed.
Time to see what the movie of the night is on the hotel. And
Well, I just watched Spider-Man. That's a horrible movie.
It is good.
I lost track of all the Spider-Mans.
Okay.
Tobey Maguire and then
I think I got a Spider-Man free on one of my PlayStation portables.
and for a while everybody was getting stung by Spider. Retelling the whole.
You have a nice evening.
Yeah, you too.
They did the same thing to Hulk. How many people have played Hulk?
Hi. How you doing?
Good, how are you?
All right.
Well, they say Ed Norton only played him once because he's a difficult actor to work with. And he wrote
Blah,
like
blah, blah.
entire extra scenes in his version of the Hulk. Like he goes into a movie writing scenes for himself and like demanding that they be put in the script. And he's still getting movie roles.
Yeah, but I mean, why would you not? You would do that too if you were like an accomplished actor. Nah.
I don't know.
Yeah, you would. Okay, let's put it this way: you have no other job other than to be on camera.
But they say he's been doing that since like the beginning, so he
Yeah.
wasn't accomplished from the very beginning.
No, but I mean, like, it only makes sense. Like, if you're gonna be an actor, like the best you can do as an actor is always be on camera. More
Very
scenes
good.
for you as an actor,
Well,
like,
that's-
makes
I
you
don't know
more
what-
credible as an actor. I'm not gonna say it's good. I'm not gonna say it makes a good product. Like, we look at his movies largely as being bullshit. I mean, the best thing that we're talking about Wahlberg, like, The Departed is probably his best screen performance I've ever seen in my life. No, am I alone on this one? Am I talking to myself?
What isn't the Aviator him? Or am I thinking of something else?
No,
Wait,
but
are
I
you
was
talking about-
Ed I was talking about Edward Norton.
Yeah, so Donnie Wahlberg is in Departed, right? That's not Edward Norton.
Yeah.
That's his brother.
In real life?
Yeah.
No, they're not brothers. Donnie Wahlberg. No. Mark Wahlberg and Donnie Wahlberg are brothers. One of them was in that boy band.
Yeah. Okay. I gotcha.
What month was I in
Kids on the Block.
California? Do you remember?
Ed Norton was in like American History X with the swastika tattooed on his chest, curbing stomping people.
And he's great. That was a great movie.
That's Johnny Wahlberg's brother?
No, they're not related.
No, they're not related.
What month was I in California, Hosh? Do you remember?
What?
What month did I go to California?
Oh, I don't remember now, man.
No, either. My computer's taking forever to access that drive. It must have been August. Oh, yeah, it's August.
New Kids on the Block. That was Donnie Wahlberg.
Pretty sure he prefers to be called Marky Mark.
No, Marky Mark was Marky Mark and the Funky Bunch. That's Donnie's brother.
Okay, so who is in Departed then?
Marky Mark.
It
Mark
was.
Wahlberg.
It was Mark Wahlberg. He was great. That was amazing.
Yeah, he was good. I like him in everything, pretty much. I liked him in Shooter. I liked him in
Oh, I didn't watch Shooter. I definitely have to go back and watch that.
It's not good, but it's worth watching so that you can make fun of it.
Sniper 22.
Well, I'm sure Bosch is living the lifestyle that since he's on the road, he went ahead and not just removed all his firing pins, but replaced them with firing pins that look like they're still good, but are just a micrometer's width away from actually being effective as a deterrent from someone stealing.
Yeah. I do that on the regular. I mean, who doesn't do that?
Just in case you're gonna get framed for assassinating
Who doesn't do that?
President.
That's all I'm saying. No, I mean, like, honestly, who doesn't do that?
I put a note in there where the firing pin goes that says, ha ha.
When well, most of the guns that, if anybody, like, robs my guns, then they try and pull the trigger, it pops out the little flag that says, ha ha ha, bang bang. And doesn't actually shoot any kind of projectile out of it. We don't do that on the regular?
I don't have the time. I'm usually running out of town, urgency.
Right. To either go out of town or join the military, right?
Well, I joined the military, went on a bunch of situations where I got all screwed up from the Agent Orange, and then
right. Well, I mean, that's the option. That's what you have. That's what you have to deal with, right? That's how it goes. Oh, I gotta put this knife in my carry-on bag, so in my pharmaceuticals. There we go. Hidden.
Supergirl, good show. I can't imagine that it would be.
Man, I've been
horrible.
I'm like halfway into the first. Well, they tell me that the sister and somebody else start to become lesbians, but I haven't found that episode.
Oh shit!
You got to be able to watch.
Lesbians.
What the hell's the name of that one chick? The chick from that one horrible movie or TV show? The anorexic chick?
I don't know.
The boss.
Ally McBeal?
Yeah, you got to watch Ally McBeal, so it's pretty rough to watch that show. And then a bunch of metro dudes who are basically girls with pants on. Hard to deal with.
So it's in California, is what we're saying?
Yeah.
It's filmed in California?
No, it's some fake ass.
Apparently Metropolis is in California.
It's in Capital City or some shit, some made up town.
Oh. That's whack.
I need a thumbnailer. Anybody know a good thumbnailer for PCs?
Like a website to make a thumbnail?
Oh hell no! I want something on the computer.
Oh, I use Canva.
What's it called?
I use Canva for all my my thumbnails.
Yeah. Isn't there a place, G, like you had mentioned, the place with the voiceovers for $5? They give a couple of variations where somebody will, for $5, $10, $20, give you a variation or two of.
Perhaps, but I got so many hundreds of these things I could never afford to pay for something like that.
Yeah, I always use Canva.
So it's an online thing. It looks like it's not something you download.
No, it's online. It's all online because it's a thumbnail. You don't have to spend much time on it.
Well, G-Webs, who did
your watermark, not thumbnail. I'm saying the wrong thing.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know about that.
Who did your gun websites one?
The logo?
Yeah.
Me.
Okay.
I'm not talking about making a logo. I'm talking about embedding a
watermark.
Yeah, I should have said watermark. The watermark on the picture. I just need to do it in bulk. There's apps that you can just throw a folder in there and it'll watermark them all. I need something like that. Man, I can't get enough of this Canva's crazy little thingy they got going where if you hover over it turns clear and the rest of it's all fogged out. That's pretty neat.
Okay, guys, I'm gonna head to bed. I gotta catch my flight in the morning, so I'm gonna leave you guys.
Have a safe trip.
Yeah, man. I appreciate it. Take it easy, guys. All right. Have a good evening.
Have what is it that the Chinese they call it Chinese New Year? What do they call it?
Gong Ti Fa Choi.
Now is that already gone or is that coming up?
Oh no, it's later on in the year. Gong
that
Hei
was
Fa
like
Choi. Gong Hei Fa Choi is a Happy New Year. Son Yi Fai Lok is may the best wishes beyond to you, and then in Vietnamese it's
Give me back my chicken.
no. Oh god, the Vietnamese one always kills me. Gong Hei Fa Choi Son Yi Fai Lok. Gong Hei Fa Choi. Oh no. Gong. I don't remember the Vietnamese.
Oh,
The Vietnamese one always messes me up. Vietnamese is a really hard, like it's a glottal thing that I've always had a hard time with Vietnamese, and it's
So
the
is
language that I should learn.
Ben, by origin?
What's that?
Is Leia Chinese by origin then?
Oh, so Leia is 100% Chinese. Her family is all Chinese, but they're from Vietnam, so all their culture, like they grew up being Vietnamese people. They grew up in Vietnam. God, what is it? Oh man, you messed me up. I'm gonna think about that all night. Amoy? That's it. That's what it is.
In 3 hours, Hosh will pop in and be like, blah, 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 blah. And then we'll be like,
No, Vietnamese for Happy New Year is Amoy.
So does she speak, in addition to English, both of those, I assume?
She speaks Vietnamese well, and she speaks Cantonese enough to, I don't know, do business, I guess, and also order food.
I thought
But
China
Chuk-
Mandarin.
Mandarin.
I thought Mandarin
No,
was the
she speaks
language.
Cantonese. No, wait, hold on.
After the Cultural
Her family
Revolution.
is from. No, her family is from Canton. They are Cantonese. They're Cantonese Chinese. And if you ever like try and give them any Mandarin bullshit, like they will shut you down. Like they speak Cantonese. Like they don't fuck around with Mandarin. Like that is like they speak Mandarin or Vietnamese. Because Vietnamese is a actually very difficult language to learn for Americans because it's all glottal. Like, and there's so many sounds that we growing up being Americans just mess that language up so bad. We rip it apart. Like seriously, I'm saying like that is the Vietnamese for Happy New Year. And
like
I'm saying
hurts.
it, and I know, and I'm not doing it right. Like I'm not doing the I'm not doing that right.
Very stressful to the throat.
Yeah.
It's like
hear yourself.
Yeah, and consider that like for Vietnamese people, like when they go and they deal in business, they have to drink. Like they're drinkers. Like they're hardcore drinkers. Interesting. Pretty interesting.
So how did and I thought Canton was in the People's Republic of China.
Yeah.
How did the Cultural Revolution not totally destroy any language except Mandarin?
Well, I mean, you can't make people speak a language that they don't want to speak.
Right, but you
It's
can
almost
outlaw
the same, right? It's like Canadian. What is Canadian to American?
Cantonese is very different from Mandarin. Mandarin is a much easier language to learn and speak.
Cantonese is where there's like different variants on the same word, but depending on your inflection or pitch.
But if you make it illegal to teach over the generations, you will slowly infringe upon its commonality. Infringe.
Maybe over time.
I mean, if you think of like how guns used to be such a part of this country, and because of laws, they've slowly infringed the cultural mindset of Americans about guns.
Yeah, but that's okay. So I mean, language is a bit more complicated than guns because guns are a thing. Like that's a practical item, like a tool. Everybody has a word for hammer, but a language is like how people communicate to other people. And if you create a dogma almost that a certain language is bad, then like Mandarin versus Cantonese, for example, then that's almost more complicated and more difficult than than guns, right?
Is it still banned taught in the schools there, as far as you know?
I don't know. I have no connection to China.
Oh,
I
well,
don't know
just
anything about
figured
Chinese
in
people.
passing you may have heard something. That's all.
No, I mean, but you'll find a lot of Vietnamese people, particularly in Southern California, that are both Vietnamese and Cantonese, because those are the people who were the most against the communists. And which you know, like when you meet a Vietnamese person, you should find out what their background is. I mean, if you have that time or that interest, and you should see, like, you know, where did you come from, and were you from the South, were you from the North? And most of the time, those people from Vietnam will be from the South, and a lot of them will be Chinese people from the South. And those Chinese people were fleeing from the communists, and
Quick
all they
question.
did was they fled from communism. Go ahead.
What language then do the Taiwanese speak?
Taiwanese speak Taiwanese.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that was a language. Okay.
And Taiwan, and they also speak Mandarin. Taiwan is they try to extradite themselves and remove themselves from China. And what's crazy about the whole Taiwanese versus Chinese thing going on is that Taiwan happens to be like the most wealthy. It's like if you took the wealthiest part of the United States and they decided that we wanted to be a separate nation, and they pushed for it and they made it happen, that is Taiwan. America wouldn't let that happen. Like there are so many areas that are super, super wealthy, like Californian Silicon Valley. Like if Silicon Valley decided that they wanted to make their own country, America wouldn't let that happen. But that's what Taiwan did. And that's nothing against Taiwanese people wanting to be their own sovereign nation. But to a lot of Chinese people, they feel like that they tried to sneak away from being a part of the nation.
Well, right. It's why
China.
the whole one China policy and Trump's call was such a big deal.
Right. And Taiwan was originally part of China. They just extradited themselves from it. It's like if California, the Northern California, like annexed themselves and made their own country. That's basically what Taiwan would be.
Except to get that nice little waterway to separate them.
Well, yeah. I mean, they have a defensible position, right?
Yeah. Which is always nice to have if you're going to separate from the mother lode.
Oh yeah, totally. And the land and the people in Taiwan, they make so like ridiculous amounts of money over what people make in China. Amounts of money.
Well, yeah, it's functionally almost a first world country.
Some would argue that China's already a first world country in the larger metropolis areas, but I understand the argument.
Yeah. I'll let you get to bed.
No, it's all right. I like the topic. I'm waiting, and now I got back in my room, and my rendering of my video failed, so I'm at 26%. So you have the rest of the percentage for my video.
I'll
to
leave that
finish.
to the rest of the panel. I don't want to hog your time.
Well, I'm not the main go here.
No, I'm just playing. I'm actually playing.
I understand.
Off a PBR who came in here and gave me shit because I was asking you questions.
Oh,
seriously? I mean, who would give you shit, Dano? I'm just appalled. I mean, no respect for their elders.
You know, Bob, it's lucky that you have a quick mute switch because I was right about to mute you.
Oh wait! It was PBR said that to you?
Yes, it was.
Wait,
Bob.
Asking me questions? Why doesn't you don't want to ask me questions? Somebody doesn't want to ask me questions?
Dano's just he's really sensitive, so I constantly hurt his feelings, and then he gets really sad, makes rash comments.
No, he was just ragging on me because you mentioned how you wanted to go to bed, and then I started talking to you, so it interrupted you going to bed. That's all. And then we lost the internet.
I blame you, Dano.
Why not, Bob? Why not?
Well, you and PBR.
Let's team up together, and we'll invade Canada and take out Bob. It only take two. Me and you can do it, Dano. You know.
Yeah, you might have a chance, but only if you catch me with my back turned.
Yeah. Mr. Martial Arts.
What we'll do is we'll
Hello.
just throw
There we go.
we'll just throw a beer in the snow in front of him, and that'll make him turn around.
Yeah. Or at least bend over.
Kind of weird to hear a bunch of dudes trying to make a plot to get Bob to bend over.
I know. Dano's latest obsession with my butt is really starting to scare me.
Well, then just push you down in the snow.
See? I mean, that's just not me, right? That is kind of creepy, right?
Well, especially at minus 40, you'll freeze to death in 5 minutes.
Oh my God, he likes it with dead people.
Just stop.
What the hell is going on right now?
What the fuck?
What?
Was that like little Bob Oompa Loompas laughing in the background? What was that?
Oh, that's the legit Bob laugh when you kick him off. That's the way he laughs. Like you give him a good hearty lull, he rolls.
All right. Well, I'm officially going back to the couch, so you all mix amongst yourselves.
All right, we're gonna talk shit.
Dano.
I love you, buddy. You know that.
You wait until you hear what we're going to talk about. Dano.
Staying in the and clean 3 times. I think 3 times. How much should I tip her?
What happened? You broke up.
So I was, and
You're still breaking up.
clean the room. Oh Jesus!
You're asking about the hooker,
I
or
don't know if I can fix this.
Yeah,
Wait,
apparently the hooker cleaned the room after she was done, so he wants to know whether he should tip her more.
Yes. So for a cleaning lady, clean the room 3 times. How much should I tip her?
I've never tipped anybody in a hotel. I guess I'm doing it wrong.
$15.
Then I for
I'm estimating $5 per cleaning.
$5 per cleaning makes sense. I have $10, so that's what I'm giving her because that is what I have.
That's good enough.
does she also control your internet connection? Because
Yeah.
if she does, you need to take some money away from it.
Yeah, the internet connection is horrible in this hotel. It is horrible. I'm sorry. I'm just gonna hop off because I know my internet's horrible, and I don't wanna marginalize horrible internet. Upload my video and do the rendering. So if you can hear this, listening, please know it's Hoshnasi, Choshnasi. Leave it at that. In Colorado Springs, I'm happy to go home to my family. For my mom, very looking forward to it. I'm gonna leave it at that. Love you guys. Did that come through at all? Did you hear me?
About every other word.
Hey, from Raphael. All right, guys.
Pretty sure you said you love us. Weird, awkward.
All right, take it easy, guys.
See ya.
Later.
Later.
Say he loves us, right?
Yeah.
That's why everybody likes him.
What happened to Gavin? Got triggered?
He got triggered. He didn't like all that crazy Chinese talk, I think.
Yeah, he hates the Chinese. He's a racist.
Video. What the fuck?
Well, my cat came back.
Good. Just walked home, kind of thing.
Yeah, I went to leave the house this morning. Cold and freaking tits outside, and I opened the door, and he comes like running in. I'm like, what the
That's cool. They just stay home, or you still have to go to work?
Oh no, I just let him in and fed him, and now he's sitting right next to me. I'm pretty sure somebody fucking took him and like, oh, a cat outside in the cold.
Nah.
No, where would he go for 2 weeks in the coldest time of the year?
He was getting laid.
All right, well, maybe you're the cat whisperer and you know these things. I don't.
I do. Cats don't stay away that long unless they're getting laid.
Well, maybe, I don't know. He's neutered, so I don't know how he would go about that.
That kind of puts a dent in my theory.
Well, you can still do the actions. It just doesn't have any consequences. It's best of both worlds.
I don't know if they have any urge to.
They do.
Do they?
Yep.
Yeah.
I can't picture him even. He beats up everything he sees. Like, I can't even imagine him like not beating up another cat, even a female.
Cat. So she's got some claw marks on her back.
He likes it that way.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I think somebody like some fucking bleeding heart asshole like saw a cat without a collar out in the snow and was like, "Oh, I'm gonna take this cat inside for 2 weeks and not let him out."
He was probably like for 2 weeks, like scraping at the door constantly and like trying to get the hell out of there.
Oh, he's a fucking maniac. That's why we don't usually let him inside, because he'll just up and be like, "I don't want to be inside anymore," and then he fucking like starts acting like an asshole, knocking things over. But he can't meow, so you don't know. You just have to watch him, and when he starts doing crazy shit, you gotta let him outside. But that's why he's an outdoor cat. That's why I don't really let him inside. But some fucking asshole stole him, so now he's inside all happy because I don't want to let him back outside and him like haul ass over to their house and go back and.
Well, I'm pretty sure I had a cat like that for a while. He was an inside cat, but he'd go out whenever he wants with the dogs kind of thing. And then he started getting really, really fat. And I'm like, "You little fucker, I bet you're going to somebody and like some little old lady down the street is like, oh, look," or maybe leaves their food out or something. Because I'm like, I'm not feeding you that much.
Oh yeah, he's a total gypsy, but he's not fat, so I got that going for him.
Cats are like that. They'll find other people and
they don't care. They're not dogs. Although dogs will take food from anybody pretty much.
I'm gonna put a collar. I'm gonna try to put another collar on him, and I'm just gonna, instead of having all the pertinent information, I'm just gonna have him put in on the little tag. I'm just gonna have him put "not your fucking cat."
Fucking cat alone.
He's pretty, you know. He's he's an exotic looking cat, so he's like, I'm sure somebody's like, "Oh, cool, you know, pretty cool, weird cat for free." In the last 2 weeks, he's probably like plotting his escape, and I bet you money they opened the door and he fucking bolted for it as soon as he had a chance.
Yeah, you live in a pretty weird area if people are kidnapping cats.
Dude, people kidnap all kinds of dogs and cats. That's normal. I mean, not normal, but
Nah, no, it's not. I've never heard of such a thing in my life. Dogs I've heard of getting kidnapped.
well, kidnapping a dog is one thing. This is like somebody just let him in their house because they're like, "Oh, he's cold," not understanding that he's a fucking Norwegian forest cat and he likes the cold weather.
Oh my God, you have one of them too, huh?
Yep.
Yeah, but like mine, I found it living under the deck in the middle of winter when he was a kitten. And yeah, he literally spends most of his time outside in the winter. He just thinks that's the best.
Yep. So some asshole pulled him inside because I thought he looked cold or something. I guarantee you he wasn't cold.
Yeah.
Oh shit! I did it fucking again.
So now the raccoons have Now these back to raccoons have to fucking start worrying again, watching over their shoulders.
You know, mine, I caught him a couple times, like 40 feet up in a tree trying to catch a raven.
Yeah, mine fights everything. Like I've seen like people walking their dogs past my house, and like the dog, like, you know, it's just like minding his own business, not even doing anything, and suddenly the cat comes like running out of a bush and just fucking pounces on their dog.
Yeah. Storm was like that. My kids were telling me it was so funny. He'd go walking down the street, and dogs that were tied up in their front yard would like slink back and get on their porch. You know, so they weren't even in their front yard anymore just because he was walking down the sidewalk, right?
Yep. We had a shitty California neighbor that, thank God, moved back to California, but the total white trash piece of shit. Of course, he had a pit bull because I guess, you know, that's like, you have to have a pit bull if you're white trash. Or
California Carry.
And he would beat the cat would beat the shit out of this dude's pit bull, and the guy got so mad because, you know, he's like, I'm rough, and, you know, he's just, you know, he thought his dog was so badass, and the cat kept beating it up, and the dog wouldn't even like come over into our yard if the cat was even anywhere near.
Well, yeah, a lot of people don't realize that cats are way meaner than dogs in a fight. I mean, yeah, the dog gets hold of the cat, but I mean, dogs don't want to put their face anywhere near a cat because it's all claws and teeth and fast.
Maybe in Canada. Cats
Like
get
the
there.
dog will win, but it will hurt it so much that it won't be worth it.
Yeah, I had a dog once where my cat scratched his eyeball.
I had a roommate had a what was it called, a teacup poodle, and my cat like used to rape it in the hallway in the middle of the night. It was horrible.
Like father, like pet.
I never raped anyone, especially not a poodle.
The jury's still out on that.
Telling you, Judge, I plead insanity. Insanity? I was crazy about that girl.
That's creepy.
Yeah, this is went dark.
Cheech and Chong. They're not dark. They're funny.
Be nicer, I'll push you back down in the snow.
That's dark and kind of creepy.
So does the old man Thunderdome have like walkways and handles so they don't slip going into the?
Yeah, you ought to see the knife fight with the walkers, man. It's something.
Old man Thunderdome.
2 minute enter, 1 minute leaves.
Handrails.
Non-slip floors.
Yes, that's hilarious. Oh man. Oh, somebody's got to do a skit like that. Some comedy show has to have the old man Thunderdome.
Set selection.
Or how about an old folks home that for old punk rockers, and they have a mosh pit for seniors. You know, where they got like handrails and non-slip floors.
I think I'm old. I forget shit too easy.
That's one of the first signs. Actually, I think one of the first signs might be not liking meat, but you know, that could just. Yeah, I've never had that problem, but I'm not old yet.
Shift.
Old in years, not in mind.
So it was like you saw the invention of the wheel yesterday. It's pretty impressive.
Saw it? Hell yeah, I helped design it, man.
You didn't make that shit.
Weird layers. Oh, and layers.
I believe you were around when it was made, but not that you made it.
Well, that's the whole thing is I was around, and that's what gave him the idea. He says, "You're always around." Oh, wait a minute. Not only do I have an invention, but a word for it. It's round.
All right, it's all coming together now.
Memories.
And I had a genius idea for an app, and I've forgotten what it was now. But it was just revolutionary. Damn it.
I bet it was a list of things to do.
No.
I want an app that tells me when stuff is on the Netflix or Hulu and everything. So it searches everybody and tells me where it is. Better than Google, because Google sucks. Like if I want to see a movie, I just type it in and it tells me where to go and see it.
Anybody going to watch that Star Wars movie today?
No. Nope. I hope it's good.
Gotta remember which of the fucking 30 videos I watched on how to do this now. All I know is
You're putting,
Well, hello there.
you're putting watermarks?
I'm just showing you how.
No, I watched this crazy chick. I think it's her. Do it in a way. It's like bulk batch watermark. Like throw a whole folder through there. But then she did it in a way that it works with any size picture. And I forget the one step that makes it kind of drop to the bottom right.
Have you looked at freeware?
Oh, hell no. I got Photoshop.
Okay. Oh, you can batch stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I remember when you can make like a playlist of action.
You basically hit record and you start doing your thing, and then when you stop, you can tell it to do that, apply that to a whole folder. So that works pretty well. It's just that I forgot the middle step when I'm in there. So I think I found her video. I didn't want to have to go dig out for her damn video because I couldn't remember. I know I watched like 100 videos trying to figure it out.
I used to use Photoshop to make web galleries. And it would make like an index page and it would have thumbnails.
Yeah.
And it would figure out the whole
clunky though. But yeah,
it worked.
Yeah, it worked.
They weren't
good cross-browser, cross-platform compatible, but they definitely did it well. Here's the part I'm looking for though. Select all. Oh, that makes sense. Let me see if that works. Select. Oh, no, didn't work. Oh yeah, here it did. Boom, boom, got it. Okay, cool.
I still have to figure out how to edit videos.
This isn't videos, but yeah, you do have to figure out how to edit videos, Bob. You could pay for your trip. You wouldn't be waiting around for your mooch off the government money.
Yeah. Yeah.
Canadian attitude.
Well, I just don't know how to edit videos, so it's like, yeah. I'm not sure how to even learn. So yeah. So there.
Okay.
I downloaded a free thing for video. I don't remember what it was. No.
Yeah, but I would download something like that and I wouldn't be able to figure out how to unpack it.
Except, how many video games do you play? Rest my point.
Hardly any. I play World of Warships. And really, you just tell it to download and it downloads and that's it.
It's so much different for any other kind of application.
I mean, apparently you can change controls and all kinds of stuff, but I have no idea, and I really can't be bothered. You know, I say, "Oh, it'll make you a better player." Yeah. I can do what I need to do. That's all I care about. Oh, there we go. Now I'm gonna choke to death. Hang on. Damn, I hate this cold. Really got to get down to where the weather's nice again. This sucks. I'm serious. I'm at the point now. I'm just gonna take all my pension funds, turn them into gold, and carry around a big bag of gold coins.
Gold coins.
Well, all my pension funds, it wouldn't be that big a bag. So hey.
Just come on down and make an anchor baby before Obama leaves.
Oh man, then I got to go get the stuff stitched back together so that stuff comes out when it's supposed to. No, it's way too much trouble. Not gonna be any anchor babies for me.
But then you got to get married to Smeggy.
Well, I could get married. I know there's a few ladies down there I wouldn't mind marrying. There's one that was running for Senate or something. I wouldn't mind marrying her, but
she'd mind marrying you.
No, actually, we got along quite well. But she's pretty sporty. She likes exercise and hockey and stuff. And I'm like, oh, yeah, I like hockey. When I was a kid. But she was really cute, so I kind of pretended I liked hockey for a while. No, she was single, so. But it's just,
You see the side chat, Bob?
Yep. But she's in the other room.
Oh, well, then, okay.
Yeah. No worries. Besides, that was then. This is now. So, she knows when I was down there, I was single.
Is that the way you got it, Bob?
What is Dano slapping?
I'm moving brass cases from.
Oh, damn, man. That sounded bad, though.
You're reloading?
Yes.
On the couch, or you didn't go to the couch?
No, I moved to the kitchen table.
Oh, right on, man. You're taking up reloading. That's cool. That's something.
I'm doing the powder part.
Oh, sweet. What are you reloading first? Your 9s?
Yep.
Well, it is the best caliber around, so you might as well.
I don't like about reloading 9s is you have to get things like a microscope and little tweezers and smaller bench and press.
So it'd be a lot like reloading 223s, you're saying?
Worse. Well, no, 223s are probably worse, but they're a little bit longer at least.
Yeah, well, 223s, you got, the neck issue. You might have to trim cases. It's more sensitive to a slight overcharge, let alone a double charge.
Hold on, you're not sizing your cases with 9? It head spaces off of the chamber, so I think that would be important.
I have a dial caliper for measuring both the case as well as the overall length. As well as that was one of the tactical pop quiz questions, the maximum overall length of a 9mm cartridge.
Do you still have that PPQ?
Yes.
Did you ever look in the chamber with a flashlight?
I didn't. I could if you want me to.
Yeah.
Okay, just a moment.
Supposedly there's a shelved chamber. It's a shelved chamber.
I'll
So it
give me
an
2
extra
minutes and I'll go get it and take a look.
Yeah. Just want to know if that's bullshit. It's not on their website. They never said nothing about it. But it's definitely in my chamber.
Shit, did I save that? Oh shit, I think I got it this time. I just spent like a half an hour doing something that saved me like 20 minutes worth of work. But
It's all a learning experience.
okay, now I place layer. No, select all. Oh, look at that. Boom, boom. Yeah.
Okay, Moon, I'm looking at the feed ramp. What about it?
Down in the chamber, you should see a ring inside the chamber before the actual rifling starts. You see that?
Yep.
Shows it. That's an extra ring. That's like not. You don't see that in other chambers, right?
Now I got to get out my other one. You're making work for me. I'm trying to reload here.
Sorry.
I can put the barrel back in. Where did that spring go? Springs are handy when you need them.
How long does it usually take? Have you reloaded 50 yet?
No, I reloaded 20 the very first time just to verify I had my powders correct. Because I do have 2 different powders.
Yeah.
And they both worked out fine.
The software that's free is called DaVinci Resolve 12.5 for video editing.
Okay.
Good stuff.
Okay, Moon. How comes I see the exact same ring inside of a Glock 19 barrel?
All right. Let me
Now, I may be looking at the wrong thing, but that's where the brass casing ends and the bullet basically begins.
No, in the PPQ barrel, there's like an extra shelf.
Yeah, I only saw one ring on the PPQ.
Like sometimes if you, well, not sometimes, all the time. You should be able to feel an extra shelf or something.
Okay. Well, once I get done reloading, I'll
like a pick.
I'll pull that gun out again. I already put it back.
Yeah, no problem. I mean, if yours doesn't have it, then that just makes me think that it's not supposed to be there. But since I read about it on the internet, and other people thought they knew what it was, I'm guessing other.
Well, you know what they say about the internet. If you read it on the internet, it must be true.
That's true. Or if you've heard it in the Daily Gun Show.
Why they would do that?
If you've heard it at the Daily Gun Show, where they have a panel of 4 experts, it's probably true.
Because it does leave a line. It leaves a ring, like a significant ring around the brass.
A ring of fire.
Yeah, at the top of the brass. It leaves a nice ring. You can clearly see, and that's when I looked at the chamber and saw that.
Well,
maybe it helps with accuracy or something. I don't know. So it would be tighter down where the rifling starts. I don't know.
Damn it. Some fucking kid was in my pictures. I didn't notice that.
Photo bomb.
I guess I didn't see a little kid there. Yeah, I was taking a picture of like of a restaurant. I mostly, you walk into a restaurant, you just take a picture. It's not like I stand there and sum it up or nothing. So I guess I didn't even notice there was a little kid fucking standing there. Big ass head.
Is it the back of his head or his face?
I don't know. Some little kid. I don't know who the kid was.
Just
Right in the
blur,
back of his
blur
head.
his head out.
I think it was a girl. I don't know. It just flashed up on the screen here. I'm figured it out, I think. So it's ripping through all my pictures as fast as the computer can do stuff. So it's just like a super fast slide.
It already flashed by.
This is back whenever I bought donuts from Krispy Kreme, the store, and Dunkin' Donuts for the patch pictures. So I got a bunch of pictures, a big stack of donuts here. But it'll probably be the only pictures on that vegan website with bayonets in them.
They're just fancy kitchen knives.
What's that hole on that knife for? Oh, that's just where the gun goes in.
Big fancy butter knives, tell them. And then direct people where they can buy them on eBay. Gunburger.
Official donut knife.
Boom, done. That's what I'm talking about right there. Now, if I remember how to do that, it'll be way faster on the subsequent one. Should probably do it in a few phases, by the way.
Automation.
Well, that's definitely why these fancy programs are so good, you know. Because now I can actually just let it all funnel into one pile. So yeah, I'll have a bunch here, I think. Boom, doing it again. Thank you very much. I just have to remember to crop better before I do this. I know what I'm gonna do. I'm drinking something.
Give me your mug. Oh, speaking of mugs, gotta order one to
I
make.
think I just burned 600 calories today. I'm trying not to eat a bunch of shit. And tomorrow I'll be all thin. That's my thing that tells me.
There it is. Automate in scripts.
Oh shit, I burned 836 calories today. I'm gonna be skinny tomorrow.
So, Ralph, when does your season full time begin again?
Next week.
No. Probably March.
Oh, fucking shit.
The end or the beginning?
Beginning. It's over.
So, when does it usually end?
Probably November.
Okay, so like November 1st to middle of March or so?
Yeah.
So it was really good timing for the gun show for you.
Oh yeah, we weren't doing anything here. So, let's go to Oklahoma.
Let's burn some gas.
Yeah.
Did you figure out how much you spent, how much it took you in gas?
Probably a couple of $100. The hotel stays were more than that.
Damn, I had an $84 electric bill. That hurt. I guess I can't be using the space heater so much. Dropped me to $6 under. Luckily, I caught it before midnight.
You have a swamp cooler?
I haven't used it in 3 years, but yeah, technically I do. Technically I have 2 of them, but one of them's in the backyard, not on the house. But my one fell apart years ago, so I got another one, and I'm too cheap to turn it on or throw it up there even.
That's a cool thing. I wish that those things worked here, but they don't.
No, you need the opposite there.
Yeah.
When it's 120 outside, how hot does it get in your place?
120 something. It gets hotter inside because it cooks all fucking night long. It's fucking horrible.
So how do you not die?
I don't know. I fucking get super cold when it's 70. I guess I'm accumulated to it now, or acclimated to it now. It was a little easier this year than it's been in past years for some reason. But it wasn't pleasurable for damn sure.
So Bob's in for a surprise, huh?
There's no fucking way Bob's staying here. Like he was saying, he's thinking about staying here till July. He's insane. He wouldn't be able to make it through March, I don't think.
Especially if he has no air in that RV of his.
He has AC, and for some reason they give him free electric. I think it's like $14 a month for electric, but yeah, that's got to be horrible. Like if that thing ever went out, because it's not like it gets cold and then you turn it off. You know, it's just constantly pumping, I would think.
Yeah, I can't imagine $14. That thing would run nonstop.
Yeah, and that's everybody in the park doing that. But
yeah,
I think it's because nobody's here in that part of the year. They get the fuck out, you know. So they're just like, sure, here you go. Use all the electric you want. We know you're not going to be here when it's horrible. Damn it. Well, we got 2 folders, I guess. Here we go, look at all my pictures. Ah, shit, I forgot to turn some of them around so the watermark's all goofy. Shit, I forgot what I ate there.
Fried avocados.
No, this was from back when I was in California. I'm doing a review of one of the places I stopped at in California. For some reason, I can't remember the name of the thing I ate 3 months ago. But I have a picture of the menu somewhere, so I'll be able to figure it out. Dude, that fried avocado taco was fucking shit. That was awesome. I ate the shit out of that some more. Y'all like avocado?
My family does. I'm not crazy about it. They grew up eating natural stuff because they lived in the country. But I'm thinking of giving it a shot. I saw the plate that you had. There were the bananas, and blackberries, and mango.
Yeah. I figured out how to cut a mango. I keep watching these chicks cut those mangoes like that. Oh, I don't know which one I posted about how they make like that weird checkerboard looking thing. I figured out how to do that, so I'm all proud of myself. And then once you scrape that out of there, it's like when you cut an avocado inside the skin, it just all comes out cubed. Actually, I should eat some blueberries. I got a whole bunch of blueberries going bad.
Yeah, brain food.
Are avocados more of a fruit or a vegetable? Are they sweet?
No. They're kind of plain.
Okay.
They're probably a fruit because they got a seed in them. But I don't know. You never ate an avocado?
Nope.
At the pit
You like cream cheese?
Mm,
Yeah, you might not like it then. It's kind of squishy, but it's firm. So
yeah, I mean, I've seen it.
yeah, but it's sort of like a potato. If you boiled a potato and it was like you could just smush it with a fork kind of potato, it's kind of like that, except it's a fruit. Or
Right.
it's like that when it's fresh or whatever. But it's super
They
greasy.
call it nature's butter.
Yeah, it's like butter or something. It's like really good texture.
We have a tree in my grandma's house.
Oh, really? How does it?
It should be.
They come out like you get sick of them. There's so many. Is it like the kind of thing that just grows and there's like apples or something? You get tons of them.
No, that thing hasn't given us anything. It's pathetic. Sometimes it has some. We might get 10. It's a huge tree, and it gives fruit in the winter. And apparently there are some other ones that give fruit in another season, but ours is the winter type.
Maybe that tree's gotten beyond the point of being quite literally fruitful.
Caring.
Well, I mean,
Putting
not
in-
all plants that are what do you call it, perennials, where they come up every year or stay alive all year round, necessarily produce equally amongst their whole lifespan. Like an apple tree.
Mm-hmm.
The first 5 years, you might not even get an apple. Takes time.
Yeah, and then when they get old, they don't have apples anymore again, right?
Right. And I'm wondering if avocados are similar in that respect. Whereas they produce less as they get old. Kind of like old cows, old milkers.
Maybe.
Consider,
You know what they call an old milker?
what?
You know what they call an old milker?
Big Mac?
Yeah, a hamburger probably. Dang it, stupid Instagram on the computer won't go back far enough. August even. No, wait, maybe it did. No, it didn't. Stupid computer.
What was Heavy Beast chat about? Did he ever chat?
Did he have a topic?
I don't know.
I would think it would have been about, get your AR in the next week or else.
See if they're still alive. Still alive.
Holding up his part of California.
Oh, he's got Sean, Florida Gary, and Sean from Texas. Two Seans, different
Wow.
spellings.
Awesome.
Or are they the same spelling? Who cares? Oh no, it seems to be over. Seems that it ended.
G? So you have the book called AK-47's The Grim Reaper?
Yeah, I have pretty much. There's only 2 books about the Kalashnikov that I don't have.
I found it for $52.95. Is that steep?
No, that's a great price for the 1 or 2.
Second edition.
Yeah, the second edition's like 75, 80 bucks new, so that's a good price.
The one I saw at the gun show, I want to say was closer to 90.
Yeah, I think it might be 85 new. And it's worth
Sounds
it.
about right.
Definitely worth owning. If you're going to own one book, it's the one.
Awesome.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, shit.
No longer available.
Almost. Oh, damn.
Now, does that book also have a lot of the roll marks and stuff for identification? Like close-up pictures?
No, it's not like that. It's more like summary. It's not a archive or whatever you call like a reference like that.
Okay.
Damn it! You telling me I didn't take a picture of that fucking hamburger? Could have sworn I took a picture of it. I guess I didn't post it anywhere. No, I don't remember what the fuck hamburger I got there. Oh well, I'll just say a sandwich I got there. Vague.
All right. That's.
I hate this place. The bookstore online. You can put the book in your basket, but you might not have it. They might not have it until it. Very bad web developing. Shouldn't be able to put it in my basket if it does, they don't have any. This product is no longer available. I have to check all the books I had.
They probably don't change anything on their website until they do like an inventory.
So, gee, Webbs, I'm just kind of curious, because you and I have one thing in common. We're both very cheap. Any particular reason that you didn't get into reloading years ago?
Oh, I can reload. I started reloading when I was a little kid. I used to get, like, if I got in trouble, I'd have to go downstairs and reload. So for me, it's
Well, I assumed you knew how. I mean, that you didn't do it to save the money part.
because I was making shit tons of money.
Oh, okay. I can understand that.
Not
I
always
have
been-
the. Everybody has to one extent or another the lazy monster that can kick up inside of us.
I wouldn't have reloaded it probably anyway. I don't like it. I reloaded a little bit for my 44, and I undercharged one, had a squib, and I was like, nope, it ain't worth it for this. I don't shoot this stuff enough, so I'm not a competition shooter or nothing. And then plus, ammo used to not cost anything, you know.
Right.
It's only been a
Well,
recent that it was necessary, really.
Now, as you look back at it, was it probably just not the right powder for that particular?
Oh, I seriously can't remember. That was like in 6 years ago, or 10 years ago. Holy shit, 10 years ago. I don't remember. I remember it was a pain in the ass getting the bullet out of the barrel, and I was like, yeah, that's enough. I was probably listening to the radio or just not paying attention or something, more than likely. You know, when you get complacent, you think you know everything.
Yep.
Oh, shit.
Did you ever do a white background with black? Every second matters patch?
I sewed them, probably, but not PVC or done professionally or anything. You want one?
Yeah, sure.
I
Just
don't
it on
see
the
one
patch
hanging
panel?
No, no. I don't think I made a lot, but next time I'm sewing, I'll make you one. They're easy enough.
Word.
I don't know if you heard, I'm gonna try to do the blue desk pops or whatever too. I don't know. I was kind of hoping to spend a week sewing because I had some shit to do, and then stupid water pipe kind of got right in my way. I was sewing a little bit, but nowhere near. Holy shit! Nowhere near as much as I thought I was going to be able to get done.
Yeah, it should be good.
Okay, damn it! When's this thing going to be done? Speaking of that, where is this chick? Bangladesh? Yeah, fucking sent my shit to Bangladesh, taking forever. Is it some kind of Bangladesh holiday or something? Is it the Bangladesh weekend? What the fuck?
I had a hat made in Bangladesh one time.
I got a couple of people that do the art or turn the art into the machine software or whatever. She does a pretty damn good job. I think she might have done yours.
That's in
And
India,
sometimes
right?
she's like, "What?
India?
Bangladesh?
It's like next
Is
to
it
India.
in India? I don't know if it's its own country or it's in India."
I think it is its own country.
Yeah, Bangladesh is its own country.
Yeah.
It's in the Gulf. It's to the east of India.
It was probably one of those ones that used to be called something else, but yeah, it's like between India and Burma or Myanmar.
No, Burma is an island state.
No, Burma. It says is Myanmar. It's a big ass country next to Bangladesh, between Bangladesh and Thailand. I'm looking at the map.
Well, yeah, they recently changed their name.
So somewhere in here is where that I get the patches done at. What river is this? Is that gross ass river?
Yeah. They get their drinking water in it. They poop in it.
I don't know what the hell river that is. The Ganges? No.
Ganges.
There isn't no big river in India though. Doesn't look like.
The Ganges River.
Yeah, but look at this map of India. There's no blue lines on it or anything. Like ours would have a big blue line going right down the middle. There's a big ass blue line, but it ain't in India.
Because India is a huge country.
Yeah, well, I'm looking at a map though. This is it doesn't say
It
what.
sticks out into the Indian Ocean.
Yeah, but I don't see no
Like a
river.
peninsula. There it is.
Yeah, but I'm saying, where's the big river? There's no big river in it. There's these little lakes.
Oh.
I'm just
It's
saying,
like
compared
Europe.
to this big ass river, look at these big rivers. You can see them from space.
Asia's Texas.
Oh, maybe it's way the fuck up here. By Jerkhand.
That's a terrible name for a country.
Yeah, here.
That's my hand.
So the Ganges flows into the river that flows into Bangladesh. So yeah, we're getting all the drippings. The people that make the patch designs are drinking all the drippings off of the Indians.
You should send them a life straw.
Yeah. Can you make my patches faster? Here's help. Here's some help. Barely get off writing everything over here in squiggly letters. This is America. Let's see. Look at this weird squiggly letters. These look cool. It looks like a Led Zeppelin album or some shit.
Or the Lord of the Rings.
All right. For those that are playing at home, I have now charged just under 150 cartridges, and I'm now going to start seating bullets and taking measurements.
You started with 0? That just in that amount of time you did 150? That's sounds pretty good.
Yeah.
Oh, they're saying you mean Sri Lanka? Grand is asking if you mean Sri Lanka.
Isn't that like a mythical place?
No, Sri Lanka is a real place.
Oh, I thought that was. Oh, I was thinking of Shangri-La.
Yeah, that's a made-up place.
Whoa, I wouldn't go around saying that. You just haven't found it.
Yeah, you may never been there.
All right. See how long this sucker is.
That's what she said.
And for those of you paying at home, yes, I am reloading. It is.
So how long did it take you to load those 20, even though you were taking your time?
1.131, which is under 1.69, which is good. Acceptable. How long did it take me to what?
To load those first 20 that you loaded.
Oh, that I did like a week or two ago?
Yeah.
I didn't check the time exactly. I know I measured every single one, and I really took way too much time to be on purpose.
Yeah.
So it was excessive, whatever it was, but I wanted it that way.
So I'll ask you again in a couple months, and then we'll see how long it takes you to load 50.
Well, how long did it take me from right now going backwards? When I said now I'm going to start loading powder, I said I'm in the kitchen now.
I don't know. Not that long, it didn't seem like.
So
10, 15 minutes?
Yeah.
Cool. I wouldn't be able to do it. Are you reading instructions, or do you know what to do?
Well, that's what took me so long in the very first one, because first I read through the instructions multiple times. I also contacted Foos, who helped me with some questions that I had. And then I loaded 20 with that information, very slowly, taking my time. So I don't know if that
You
answers
shot
your
them
question
yet?
or not.
You shot them?
Yeah.
No.
That's why I'm making more.
Cool.
Because I verified that that number one, they didn't keyhole, and the other is that I also fired some standard SAMI spec stuff, and I also fired a couple of plus P rounds, just so by hand, since I don't have a way to check their speed, that by feel, they didn't feel to have excessive recoil, as well as I inspected the primers themselves afterwards to look for like a donut effect on the primer. Like I said, I was doing, since it was my first one, I wanted to do everything double checked.
Like, what would you get a donut effect if the primer sticks out too far or something?
If it's over pressurized because you put a little bit too much powder.
Okay.
I mean, there are signs it's getting higher pressure before a kaboom, so to speak. So, Ralph, why do you feel that? I mean, is it just you don't have the interest, or?
No, it's because I learn easier by seeing.
Well, and that's why I took as long as I did, because I didn't have like a brother, an uncle, a father to show me how.
Yeah.
So it took me longer to do it than it would somebody else who had someone there showing them.
Mm-hmm.
Because I do understand the repercussions of doing it wrong.
Me too.
So, but you know, that can be overcome with due diligence. You know, like a carpenter says, measure twice, cut once. Same sort of thing.
Like talking to a bunch of people while you're doing it or anything, or diverting your attention.
Yeah.
Over.
But I'm also only, since I'm doing it in a single stage method, I'm only doing one process at a time. Like when I was charging the powders, that's all I did. I didn't do any other stage until they were all done.
That's the way I do it too.
Now that I'm, you know, seating the bullets, I'm seating each one, taking a measurement, then going to the next. You know, and as time goes on, I'll probably take less measurements, but at least at the start, since I can't tell just by looking at it because I don't have years of experience, I'll continue to measure for a little while. I mean, I'll always do some initial measurements. And they also have it
Where
set.
you can do like a mass measurement of like a bunch of rounds.
Well, yeah, but then either they all passed or they all failed.
No, not if you have like a chute that they can only fit down if they're in spec.
Well, yeah, I mean there are go no go
But you
gauges.
could obviously see if they're lower.
Yeah,
Yeah, but then you'd have to do each one at a time.
There's people who have those sorts of things, but with the locking collars that they have on it, I don't have to remeasure the die every time I put it in. I only had to do it once, verify the measurement twice, and then lock down a locking collar. So now I just have a quarter turn and my die goes in and locks in place. I don't have to remeasure the die every single time I change dies. I just need to confirm.
I don't know what you're
what
talking
it's
about
doing.
anymore.
Well, they screw down into place.
Chinese.
I mean, they basically screw down into place, and you can either screw them down too far or not far enough.
I got you. So, how about them side charging ARs?
What do you mean? Do you mean the ones that have the little? Rex, you tell me what you mean.
AR with a side charger instead of the what Rick would call the racking lever.
Okay, that screws into the bolt carrier group itself.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know how
seen
Savage
pictures.
is doing. Savage has a new one coming out. It'll be their first AR, I think, right?
Personal preference, I suppose. But I mean, unless there's a particular reason somebody wants or needs it, it's like if it ain't broke, why fix it? If it's proven itself.
They kind of think they're improving the AR because that's what it said in their little teaser.
So I'm just
continue.
curious. In what way is it improving it?
We can hear you heavy. I don't know. You'd have to ask them.
Oh,
Find
okay.
out.
I thought maybe in the article it said, faster.
No, it wasn't an article. It's like a teaser.
Whether it was
It
more
might be
reliable or faster. Or...
I don't even know if it has like a folding stock or what. Could have like one of them weird buffer systems.
Yeah.
All I know is it has an M-lock rail and a side charging bolt or something.
Are you guys talking about the Savage?
Yeah.
Hey, Evie.
Hey, what's up?
Not a whole lot. Just sitting here doing some reloading. So, what was the topic of your chat?
It was off the cuff. I briefly touched on what I wanted to touch on my last show, which was like whether to tactical subject, and we touched on that a little bit, and then Sean came in and we started talking about all sorts of other shit.
Savage AR.
It was mentioned, yeah. In fact, Night Strike asked if you had to go to war with an AR, what AR would that be? And so, we all kind of went through our list.
You guys went for the Savage. Taking the Savage to the sandbox.
Freaking, actually, Night Strike was like, I'm surprised nobody mentioned this one, the Savage, and I'm like, well, whatever, because like,
You know what it is yet?
yeah, like I went with the fucking. I was actually torn between an M4 A1 and a fucking M16 A3. So, you know, I was like, yeah, I'm kind of torn between these two. They both have their advantages and disadvantages. I don't know, probably the M4, and left it at that. And that was, you know, mentioned. And then when you guys were talking about it a second ago, I was like, oh, hey, thought maybe I could get a little more insight on this because I hadn't even heard of it yet.
I'd take a Saint. Take a Saint there.
Oh, okay. It's a Savage Saint.
No. Just saying. I'll take a BCM. Pat Rogers, BCM, the Filthy 14. It got up to 40,000 rounds before he died. He died before the rifle died. And that was a standard barrel.
That's pretty impressive.
What kind of barrel was it? And by what? I don't mean.
BCM was using.
I don't mean the make and model. I just mean as far as like Cold Hammer Forged. You know,
No, it's not a cold. It's a BCM standard barrel. It's not Cold Hammer Forged.
Oh, okay.
Which is Chrome Line.
Chrome Line. Okay, gotcha.
I don't know what kind of steel. But there was like a lug broke on the bolt after 16,000 rounds. And then they just had to replace extractor spring, buffer spring, like all the perishable spring parts that wear out.
Mm-hmm. Now, that extractor spring, did it start showing odd signs before it actually broke?
But yeah, it wasn't extracting.
Well, right, but before it failed to extract, did it have like irregular extracting patterns or
I don't know. I don't know.
something
if
that a user would pick up on? Just why is it throwing out? You know, it's just dribbling out or something.
There's only a few articles on that rifle. I don't know if he documented the whole thing and if it's down somewhere, but yeah, there might be more information. That was in 2010 too, so quality changes in 6 or 7 years.
Day of the week and time of day. My bullet order came today. Barry's bullets. I was kind of surprised because, you know, in your head, I had ordered 2,000 bullets. And, you know, in your head, you think 2,000 bullets, that's a lot of bullets. But then it came in like these two little dinky boxes.
Did you count them? Make sure you had all 2,000?
No.
They were tightly packed.
Count them on a scale.
I don't have that kind of skill.
Vacuum sealed.
I mean, they're labeled correctly as far as type, quantity, grains. And I bought them from a reputable dealer, Natchez. So feel reasonably comfortable that they are probably correct. As well as when you get into bulk stuff, it's very common
for stuff to get weighed, not counted. So could be a few over, could be a few under, but it's close enough.
Is Edge doing a show right now?
I don't know.
Should be.
It's one of those days that I'm usually not here. I'm usually out Ubering.
It says he's this week's top pick: weapons light, tac lights, and EDC lights.
Whose topics are those?
You could sell them free lights. Free lights and lasers.
Edge is literally illuminating Friday nights for everybody.
Literally.
Sorry, folks. No panelists, no chat tonight. I guess nobody showed up. He wrote that on his thing. Nobody showed up, I guess.
People don't believe in lights anymore.
Well, he needs to text people and shit too. Like, Abby sent me a link, right? Yep.
Well, yeah, I sent you a link. I sent out 10, and then I just ended up posting it in my lobby. It was just me, Jimmy James, Night Strike, Sean Ponnery, and Sean from Florida Terry.
He may have stole his audience.
I
Friday
had a whole 6 people watching at one point. So it's not like that was probably the issue at all.
That's good though.
No, it's better
I
than
don't think
nobody
it's the
watching.
people on the panel.
It ain't about the live viewers on a Friday night. Yeah, it's got to be the people that check it out, knowing you do it consistently.
I even had a couple people over on YouTube. And they even left comments. No question.
There you go.
Yeah.
Rocking the house.
Yeah, no, big time, baby.
I thought Sean would like that. Savage. Because he's got a side chuck and AR.
Well, he says he's got a couple of them actually, and I think he's like he likes it for it is what it is, but he wouldn't take it to war with him. So
His or the Savage?
well, yeah, I'm assuming. I don't know. Nobody really knows what the Savage is like anyway. So
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
It's
be the old
it's the Savage.
Yeah.
it's like
Savage on the battlefield.
so it's kind of like the Savage Saint, except for they're not hyping it up as much
Yeah. It's actually more exciting than the Saint ever was.
because it has a side charger.
And it's not really that exciting.
So they're not advertising hot chicks in tight yoga pants, fucking carrying a rifle around.
No. I mean the Bren. What is it? The Bren 805 from CZ. People like that. That's a side charging 556 gun. I see a lot of people SPR on the pistol anyway.
Well, that's kind of probably its intended purpose. It is to be SBR'd, so.
The thing reciprocates charging handle.
I don't know. I'd be more down for a non-reciprocating charging handle. That would be cool. Then we don't have to worry about getting your finger smacked by something on accident.
Yeah. So people complain about the scar.
Would you eat a taco that has roasted peanut butter, carrot, ginger jam, fresh greens, sweet and spicy bacon, and pickled Fresno chili?
I'd try it once.
So it had
Posh
bacon in it?
Yeah, sweet, spicy bacon, they said. But that carrot ginger jam, there's no way I'm eating that. Not even a chance. Even if they wipe it all out.
Harsh.
I'm just not even interested in jam. Plus carrot jam. Sounds disgusting.
It's probably not like real like jam the way
You probably eat this one then. 5 spice pork, pickled carrot, cucumber, cilantro, onion, radish, and hapolino.
I'd try that once.
I like all these conditions. Once. Everybody's willing to try it once.
These are tiny little tacos too. They're like the smallest tortillas they make, and they make a little tiny taco out of it.
So like street tacos?
That's all you're allowed to eat in California.
Yeah, they're like supposed to be like eat tons of them or something.
Little finger tacos.
Fire steak.
the reason
beer. Fuck is beer cheese?
Sounds delicious.
It's actually good.
Yeah.
How do you cheese out of beer though?
I don't think you get beer out of cheese or cheese out of beer. You actually probably add beer to the cheese, probably.
Yeah, or they use like the leavings of beer to use milk with something that sours it. Maybe they take something from the beer process and sour the milk with that.
You just carve a cup out of cheese and pour your beer in it.
Oh, that might work.
And then let it soak in. Oh, and as for trying it once, yeah, at least I'm willing to try it once. There are people out there that won't even try stuff if they
I'll
even
try
think
stuff
they know
like
what it
that,
tastes like.
but I'm not trying snails and stuff.
How about this one? Ghost chili braised pork, fried onion, cilantro, fried pepper, and a lime wedge.
Oh, that sounds good, actually.
Yeah.
That's what Hosh ate too. The fire.
Down with pork. I
That
just bought a
sounds
pork roll earlier tonight.
What'd you eat earlier?
I bought a hickory smoked pork roll
Oh.
for the morning.
That's your
Nice.
Pork rolls the shit.
Damn, I turned off the space heater and it got fucking cold as shit in here. Alright, 76. I guess I can't say cold as shit, but it's noticeably cold in here. Now I gotta deal with living in subarctic 60-degree temperatures or some shit now. Cheap to do the space heater. So go grab the blanket.
what did it get down to, like 71?
It's not too bad outside, but it's colder in here. And I just got that fucking electric bill, so now I'm too cheap to leave the heater on. It's just a convenience. I don't have to like wear 1,000 sweatshirts and sweatpants. And
My space heater draws so much energy that when I use it with the microwave, it shuts down half of the living room.
Oh damn!
I have to mess
Mine's
with
just a little dinky one.
switches.
And my house ain't big, so it just needs to. I just blast it at me and the dog, and we're happy. It's like a $25 one from the dollar store, really.
This one will heat up the whole room if you leave it on.
Dude, what did that fireplace look at? What?
No, it's not even that big. It's kind of small, actually. It's like the size of a dinner plate.
We got a few space heaters, but we don't use them. Like, we haven't used them yet. It's 52 right now, so.
52, and you don't have a space heater on?
Yeah. That's
That's
do
because
not.
they wrestled all the pain out of you as a Marine, or all the nerves out of you.
No, it's because I'm big like bear, very insulated. No, actually, I just chill out. In my room, I only got like a sheet on. You know, it's like I'm laying down on my bed with a sheet, not a blanket. But if I do get cold, I got this awesome blanket I got for my birthday. It's like really thick fleece, very comfortable, soft blanket. I love this blanket.
Dude, Bob sold me like an old World War II Army blanket, U.S. Army blanket, for like $20. I've been using that. Fucking awesome.
Right on. Yeah, those are wool, right?
Yeah, like the old-fashioned thick ones. It's fucking awesome. Like you roll it up and it's like a fucking sleeping bag.
Is it? You mean like the same kind we had in basic?
I don't even know if we had that kind. We had shitty new ones. This is like an old World War II kind where it's super thick, and it's like when they get old, they kind of, I don't know what you call it. They get like dingleberries all over them, so they get thicker actually. Like they start to get, I don't know what they call that. Like when they start to puff up. Because the ones we had in the Army were like brand new. They were like a piece of flannel, you know?
So you didn't have wool sheets?
Well, we had a wool blanket and regular sheets. No, we didn't have wool sheets. We had.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we
wool
just had
sheets. Wow, that'd be itchy.
No, we were also in the middle of summer in Missouri, so it wasn't cold or anything. I don't even know if I used blankets back then. That was a long time ago, but it wasn't cold or anything.
Yeah, a lot of
us
us
in winter
slept on top of our rack.
Did you go to basic in winter?
Oh, I did. Started basic in February, so right there at the end of winter.
Where's your basic? Right where your other stuff is in San Diego?
Yeah, MCRD San Diego.
Yeah. That must have been super cold in February in San Diego. It's like, oh, it's only 80.
Don't be fooled. It got chilly. It did get chilly. And then second phase, in second phase, it was like March, and we were up in Pendleton, right there on a beach in the wilderness. It wasn't exactly warm, but it wasn't cold either. It was nice.
When did they start doing basic out on California instead of everybody going to Paris Island?
MCRD, it's okay. In the Marine Corps, there's two boot camps. There's MCRD San Diego and then MCRD Paris Island. Figuring if you're east of the Mississippi, you go to Paris Island. If you're west of the Mississippi, you go to MCRD San Diego. Unless you're female, then you go to Paris Island no matter where you're from.
I understand that. My question is, it has not always been that way. It used to be everybody went to Paris Island.
No, that is not true.
Okay.
MCRD
This
San
country
Diego
started a long time ago before there was a California and there were Marines.
Okay.
Shit, you're
If
talking
you
a
like-
lot of time ago. Then.
You go back a long way. I mean, even that old movie Gung Ho, with Randolph Scott.
Michael
That was
Keaton.
actually filmed. No, Randolph Scott.
The
That was
car
actually filmed. No, it's smart ass. It's a black and white Marine movie. Anyway, they filmed part of that in MCRD San Diego. it's like MCRD San Diego has been around for a long, long time.
Okay.
Yeah, I never thought about that. You really gotta like pick the right time to join. You don't want to do like that stuff in the cold.
Oh hell no! But there's a problem. You go enlist, they don't necessarily go like, "Great, walk out the back door and you're in the army." Like you enlist, and then they decide when they feel like letting you get in, or if you've got some stipulation.
That
get
sucks.
there. You don't know really. When I was in high school, I joined, so I had it kind of there was a, you know, they did it when I was not in school, so that was kind of nice. But if you're just open, they'll just do that. Great, you're now property of us. We'll do whatever the fuck we want with you.
Yeah, that's pretty much how it works.
And I like the way you phrase it when you said you're now the property of us, because that is, to a civilian, that might bring it home as to exactly how one feels.
You know it. As I say, the first thing you do is you sign that fucking thing that says, like, I don't have any fucking rights. I can't sue the government. I'm not a citizen anymore. I'm fucking enlisted. I'm not nothing. I don't have rights like a regular person anymore. I think we get our rights back when we're normal again, but when we're in, we can't fucking even, if we have a problem, we can't sue the government. We're
Well, that and how you can get in trouble for damaging you because you are part of the government.
Well, yeah, Article 15. Like, I got in trouble for cutting my fucking hair into a mohawk one time. That only happened once.
Generally only takes once, right?
For something like that, yeah. Fuck yeah. That's a hell of a lot of push-ups for a fucking mohawk. I didn't even get laid from it.
You can handle the cold a lot better when you're young, though.
Oh, yeah.
You can handle a lot of things when you're better when you're young.
And half the, well, I was going to say, like, when you're doing, you're not, it's not often you're just standing around. So you're not getting cold. You're always just running around doing something, or else like 16 people are piled inside of something or on top of you or something like that. If you don't like touching other dudes, I wouldn't enlist, because you'd end up touching people or getting crammed into places that are very intimate, let's say.
Oh yeah, you're chest to chest, shoulder to shoulder, asses and elbows.
Asshole to belly button.
There's that one picture that goes around on Facebook showing the inside of a old cattle car, and they're like, you know what this is? Like and share.
God, I haven't seen a cattle car since back in the day.
Dude, it took me a minute. The first time I seen it, I'm like, well, I know what that is, but what the fuck is it? And I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Why do I was thinking it was a horse trailer. I'm like, that ain't a horse trailer. There's too many stairs and fucking weird angles and shit. They can't put horse. Oh, I know what that is.
You're not even a soldier. You're a recruit.
It's like a bus without seats, with like, for some reason, like 16 different levels on it. So like there's shelves and corners.
I never did understand why the levels. I understand the poles.
It must
So you
be
have
like
something to hold on to.
a compartment or something. Maybe we just don't see it on a bus. Like they make a bus easier to deal with or something. But yeah, and there's like somebody standing up in like the back end, like your feet are up everybody else's head and shit. It's weird.
Yep.
Then if it's really crowded, yeah, you're like laying on things, and some people like are just jammed in so hard their like feet aren't even touching the ground. When you got your like duffel bag on your back.
Yep.
That's why when the shit hits the fan, it can't do it in the wintertime. Then I won't survive.
Plus all the Russians are, that's like summer for them when it's winter here.
Yeah.
It's like them coming down from northern Canada.
The Canadians and the Russians will kill us.
No, that's silly.
Well, not the Canadians.
The Canadians, I figured, would be like a bunch of Vietnamese. Like when you see the Vietnamese in the Vietnam movies.
Yeah.
They'll just be there to service the Americans.
Are you trying to say, so brother, tu beaucoup?
I'd have to head down south. Migrate.
Are you going over the border?
No, not that far south.
You're still the property of the U.S. government.
All right, I didn't get a good picture of that place that you paid for dinner at. Heavy, is that place called Daphne's? I only have like a quarter of a cup that kind of says Daphne's. It wasn't Stephanie's.
No, I think it was Daphne's or something like that. I haven't been there since we ate there.
And what town was that in? San Bernardino?
I was in Ontario. Yes, California has cities named very similar to that of those in Canada.
Just like Ontario?
Yeah. I'll try ERIO.
Well, that's what California is called now. It's called Little Canada.
Shit, it's big Canada. Like, we may be the same in size, but we got just as many. We got more people.
I guess Canada is Little California.
We both start with a C and end with an A. We're both very liberal, and we have about the same amount of people. I think they got like a couple million people less than us.
Can't states implement their own tyrannical healthcare system?
Sure they will.
They can make the Canadian 60% of your wages healthcare system.
Well, all the states had that option at the very beginning to set up their own thing.
Well, if they could vote it in, they'd get it done. Something like that requires all the people to go, oh, that doesn't sound bad. So they'd have to come up with some kind of like good spiel to sell the people. So look at all the children you're
Police in
saving.
Pennsylvania. The state police in Pennsylvania lobby for gun control.
Yeah, because they want a police state where they're the ones with guns and everybody else.
Checks.
Yeah, they're the ones who they lobby so that they're the only ones with guns. You know, so they don't have to worry about anybody else having guns.
It's like Pat Toomey turned into a douchebag, and that Joe Manchin is now complaining that background checks don't work.
Well,
So Manchin was like the more anti-gun guy when they proposed that compromise bill back in 2013. Now Toomey is.
My guess would be Toomey has gotten a more liberal base in his area, and the other guy's probably got a more conservative base or pro-gun base, and actually paid attention to the elections and said, hey, I got to make sure my people get their gun rights so I can get reelected.
Well, that must be what my governor did, because he just legalized semi-auto hunting, semi-autos for hunting. And he's a Democrat, hardcore anti-gun, pro-assault weapons ban, Tom Wolf.
Now, he probably was until Hillary lost Pennsylvania because of guns.
He could have vetoed that, but he passed it.
Yeah, I know. He saw Hillary got her ass kicked over the whole the gun thing. So he was like, I think I'm going to go ahead and be pro-gun for a while.
Yeah. That's obvious. I think, I don't know if Pat Toomey won, but that anti-gun Democrat chick definitely lost.
Well, that's a good thing, right?
Yeah. I forget her name.
Yeah, she's unimportant. She lost.
The whole legislature's pro-gun, so they can't, like...
Are you guys allowed to have any NFA items if approved?
No.
So you're like Illinois, it's nothing.
Yeah, we're a non-NFA state. Well, you guys can have suppressors up there, can't you?
Nope.
Actually, they have NFA items all the time in California, like non-fat avocados. And
or smart ass. We're referring to cool things that everybody else can have that we cannot. Like
40-ounce
BRs
Coca-Colas.
what about like all the cool stuff you can have, like that everyone else doesn't get, like like avocado, soy milk,
stars.
stuff like
We do get a lot of
Robert De Niro.
avocados.
cockroaches on a cracker and stuff like that. Yeah.
We don't have cockroaches on a cracker. Well, depends on what
Yeah,
neighborhood.
there's a restaurant there that serves cockroaches on a fucking cracker.
Like I said, it depends on the neighborhood, Jan. All right. Most people don't want cockroaches. Most people don't want cockroaches on a cracker.
You think?
You know, we do get better weather than most places in Southern California. We definitely have more tourist attractions. But yeah, other than that, yeah, the laws kind of suck balls out here. Well, who was it that linked that in one of the chats? Liberty University, which is like, I guess, out here in California. I don't know if it's anywhere else. They're literally building a shooting range, actually shooting ranges on their campuses, and they've got 4 of them in Southern California.
They should build shooting ranges in that big ditch in LA.
Okay.
Now, this Liberty University, is it your typical liberal arts kind of college, except that they happen to have a range, or what?
It's like a Christian university.
Oh, okay.
For shooting airsofts.
Actual firearms range.
Shit.
Cool.
They're getting permits to put them in now.
I like my idea better.
Shooting in a big ditch?
Yeah, that big ditch in LA. That is in every movie. Like Point Break and Fast and Furious.
You mean the riverbed?
Terminator.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Big concrete ditch.
Yeah,
that's the Los Angeles River, right?
Yeah.
Do you ever like want to drive your car down in it and drive on the wall?
Every once in a while, I think about it, but then I realize it's probably a bad idea.
Yeah, you might
Like in the
reach one of them
movies.
holes.
Yeah, I'd be driving and then going just like fall right into one of those freaking entrance gates or fucking spill off areas. Not cool.
You gotta jump it.
Jump it at an angle.
Every documentary I've seen, there's been like some sort of a bunch of debris that turns into a ramp and jump over it pretty easy. So
That's
usually
true.
So
There should be 2 at each entrance.
Well, according to the documentary known as Terminator, it's not that difficult.
Oh, there's one. They did a sequel to that, Terminator 2. That was also a good documentary about being able to drive big rigs and motorcycles in that area. So,
Yep, and apparently a silicon chip that can survive the temperature of molten steel. And it never really did explain that one.
Yeah, what did it
I think. I don't know. I think actually it was. They did explain it, but it was really weird the way they explained it. It was very brief. Like, well, you know, they didn't get all the whole chip. There was a part of the chip left, and they were able to. It's like, what? I don't understand.
What happened? What are you saying? You're saying the second one?
And the second
Talking
one,
about the
yeah.
second one? Did you know that he lost another arm before in the gears before he went into that lava pit? That
That's true, he did.
They never
Oh yeah,
even
all
mentioned.
the stuff that they left in that like place where he squishes them. Oh wait,
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, in the second one, he gets his arm caught in like these gears around the edge and
Oh, yeah, you're
rips
right.
off. Stays there.
well 2 is the
They
one
never
where they have the extra parts, right? And that's supposed to be from when they squish them and they recover.
Yeah, but they melt them all. They melt them all at the end of that one,
Yeah.
except for the arm that got caught. in
Yeah,
the
but the
machine.
thing was,
But they
at the
never
end of
mentioned
2
that
now.
arm again.
The arm and part of the chip, which makes no sense whatsoever.
Well, if they have part of the chip, they can reverse engineer it. That's what they were pretty much doing with the broken chip to begin with.
But the fact that physics doesn't work that way. As far as that chip survive, the chip cannot survive.
Hold on, you guys are mixing them up. In Terminator, the first one, they smush them in the thing, and that's when they are done and they walk away. In the second one, it ends with them throwing them in the liquid metal. So the second one is the one where where they're trying to kill the dude, right?
Yeah.
So the first one is when he gets squished, and that's where they recover the arm and the chip.
Okay, yeah, you're right. You're right.
But in the
We don't
second
know if
one,
the chip is from his brain. The chip might be from his fucking arm or his leg or something, right?
that's what I'm saying. While he's fighting the guy in the second one,
No, they actually
The chip's in his brain.
Yeah, they say it's the CPU, the central processing.
okay, but they still have his arm. For some reason, they liked his arm and they wanted to keep it. And in the second
Well, 'cause
one,
his
while
arm
he's
wasn't
fighting the
smushed.
T2,
His arm was sticking out of the machine, grabbing her while he was being smushed. So his arm was the only thing that wasn't like compacted.
yeah, but that's the first one. Okay, so in the second one, he's fighting the T2 toward the end, near the thing of lava, and he gets his arm caught in the gears of a machine. It chops his arm off.
Yep,
And
and
they never mention where that arm goes, but they melt him and the other arm and the chip. But that arm that got chopped off in the gears just stays there, or got recovered. But they never said it.
Right, in the time frame of the second movie. Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe that's some sort of like subtle consistency, like, aha, even though you did this stuff to kill the first arm, you know, the timeline is correcting itself and the arm still exists or something.
Yeah.
They don't really talk about it in the third one that they needed the arm or anything, right?
No. But was it the same director? Was it still James Cameron that did the third one?
I don't know. And I think it might not be in the timeline, right? Are you saying stuff, HVS? Nobody's heard him, right?
No, I haven't heard him.
Yeah, if you're talking HVS, we can't hear you.
It doesn't say you're muted, so.
So yeah, the third one was just like a vehicle for a Terminatrix, and I don't think they really even thought about storyline that much.
Did you say Terminatrix?
Yeah, the female Terminator.
Kind of sounds sexy.
She was part liquid, part. She was like a mix of the two. That's when they jumped the shark on that shit.
I don't think I saw the third one.
Entertaining. It was entertaining, but
The third one has the John Connor is kind of a teenager, and it ends in NORAD, like the old like fashioned NORAD in the 50s or something, and they start Skynet, or they start the nuclear war anyway.
it's got what's her face.
And it's got the hot chick Terminator.
Yeah, I don't know her name.
Because machines know what hot looks like to a human.
Terminatrix.
Well, they know. They can use some kind of thing, figure out what the most attractive looking girl would be, and they make it look like that.
She knew what she was doing, Dana.
She had detailed files.
Say HVS breathing.
Me, breathing. Sorry, my nose was kind of plugged up.
Then we still can't hear you.
Fix your mic, buddy. Fix your $10,000 mic. Are they making another Terminator?
Yeah, a sequel to Genesis.
Is Tom Cruise in it this time?
A sequel for Genesis 2 is in the works with the same chick and the same guy.
Still,
this is a chick.
Schwarzenegger though.
Still what?
I don't know about Schwarzenegger. Like I don't. They just had the same chick and the same guy.
Schwarzenegger's a bit old now. They'd have to CGI
Hey,
that.
he's doing Conan, dude. He's fucking doing Conan, doing all of his own stunts and shit. So.
Chick from Game of Thrones. That's the same chick, right?
I don't know. I've never seen a single episode of Game of Thrones.
Shit. Just spilled some powder on myself. That was nice.
Yeah, she gets naked in Game of Thrones. So you best be starting to watch it. It's only like the third episode, second or third episode, first season.
Talking about Daenerys.
You don't have to ever watch it again. I don't know. Because I don't watch it.
You remember when I went up to Phoenix to check out John Lott and those speeches? Wasn't that October?
I thought it was earlier.
Oh, yeah?
September.
Good. That would be good because I didn't look at September yet. Maybe August? No, it can't be August. I don't know what's going on HVS. We're not hearing anything. It's completely silent. It's connecting and you're typing. Your mic just unplugged or some shit, or do you see like the test thing working? Like when you go in there and test it, it'll give you a little raise or whatever the fuck they call them. Oh shit, I think I found it. It was September.
Okay, where was I? Somebody chopping up rocks of cocaine or something?
Yeah. Chopping up bad guys.
You're kidding me. Fuck.
Test 3, 2, 1, 2, 3.
Oh, there you go.
Can hear.
You're on.
That's it? Wow.
Whatever you did it. It sounds good too.
It was the settings, and oh well. Okay, well, fuck. I went on to Edge's chat to try and help him out and do his chat about EDC lights, but I couldn't get it to work, and I thought it was the there was like 10 Microsoft Windows 7 updates, and that took like an hour and a half.
Yeah, I had that the other night too. And then in the morning, when I turned it on, it was like another fucking 20 minutes worth of installing them or something.
Yeah, there was like, Windows 7 and interoperability, compatibility, and all kinds of shit that I didn't even know what it was. And so by the time I got back, he gave up, and because he doesn't like, he likes to have at least one panelist, I guess. And so it's I can solo a show and just babble on forever, but I think
say it ain't so.
Yeah, I can do it. I've done it before. I could do it again, but it's so he just, I think he's tired of trying to get panelists. So I always try and be there for him. And it's just, I couldn't get the damn shit working. I think I figured it out now what it is. If it doesn't work, it was the audio. I had needed to put the audio mixer setting. Somehow it got reset, and I have to select the my external digital to audio converter, Scarlett Red converter, I have to click on the mic, and I figured out how to fix it. But anyway, thanks for letting me try it on the lobby.
No problem. Now get the hell out of here.
Sure. You guys later, man. Take it easy.
I'm just kidding you.
Well, I don't want to intrude on your religious services,
Oh yeah, because we're talking so much right now.
Yeah. I'm reloading bullets.
The last topic we had was Terminator.
Well, I've been watching that a bit. Is anybody going to see the new Star Wars or Assassin's Creed or anything soon? They're opening soon, I think.
I will not watch it during opening, but
I'm thinking maybe Monday if the kids are still in school. Well, seriously, I want to see it. But
He hates kids. He hates them.
I don't like other people's kids. So
I just want to go there when there's a bunch of crowd or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah.
So if I can go during the matinee when it's just a bunch of nerds, then hopefully
there were always. God, there was somebody on Fox News, and he had like this multicolored Star Wars, double-breasted jacket, blazer thing, and it was just like every ridiculous color that said Star Wars on it. It was ridiculous.
Like Star Wars.
Super, but it was a super nerd kind of anyway. I'm looking more forward to Assassin's Creed, but because I like knives, and
that can't be a good movie. Assassin's Creed.
I just want to see some knife fighting. I've made a commitment this year to really up my knife fighting and buy some new knives and get a lot more practice in on targets with my knives.
So are you getting knife training to keep your skills up to date?
Well, I'm not. There's no dojos on the Big Island, that do that. So it's just a question of me going out and setting up targets and fucking up some trees or tires or something, practicing all the stuff they already know, just more than I already have. And I do want to get some better knives. I do want to get more fighting knives, upgrade some things. So it's besides, knives are cheaper than guns, and I don't have to sign a fucking medical release. And it's as much as I might like to buy more guns, I really don't want to pay that damn rap back. I hope somehow we can get rid of that. I don't want to write a check for $75 just to be on some illegal federal list because the state police chief requires it.
Are there two lobbies open? Whose lobby is this? Smeggy's?
Yeah, it's still Smeggy.
Oh shit, we're all in the early lobby. There's a whole nother lobby going on, right?
Yeah, but is anybody in the other one?
Can't believe this thing's still live. Are we? Yeah, we're still alive. When did he start this shit? Well, he probably started it
like 4 my time.
So it's probably about to go dead.
Probably soon.
Yeah, the other one's sitting there empty.
G-Webs, I was on I checked Every Second Matters, last week, And boy, I was the only one on there, and I was like, "Where is everybody?" And everybody's on gun channels, but nobody hangs out. I was wondering if there was some kind of interactive thing. I could put a lobby on one lobby on gun channels and one lobby on Every Second Matters, just to get more traffic on there, because it's like nobody's ever on. At least the only times that I've checked. I mean, obviously there's people on the second, but it's like
it's like going to Yankees channel when his chat's not live, and there's usually not people there.
I don't know what to say. There's nobody interested in doing it, I guess.
It's all the interactive activities on gun.
Hey, everybody.
Hey, Bob.
I think you can get straight to the people, the activities, all in the lobby. It's on the front page.
Yeah, but I know GWebs wants to get people on Every Second Matters website too. So.
Oh, you're talking about the website.
Yeah.
I thought you were talking about the channel on gun channels.
No, I was talking about the website.
I don't think I can just drop. I have to pay extra to put a whole nother server over there. So the chats run off a separate streaming server, and I already had to downgrade the Every Second Matters server to the lowest one. They don't just include streaming as part of any of those packages over there. I have to get another thing. It's like $50 a month for gun channels or something like that, where we're at now. And I can't afford to put $50 a month on Every Second Matter, because, like you say, it's just an if. And I didn't really want it to be like an alternative place to hang. At least that was the concept. I mean, if people would have wanted it that way, I could definitely do that. But people aren't even there to ask for anything. You know what I mean? So it's just
Well, if there's anything I can do and help, please ask me, and I will. I mean, I don't know.
I don't know if there's anything. You can't make people give a shit. And my problem is I'm not having much success talking to the people who are out there as organizations, let's say. Even the one that helped me get it started or encouraged me to do it, well, I can't speak for them, but it almost seemed, from my perspective, that they feel like there's competition or there's only a certain amount of audience. It's difficult. I'm familiar with YouTube and from other internet things that it's not as though there's a set amount of pie and we're all slicing a wedge out of there, and then we take the wedge away, and then it's no longer available to the other people who are trying to cut a piece of pie. It's more like, I don't know, some other kind of dynamic completely, where
it's more like a pie factory.
Well, it's a pie that when you slice a piece out, it just all flows back in and reflows it.
Exactly. It's more like trying to cut pudding. If you went in and said, these are the quarter of the people in the pudding that we want, it's not like you take the pudding away. It's just somebody else comes along and cuts it. I mean, the activists are activists. How many of us are members of multiple organizations, So I don't know if they have some like theory that people only want to do so much, so they have to be the first one. Anyway, they don't seem to want to cooperate together. So if I can't even get the organizations to cooperate with each other, that's what you kind of need to at least get the ball rolling, I think. Or at least in lieu of individuals doing it. But at Friday night at 10:50, I don't think it's the best time to try to get into the whole thing. But I just got to admit, I don't know what the missing ingredient was or is.
Well, maybe you need to get one of those Terminator chips installed.
Go completely AI.
Cyberdyne systems. Yeah, when I don't know. I honestly.
Well, I'm going to talk to one of my goals this year at SHOT is to talk to. There's companies like. Let's see. So back in the day, and it changes all the time, but as far as I'm familiar with, there's companies that, I don't know, make a widget, and they can either sell their widget to a distributor, and then the distributor does the work of marketing it, or that company tries to market it itself, right? And that can be difficult. They'd have to hire marketing people. They'd have to be savvy, and they'd have to do something that's appealing. They have to have their finger on the pulse. So then these middlemen, or these agents, I guess is the way to say it, came along, and then they work with the widget manufacturer and then run their marketing for them. And then that's who I want to try to talk to at SHOT and find out if those marketing people or agents or whatever you call them, or what they're, I don't even know what they're supposed to call it, if they will work for things other than widget manufacturers. So if I can get somebody like that who's savvy and communicating with an audience and gathering an audience and targeting an audience, and then combing through the metrics and understanding from the interactions with the stuff, like what the audience
Have
is
you
interested
have
in.
you yeah. Only
Even
thing I
if
can
they
think of
can't,
is
they can
like
refer you.
sell it to a gigantic corporation, like sell gun channels and Every Second Matters, not to Google, but sell it to like 20th Century Fox or something like that, some big organization that
Well,
could
Gun
actually.
Channels isn't for sale. Gun Channels is owned by the members. The members support Gun Channels. If I pay anything, it's like $10 or $15 or $20 a month. Besides what people
I'm not worried about the cost. I'm just thinking who could effectively do something with it.
If they want to effectively do something like Gun Channels, then they can. I built Gun Channels to be what it is, so I don't need to see Gun Channels grow. I'm pretty sure everybody's satisfied with it. But Every Second Matters, on the other hand, if somebody came along, I'd have to think hard about it. I am thinking about selling gun websites, though. That might have potential for somebody, and I'm sick of it. So if somebody wants to take that, and that's probably worth enough to help me get out of some debt. But I don't know.
Oh, well, debt sucks.
I run that.
That really sucks. I'm fresh out of ideas at the moment, but if I think of any good ones, I'll let you know.
Well, I appreciate it. I can use all the brains working on it as I can get. I've been, I'm going to start walking to my mailbox, which takes like an hour. So I'm going to start using that as my thinking about how to fucking proceed through 2017 time.
Well, yeah, it's coming up. Time just flies right by you. But I got the patches. Thanks. They're good. They're really good. And
Cool.
I'm gonna send my dad the Arizona Citizens Defense League patch because he was just visited there and took all kinds of pictures and stuff. So I think he'll like that for Hanukkah and some other stuff.
Right. Well, let me know whatever you need, to be resupplied, and then whenever you order again, I'll make sure you get stuff for your own collection too. Then.
Well, I just want to give it away. I'm trying to get people to do VRs for my giveaway, so I could just give them away to people. I wanted the Red Dawn, one of the Red Dawn ones for myself, but I'm giving. That's why I bought two, one for myself and the other one to give away on my holiday giveaway. But not getting too many video responses so far. But boy, it's hard to give away free stuff. Didn't realize it was so hard. When Fate of Destiny did a contest like this, I mean, she has a lot bigger channel, but there was hundreds of responses. But I guess I don't know how many. Does she even do YouTube anymore, or you just do that full circle 30 thing or whatever it is?
I don't know. I haven't even watched YouTube unless somebody sends me a video to watch. I don't watch videos, so I don't.
Well, she's on your schedule on Wednesdays, I think.
That's just out of laziness. I just did that as a appreciation for her efforts, but I haven't followed her or anything. I haven't watched her live leak or whatever the hell kind of system she was using.
But you were talking about audience participation just a minute ago, and something that is a feeling that I have is that getting audience, especially with video responses, to interact with the host channel is a lot different now and more difficult than it was just a few years ago, where people would whip together a quick VR.
Well, it's not that hard to do a VR.
No, I'm not saying it's hard. I'm saying it's hard to get your audience members to do it.
Yeah, I'm just trying to give away a bunch of free stuff because I want to. Makes me feel good to help some person that I don't know out. It's and I got that. When you go buy the bell ringers for the Salvation Army, it feels great to put in a few bucks in there, and so I just wanted to do something nice for somebody that I don't know, and so I'm trying to do a giveaway, and boy, it's tough. It's shut up and take this bag of